It's raining again. To be honest with you, I'm terrified of rain. I never leave the house when it's storming outside. But to give myself some credit, I never used to be like this. I used to love watching the rain fall from outside the windows. But now, I always have my curtains pulled tight across the edges of the windowsill. I wish I could show you what made me the way I am. Partly to warn you, partly to verify myself. But I can't. I can only tell you my story, like it's some sort of fantasy. As if it's just another bizarre story that deserves to be forgotten in a week. If you see it like that, then that's fine. But I won't forget. I'll never forget. In 2012, I was a 21-year-old college student. I was absolutely madly in love with nature and all things wild. I spent my childhood roaming up and down tree lines, fantasizing about mythical creatures and fantastic monsters. Now there I was in 2012 as an adult, studying forestry with dreams of defending those tree lines and fantasies I held so dear. I was absolutely ecstatic when my professor announced an opportunity for some extra credit. He suggested that we spend a few days of our upcoming break walking along some trails and paths to remind ourselves why we were doing what we were doing. As an avid hiker, I knew of a hiking trail a few hours over from our town that offered plenty of room to walk, with very little crowding. The only ones who really walked more than a few minutes down the trail were the park rangers, and the chances of seeing one of them on the ever-winding and expanding trails of the forest seemed small. "Hey Lily, want to take a trip down to the preserve with me?" I asked, as the bell finished tolling, signalling the end of the school day. The girl next to me, Lily, was a quiet and sweet girl. She had long brunette hair that stretched just past her shoulders and gentle green eyes. She was the type of person who people admired from afar. Beautiful, but silent. A passing joke or compliment would make her smile, but she'd very rarely comment back. To most, that would make them move on to the next person. To me, that made me want to be closer to her. We'd been friends for a while at this point. Whether or not any sort of romantic intent was had between us, I couldn't say. We just knew that we connected on some sort of level. "Yeah, of course. Just tell me when." She looked into my eyes with a soft smile on her face. I smiled back at her. I hoped this trip would turn out well. A few days passed. Lily and I spent our free time in stores gathering food, supplies and tents together. Soon enough, we were all packed up and ready to head out. We took my small car with our bags tied down on the roof and took the highway a few hours east. By the time we got there, it was mid-afternoon. Still plenty of time to walk, but also a bad time to find parking. There were plenty of people here walking their dogs, setting up lunches and walking the paths. "I thought you said it'd be quiet," Lily asked with a slight snicker. I rolled my eyes in response. "I'm sure these kids aren't planning on hiking a few days in. It'll get quiet, I promise." I spun around and began taking our large packs off of the roof of the vehicle. For as big as they were surprisingly easy to carry. Lily slipped the straps over her shoulders and waited for me to start heading towards the park. As we approached the trail's entrance, we saw a ranger loosely standing guard. "You guys heading in?" he asked. There was no hostility or caution in his tone. He was just merely asking a simple question. "Yeah, that's all right, right?" I said, questioning the fit middle-aged man. "Of course. Just let me know your names and take my card. If you need anything, call down to the station. There's a couple of ranger shacks deeper in. Feel free to use them if you need to. Just make sure to clean up. The ranger gave a welcoming smile and handed me a small business card for the local ranger station. Thank you. Oh, my name's Max. This is Lily. Lily gave a small nod at the ranger, and he nodded back respectfully. Well, Max and Lily, you enjoy yourselves out there. We'll be patrolling around, so if you see us, don't be scared to say hi. With those words, the ranger backed away from the entrance, and we began our trek. We spent half of the first day slowly walking in quiet appreciation. There's something so liberating about walking with no time limit. It's like all of the world's stresses slide right off your back, and the only thing you have to worry about is yourself. In that exact moment, you're all that matters. No bills, no studies, no cares. Just avoid snakes and strange plants, and you're all set. It wasn't too long into our journey before the sun began to nestle itself behind the trees, and the warm but steadily dropping temperature of the late afternoon's winds began sweeping under our sweaty clothes. Let's find a clearing to settle into, Lily said, her head tilting from one direction to the other, looking for a place to set up. I nodded in approval and saw a small opening further down the path, clearly made by others who took a similar trip. It only took a few minutes to set up our tents in the clearing and to start a small fire. After all that walking and hard work, we were finally ready to be off our feet for a while. Lily plopped herself down on the opposite side of the fire I was sitting at and pulled out a granola bar to eat. I felt a rumble in my stomach and pulled out one of my own. This place is really beautiful, she said, taking a large bite out of the bar. Yeah, haven't seen many animals yet though. I unwrapped my food and placed it on my lips, ready to take a bite. I quickly glanced over at Lily and froze. In the increasingly darkening forest, just off the trail, just behind Lily, was something about the size of half a football. It was cloaked in the darkness, but I assumed it had to have been some sort of small critter. I began to squint my eyes, trying to focus on it, but whatever it was seemed to fade out of existence, going straight into the ground. Everything all right? Lily asked.
We get to
I
take
realised it must have seemed
credit
like I was staring at it
for
with food half
your
of my
time
mouth.
you played
I laughed and
streams.
shrugged,
Yeah,
my head softly.
yeah, you can have credit for
Yeah,
it.
sorry. I thought I saw an
I
animal or
don't
something off in
mind.
the woods. It was small. Could have just been a
Actually,
rabbit
we
or
can move
something.
that back, and
It
we
must have
need
burrowed into the
to
ground, though. My friend peered over her shoulder
move
into the silent woods
that tree.
and looked around. I knew she wouldn't see anything. Whatever it was,
Oh, were you?
left as quickly as I caught sight of it. We ended up finishing our
Well,
meal,
it is October,
extinguishing the
so
flame,
I
and climbing into
do
our
scary
separate tents.
stories in October.
I slept like a log. All of that walking put me out like a light.
I like to do
It was
scary
all morning
stories
before
in
I woke up.
October, well,
I
especially in
stumbled out of
October.
the tent, nearly tripping on the small fabric ledge at the exit of my portable shelter. The hot and humid summer's morning sun hit me like a pile of bricks. Just so you know, I think we need to watch out for snakes, Lily said softly while I was wiping my brow. I looked over at her to see her undoing the tent supports from the forest floor. Did you see one? I asked, bending down and following suit with the camp cleanup. I think so. I heard something rubbing on the bottom of my tent last night. I opened my eyes, and the indents on my walls looked like a pretty thick snake trying to wriggle its way in. She didn't seem bothered by the potential late-night visitor, so I kept her warning in my mind, but continued on. As our journey went on, we realised that every step we took, there was another blotch in the sky. Somehow, a storm was brewing overhead that none of the forecasts we'd watched warned us of. How much longer until it rains? Lily was interrupted by a large thunderclap nearby in the clouds. I felt the earth tremor below us before a few raindrops began falling from the dimly lit sky. Thanks, Lily, I said, arching my head towards her direction. She scoffed and I laughed. The rain was little more than a small drizzle at that point, but it was clear it was going to get worse. Let's hurry and find a place to set up. I watched as she began to increase her pace, slowly moving from a walk into a jog, heading deeper down the trail.
Excuse me.
I followed suit right next to her. For a while, it seemed like we weren't going to find a clearing anytime soon.
I spent the weekend building another model.
And to our luck, at that exact moment of thought,
I'll show it to you.
Another strong explosion.
This is all saved anyways, but
this time, the floodgates.
This is what I built over the weekend.
Rain began to
Learning
fall
all
with
the
purpose,
controls and shit.
with enough force to erupt on impact, splashing everything nearby with the drop's watery contents. Hey, right over there, I heard Lily yell out, just barely audible through the thunderous rain. She was running off of the main path, down a small side trail nearby. I looked at where she was heading and saw a small cabin. I ran off the path with her. With each step, more and more mud thrust itself against my legs.
I started playing it, and
hoping to catch up to my light.
I really wish they had more intuitive controls, and I wish
the tip of my foot
these buttons were much smaller.
Face first into a mud bath.
I wish the hotbar was tiny. You know what I mean?
I eventually looked down to my feet.
And they could definitely use
in dirt, erupting out of the ground.
more.
But as my eyes kept on the route,
more depth,
those initial
I
assumptions
guess would be a good term,
to the wayside.
in
The shimmering of the mud is what made me realize
controls.
that whatever this object was, it was moving just beneath the mud.
Yeah, a
It clicked in my
smaller hotbar would be much nicer. The large buttons tend to get
I felt
in
a
the
shiver
way.
cross over my back, and I jolted back up to my feet.
They could stand to use
abandoning the snake behind.
more
Without another incident, I made it to
keyboard
the cabin
controls
and
as well.
busted inside, finally free from the hurricane-like storm. Wow! A familiar voice rang out in the shack. I looked over to see a drenched but otherwise clean Lily, staring at me with an amused smile on her face. Decide to have a wrestling match out there? Ha ha, funny, I said, looking down at myself. Mud was dripping off of just about every pore of my body. I think I met one of your snakes you mentioned out there. It decided to give me a little trip. Oh, really? Lily said, as she grabbed me and turned me around, searching the pack on my back for something to help me clean up. You were right. They're pretty thick. I wonder what kind they are. I can't imagine them being venomous, being that wide.
Yeah, it turned out kind of
the hands of my companion yanking out.
Did somebody say what?
I took some time to look around.
turned out kind of Harry Potterish.
It was wooden, old, and completely empty.
Sorta. It's not really what I wasn't really going for anything. I was just kind of random building.
Clearly,
to
it was only meant for a quick one-night
to figure out all the controls and what everything did. But I really liked it, and I don't have the heart to get rid of it, so I'm not going to. I'm gonna hold on to this one.
To dry and stick to my skin. Thanks, I replied to her.
And it looks really good in the winter
I put my
setting.
back down against the door and walked over to a window.
I'm not much for winter stuff, but
I watched
I
rain continued its
like
assault
it.
on the earth. The dirt running like
I'm gonna
rivers
hold
down
on to
valleys
it.
and trails,
So
both natural and man-made. It looks terrible outside, I remarked.
but then I decided to do
acknowledgement come from behind
the
me.
autumn one because I got tired
I
of
let
looking
my
at
eyes trail
snow.
over the forested wetland.
Yeah,
over to
winter's
the path we
coming.
took to
It
get
also
up.
had a
My body
little
locked
bit
up,
of a
and I
Winterfell
saw something right where I tripped.
kind of flavor to it,
Something was protruding from the ground,
and all of a sudden it's cold here in Utah, so I was like, yeah, this is... I like doing the winter one because it looks really cool with all the snow and everything, but I don't want to be reminded that winter's like right around the corner for me.
Is it the snake? She asked, rising to
Yeah. The winter one seems to be the only one that really has the bare tree on it.
Get hammered by rain as Lily approached and peered outside. Is that a broken tree?
Yeah, this one has a little more of a medieval fantasy.
Whatever it was, it wasn't moving. Wait.
Township kind of feel to it.
Look at the color.
I was thinking about doing their daily challenge thing, but I might give myself a little more time to get a little better with the growing. I wish their snapping was a little better on this too.
Whatever was under that mud was a pale shade of grey.
Yeah, different trees would be great. I also like the idea that I had that maybe you could get to a certain point in building and the game would automatically start dropping NPC people into the game so that you could, like, this is a castle, so obviously you would have knights and squires and people walking around inside of that kind of area, and then if you built like little houses outside, you would have like townsfolk walking around doing chores, doing that kind of thing. Not like a huge number of them, you know, just maybe 5 people walking around.
Lily snatched it out of my hand and began dialing the number.
In that environment, I think that would be kind of fun too, you know.
On the squeaky cabin floors. I turned and kept my gaze on the hand. It looked petrified in place, fingers eagerly reaching towards the sky, letting the water rush over it. We're at... She began to stutter. We're at... I heard the voice on the other side of the phone chirp up, and Lily nodded. Hey, Max, can you take a step outside and tell me what number's next to the door? I peeled my eyes away from the hand. I felt an increasingly oppressive air pressing its way inside the cabin. I shook my intuition away and walked to the door. I opened it up and stepped outside. I peered towards the arm and could see it more clearly without the blurry window between us. It was hairless, smooth, and the fingernails seemed clean and trimmed. The water that gushed over it almost seemed to vanish on impact, as if it was some sort of sponge. I had to force my eyes away from it to view the number on the wall. 17.
Yeah.
I took a deep
when
breath,
you have to
put
put buildings to the halfway point inside of another building, it kind of defeats purpose. I wish you could do the whole wall thing. I wish they actually had like a wall, or the wall that you can make. I wish that this had a little more control over it, so you could actually make it thicker or thinner, which it doesn't have, instead of just being one brick wide. You know what I mean?
They said they got a ranger on the way, and the police have been informed. But it might take them a while to reach us out here. I bit my lip and looked back outside towards the empty path.
I like how things are intuitive, but I hate having to scroll through a bunch of different stuff that I don't want
follow that mud slick down to wherever it goes. On the bright side,
in order to get what I want out of it.
She gave a reassuring smile and I looked down at myself.
Laundry hanging out of the windows and
mud,
stuff like that.
But the rain on my skin seemed to have washed away.
You're gonna head to bed? Well, before you head to bed,
always a plus, I said stoically.
Do this.
Come on, Max. Let's make ourselves at home at least. I'll just lock the door in case, well, you know. Her voice trailed off. In case there's a killer out there, I mumbled at her as she walked over to the door and flipped the lock. She turned around and averted her eyes from my gaze.
Smaller buttons, a little more intuitive controls.
After a few minutes of silence,
so you can pick and choose certain things.
We'd agreed that once the ranger got here, our little expedition was over.
Would be
We'd seen more
really cool
the past 2 days than we could have in a lifetime. Let's eat and try to get some sleep, I said, chowing down on some extra rations. Lily nodded and joined in on the feast. With full stomachs, we set up for bed. I noticed my friend kept looking out towards the darkened windows. I could feel tension in the air. Everything all right? I asked. Lily shook her head dismissively. I just feel weird, like I'm being watched. I'm sure it's nothing, but just to be safe. She ripped off her pillowcase and then mine, before walking over to the windows and draping them over the glass as makeshift curtains. I just don't want anything looking in at us while we sleep. I don't blame you. I made my way to my bedroll and caseless pillow before lying down, trying to get comfortable. Lily did the same. It was a few hours into the night before I heard Lily's hushed voice. Max, wake up. Do you hear that? I opened my eyes less groggy than I expected and met Lily's gaze. She was staring at the wooden door of the cabin. I spent a few seconds watching the door before I lightly saw the handle jiggle. Someone was trying to get in. What do we do? Lily asked. I was speechless. Maybe it's the... Our whispered conversation was interrupted by a loud knocking coming from the other side of the wooden door. I jumped to my feet. It's got to be the cops. I began my slow, meticulous walk to the door. Who's out there? Silence. Hello? I yelled again. Abruptly, the banging started again, loud enough to drown out my voice. I took a step back from the door and leaned close to the ground. Each impact on the door rocked the wooden frames of the small cabin. I watched as one of the pillowcase curtains began to slowly slip off the window. No, Lily whispered, tears in her eyes. I rushed over to the window just as the fabric fell and was met face to face with the darkness outside. The banging on the door stopped suddenly. I very carefully kneeled down and grabbed the fabric in my hands to toss back over the window.
Love you too.
Thud.
Come back anytime.
Was the palm of a hand.
Or more often.
With a heavy force. I could only see the pale palm in the shroud of blackness outside. I quickly threw the pillowcase back on the window and backed up to Lily. She was shivering, her eyes wide with fear. That was the hand, Max. That was the hand that was outside earlier. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. I wrapped my arms around Lily, for as much my comfort as hers. The wet palm of the hand slapping against the glass. I could hear ripples of cracks spreading along the window pane. I squeezed onto Lily as she balled up and kept my eyes focused on the pillowcase covering the glass, hoping it wouldn't fall and expose that lifeless arm again. With one last thud, it stopped. A light shone through the fabric of the window, mere seconds after the attack halted. I could hear the struggling sounds of wheels rolling up towards the cabin. I let out a sigh and a prayer that the Rangers had finally made it. With the sounds of the wheels stopping just a few yards away, I finally heard a voice call out from the void outside. "Lily? Max? You in there?" The voice sounded familiar. It was the ranger from the day prior. I slid to my feet, dragging Lily with me. "Yeah, we're inside, but someone's out there," I yelled. I rushed over to the door and opened it to see the ranger standing stiff, off in the middle of the small opening in front of the cabin. He was facing us, but the light from his rover, coupled with his hat, covered his body in intense shadows. His body seemed rigid. "Come out of that box, and we'll get you home," the ranger said. His voice seemed different this time, disjointed from his body. I stayed quiet. Something was very wrong here. "Step out of there, now," the voice grumbled, unrecognizable from earlier. "Are you all right?" I called out, a little more than a whisper. "Of course I am. Can't you see my smile?" The ranger tilted his neck backwards. His hat slipped from his skull, which allowed the light from behind him to illuminate his face. His eyes were wide and full of both pain and fear. His lips were quivering in shock. I backed up more into the doorway and watched as two impossibly long fingers trailed their way from behind the ranger's head and made their way across his cheeks to his mouth. They slid inside with little resistance and began pulling his lips outward in a mockingly gruesome smile. Then they kept prying. I watched as his lips strained with the force of the fingers inside of his mouth. His lips became white with the stress placed against them, before a shower of red erupted from his mouth, parting the centres of his lips like sliced meat. "I'm so perfectly happy," a voice called out from just behind the ranger, its voice thick and unnatural. I looked for the source and froze. There, right next to the ranger's feet, was a half-submerged human face dug deeply into the mud. Its black, cold eyes shone from some unknown source. Whatever this was a monster of the strictest definition. Its gaze was so vastly separated from humanity that there was no common ground between us. As I locked eyes with this thing, human in shape and devilled in eyes, I saw the ranger fall into the mud. Just behind his head was a long spider-like arm stretching out of the ground, seemingly changing its size and shape as if it only faintly followed the laws of this reality. The ranger's body twitched and spasmed on the ground as more and more lifeless hands began to slither out from the mud, wrapping their hands around his body. "I was so thirsty, but now I'm so very hungry," the submerged head called out unblinkingly towards me. Without another warning, the ranger's body was ripped under the earth and devoured by the mud. The ground where he was shifted and bubbled over like a small eruption. The creature's eyes stared at me with a deadening gaze. It was observing me. I let out a small chirp from my mouth. Without changing expression, the head effortlessly started gliding through the earth towards the cabin, fingers and arms popping out from the earth around it like fins from a shark. I'd stored enough courage to slam the door shut and lock it before running back over to Lily, who saw the whole thing. "What is that?" she asked, her voice trembling. I shook my head and slumped down next to her. "I don't know." We sat in silence, until the sounds of scratching came from below the floorboards. Hundreds of fingers tearing away flesh to the bone, trying to burrow their way upwards. All we could do was sit in the corner furthest away from the windows and pray they didn't get to us. That night, we watched as the floors pulsated upwards and downwards as the foundation began to crumble. Those arms were going to drag us and our wooden coffin downwards into the earth. I didn't know what to do. I sat there as the floor cracked open and mud crept up through the seams of the boards like blood flowing from a vein. I sat waiting to die, but Lily had other plans. She grabbed my hand and yanked me up to my feet. She stared at the door for a split second before sprinting off with me in tow. She burst open the door and ran towards the ranger's vehicle. Luckily for us, the ranger never shut it off before the earth took him down. We both hopped on its seat and zipped off the path back from where we came. I hazarded a glance back towards the cabin to see it crumbling into the ground, but there was something else there. Still half submerged on the path, mere yards away from us, was that unblinking head. Its black eyes shone dead set and emotionless on our escape. We kept driving and driving for God knows how long, until we hit some other rangers who were on a scouting mission up to us and their missing comrade. We told them everything we could, but the looks of disbelief said enough to us. We were labelled as emotionally distressed and unreliable witnesses. The powers that be listed the disappearance of the ranger in the cabin as accidental by case of mudslide. Now, every time it rains, I wonder if somewhere out in the woods, a single head peers out on the trails, waiting for someone to pass by. A million hands waiting just below the surface to drag them down into the earth.
I love the little birds that come and roost on everything.
Chilling tales for dark nights. The Stranger by Reed Beebe, narrated and produced by Jonathan Jones. The old man found himself alone in the woods, naked, with no company, save the crows cawing in the trees above. He had played in these woods years ago. At least he thought he had. He wasn't sure. Memory was tricky. He wondered what he was doing in the woods. Where was his caregiver? The fat woman whose name he could never remember. He did not like that woman's company or her attitude, always bossing him around like he was a child. He vaguely recalled escaping her once before, but the police had found him and brought him back. Had he escaped her again? He wondered what happened to his clothes. He was not cold, though. The tree leaves were brown, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. Was it autumn? If so, it should have been cold, or at least chilly. But the old man was not cold. He felt warm and comfortable. "Thomas," said a distant voice. Startled, the old man turned to see who was calling him. Thomas's vision was poor, and he wasn't wearing his glasses. He saw the faraway shape of a man coming towards him. In these dark woods, the man looked like a living shadow coming from the trees. Some blackbirds pecking at the ground flew up as he approached. And to Thomas, the stranger seemed an eerie, mobile darkness. "Yes?" answered Thomas. He covered his genitals with both hands. "Who are you?" Thomas's voice trembled as he asked the question, and he felt shame at revealing his fear. The stranger came closer, and as he did so, his features became discernible. The stranger was a young man in his 20s or early 30s, and handsome. Thomas thought he recognized the man, but he was not certain. Was he a friend or a relative, come to take him back home? Back to the fat woman that always told him when to take his pills or to take a nap? "Tom," said the stranger with a smile. "You know who I am. I'm glad I found you. You ready to go?" The stranger wore a black t-shirt and jeans. The young man was muscular, with dark hair and eyes. Thomas thought the stranger was gorgeous and felt some longing, some hunger that he could barely remember. I don't know you. I'm not going anywhere with you." Thomas was surprised at how angry his voice sounded and how fearful. He hated being an old man, unable to remember who he was half the time, dependent on a bossy fat woman to take care of him. "You know me, Tom. You played with me in these woods, remember?" said the stranger. Thomas had no memory of ever playing with this man. When would they have played together? He was so much younger than Thomas. The stranger would have not have been born when Thomas was a kid. "I never played with you?" Thomas cried. "Who are you?" The stranger smiled and walked closer. "You played with me, Tom. Years ago. You found me hitchhiking on the road and brought me out here." There was a spark, a recollection of an unpleasant memory that tried to surface, but did not quite emerge. Thomas could not recall the details, but he had the feeling that the memory was ugly. "You were so friendly. We talked about the songs on the radio. We both loved the Beatles." "No, I don't remember. I don't remember you." "I wasn't the only person you brought out here either," said the stranger. He pointed at something behind Thomas in the woods. Thomas turned, and standing behind him was a young, blond boy, wearing a blue dress shirt, but naked from the waist down. The boy's legs were covered in blood, and he smelled rotten. Thomas felt like he had to vomit, but he couldn't. There would be no relief in emptying his stomach, no distraction from the horrible sight in front of him. David was a lot younger than I was, said the stranger. By the time I met you, you were more confident about your skills. The stranger put his hand on Thomas's shoulder and turned him around, forcing Thomas to look into the stranger's dark brown eyes. When I met you, you were more comfortable in killing people your own size. Thomas removed his hands from his crotch and pushed the stranger away. He turned to run, but he was confronted by the half-naked boy, the boy's eyes freezing him with an angry stare. The boy was not alone. Behind him, there were a dozen other boys, some naked, some clothed. All were bloody and smelt putrid. Memories long forgotten came rushing to the surface. Thomas had been careful. He had never been caught or even suspected by the authorities. Thomas had buried the bodies deep in the woods, so that the only evidence that remained was his memories. And even those had been destroyed as senility and dementia, claimed Thomas. In the end, it was not the law that had caught up with him, but time. The crows cawed in the trees above. The birds were witnesses to his past crimes in these woods, and now their caws seemed to declare a terrible verdict. The children in front of Thomas smiled, and their teeth were menacing and canine. He turned and was about to run, but the stranger blocked his way. Tom, you can't run from this.
Let me go!
Screamed Thomas.
That was years ago. I've changed. I've grown old. Let me go!
You never answered for what you did, Tom. The stranger walked right up to Thomas, so close that the stranger could kiss him if he wanted. And Thomas was surprised that he desired such a kiss. We all pay for our crimes, Tom. Sooner or later. The stranger smiled, and his teeth were foul and sharp. Thomas screamed as he received a kiss from the stranger. The children grabbed Thomas's thin legs and began to bite into him. The crows watched in silence.
Have you ever been out driving late one night? Out somewhere where there aren't that many cars on the road? Maybe the countryside, or out on the back road somewhere? I used to love doing that. It was always so peaceful. I lived out in a rural area when I was younger, and I'd always leave my girlfriend's house at midnight. On some of those nights, when I'd drive home, the roads would seem to play tricks. I was kind of used to it. When you're out on those roads in the woods at night, it's easy for your eyes to see things that aren't really there. I can't tell you how many times the rays of moonlight and headlight beams reflected off the asphalt looked like a person dressed in white, standing in the road. The signs on those roads were also sometimes placed at odd angles, like they were put there just to spook you when you came around a corner. It didn't take long for me to become accustomed to that after I learned to drive. Since I lived in an area with many roads, going through dense forest and open fields, I learned to quickly make sense of any figures or shadows in the night. However, I did have my fair share of scares that I could never really attribute to the roads playing tricks, or even my drowsiness after midnight. I remember one night, I was driving back to drop off my girlfriend after a night of shopping. It was raining heavily, and visibility was low. It was unnerving enough driving those roads at night during the best of times, as they were winding and rough, with hills and curves that left you unable to see what might be waiting around the next bend. It was over the crest of one of those hills that it happened. My girlfriend was completely absorbed in her phone, and I was kind of entranced myself. I had the radio playing pretty loud. It made driving much more entertaining for me, but it also put me into a bit of a zoned out state. I was only focused on the road and the music. I was shocked out of my trance when I topped a hill to reveal a figure wreathed in black by the side of the road. He seemed so close to my car, like he could reach out and pull me off the asphalt. I got a look at the face of this figure to reveal an almost white visage, marred by black eyes. His gaze seemed to somehow lock with mine as I tried to make sense of the image before me. An exclamation leapt from my mouth almost instinctively as I realised what I'd seen. We were extremely close to the next road to turn down on the way to her house, which was more of just a slight left than a turn. We were close enough that I began to slide across the other lane of the road, and I urged the car harder than usual to the left to account for my speed. I never let off of the car's accelerator until it hit me that the road I was about to hit was nothing but dirt, which began to turn to a slippery mud as the rain continued. I pressed the brake just enough so that my speed didn't send me off the road. I'd never before hit that road so fast, and still haven't again to this day. It was about this time, which was probably only a second later, that my girlfriend started to react to everything. She asked me what was wrong. "You didn't see that?" I said. My voice was shaky and tinged with fear. She shook her head. There was someone in all black on the side of the road, just walking down it. I was having trouble getting my voice to lower in volume. "Are you sure? It's raining really heavy. No one should be out right now." she said. It was a valid question, given the heavy rain and the late hour. I know pretty well when I see something that looks like the grim freaking reaper on the side of the road. I know, sarcasm wasn't really necessary, but I wasn't crazy, I think. Her face started to turn to irritation at my response, but she softened when she saw how shook I was. I've told you before that there's some weird people that live out here. God only knows what they were doing out there. It was maybe a minute later when we pulled into her driveway. I was still on edge and vigilant in case the man decided to follow my car down the dirt road to her house. Given my speed and the cover from sight that the thick woods and the trees gave us, it was unlikely he was even able to see us get near the driveway, much less see us turn onto it. But that wasn't enough to calm me after the scare he provided. I got her inside, and we sat for a few minutes until midnight struck. By then, I was calm enough, but my girlfriend did watch me all the way to my car, just in case. Still, that wasn't the worst thing that ever happened, though I never stopped going down that country road at night. Maybe it was love, or just the stupid curiosity for the unknown and unnatural that kept me driving after my next encounter. I should add, it wasn't a long drive between my house and my girlfriend's house at the time. It was only about 10 minutes, even less if I sped, which I did often, given the rarity of police in the area. One of those midnights, I was leaving her house for the evening when things got a little out of my control. It started out as normal, except for some feeling I couldn't shake as I got in my car. I was definitely tired, that much was certain. But I've been tired for one reason or another many of the times I left there. I opened my music playlist and just picked something. I'm partial to rock, so having something dark and occasionally foreboding come out of my speakers wouldn't have bothered me at all on any other night. Tonight was different though, I just couldn't tell why. It was as if there was a charge within the night. Some electric feeling had my hair standing on end. I tried to tell myself that the feeling was brought on by the drastic drop in temperature. This was probably partially correct, but this alone wasn't enough for me to completely relax. Instead of the quiet serenity gained from seeing the moonlight shine on the pond outside in the field near her house, the water shimmered oddly, creating twisting faces and eyes in my mind. It was all a bit unnerving. It broke that calm that I'd been accustomed to when leaving from there. I continued down the driveway onto the dirt road, music blaring, reflecting the scream down in my soul for comfort. I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong around me. It was when I turned onto the paved county road that things began to get worse. First was the trees. As I've said, this was a fairly wooded area. And tonight, the wind and the moon came together to bring me visions of figures in the trees. Hollow eyes staring into the driver's seat of my car. This was a mere 10 seconds down the road, and already the night began its march on my sanity. The curves of the road were my next adversary. With a somewhat quickened pace, there were some curves that stopped me seeing what was around the next bend, and tonight was no different. As I came to the first of these sharp cuts through the woods, I could have sworn I saw a man in the trees above me, hanging by his hands, feet dangling below him. I didn't slow down to get a better look though, as that was the last thing I was going to do. I shook it off after a moment. You're just sleepy. You're just being paranoid. There's nothing there. But what if there is? If I passed a man in the trees, then there's still nothing to worry about, because he's not going to have any idea how to follow me. My self-reassurance didn't last very long. The next event occurred around the very next turn, though this time It was on the side of the road. As I continued, the road straightened out for a few seconds, revealing another figure on the edge of the tree line. The man in black was there again. The black overcoat that he always wore seemed to twist around him in a strange way. It was as though the black was more of a shadow, bending around him as he moved. Compared to the last few times I'd seen him, he seemed to be moving in a very mechanical way. It was as if he'd forgotten how to walk. This left him in a creeping shuffle down the overgrown roadside. Despite all of this, his presence was slightly calming. It's hard to fully explain, but given how shaken I was already, the man seemed to add some humanity to the inhuman environment I was trapped on. It was like knowing that the road you're travelling on is safe enough for another human. My calm was shattered when he turned to face me. What turned to look at me could not have been human. There was no way. His eyes were an abysmal black, while the rest of his face was a ghastly white. His face contorted in a maddening smile, piercing the thin veil that was left of my constitution. His clothes curled around him like smoke, as his glare followed me while I passed him. His eyes followed me in the rearview mirror, all the way down the straight into the next curve. His smile is still burned into my memory. His face was too twisted to be human. I wanted to speed up even more, but I was already going so fast. If I sped up any more, I risked losing control around every turns. I tried to calm myself down again by bringing thoughts of home and safety to the forefront of my mind. I tried to keep my focus on anything else but the events going on around me. My radio was still playing, and I tried to keep my mind on the music. The wind started to pick up as I continued down the road towards my home. Leaves off the numerous trees swirled and danced in front of me. It was in that moment that the air around me ran cold. I had the air conditioning turned to heat since it was winter, but all of a sudden, that didn't matter anymore. I shivered as my skin began to chill in the unnatural cold. Not a moment later, my sight was drawn towards the side of the road again. I tried not to look. I knew what was coming. I knew not to look, but the reflection of the white face in my headlights was too bright to ignore. He was there again. Even through my shivering and shaking in cold and fear, I could feel the paralysing grip of terror in my chest. I blew by him, watching him disappear from view in my mirrors. As quickly as he left my sight, he reappeared, his gaze and maddening grin still following me. He was holding out a pale and sickly hand into the night, reaching for any life his hands could grasp. Every time he'd fade from view, he'd emerge again at every turn. His eyes never blinked, and his sickening grin never changed. I saw him fade one more time when I exited the woods and saw the dim lights of a church appear. There was a four-way stop right at the church, and as I pulled up to the stop sign, my pulse began to slow. It was only a little farther until I was home. The part of my trip after the stop should have been easier. It was better lit, and the forest thinned into some more houses and some fields. My spirits were lifted as I calmly accelerated away and past the church and its graveyard. I gazed at the 3 crosses in the empty lot of the churchyard as I passed by. Dim electric lights were unable to prevent what happened next. The road continued after the church in a long straight path between fields of lifeless peach trees. On one side of the road, a few small houses sat, some with porch lights illuminating their front stoops. I knew my road well. It felt like home in itself to be driving along it. It was as I passed by the tiny local fire station that my home was invaded. The air chilled again, making my skin crawl with fear and cold. I started to speed up. I was getting home as fast as I could go without crashing into something. My radio began to act up now. Songs were being skipped and paused without warning. Songs would start in the middle and play in reverse. A horrendous static also began to cut through the music, the raw sound acting like an ice pick into my brain. I felt as if my entire world had collapsed. My car was like a barrier to the madness occurring around me, and the walls were breached. It was soon that my radio was playing sounds that weren't part of any music. Sounds of screaming and wailing that could only be attributed to the dead. I prayed to God that I'd make it home safely, but through whatever means necessary, I'd survive with my body and mind intact. My radio responded. The voice came across my ears. It spoke in a sickly, low tone. It sounded like a whisper of wind was breathing voices through my car speakers. It wailed as I sped along the road home, crying in voices ethereal and ancient. The man appeared one more time in front of me, this time in the centre of the road. He was still reaching his hand out towards me, his face still locked in its grimace. I didn't even slow down. I ran through him as fast as I could. I felt a slight resistance as the car made impact, despite his seemingly incorporeal nature. The radio returned to normal. The air began to warm up again. I'd won. Home was only a moment away. I looked in my rearview mirror. The eyes were still there. I looked back towards the road as I passed the second and final church before I got home. In trepidation, I looked in the mirror again. There he was. This demonic man sat in the rear passenger seat. His face never changed. His murderous grin etched in stone. The air froze, and the speakers blasted static yet again. He began to move, slowly. I was going up the last hill, as I saw his hand start to move in my direction. I slammed the brake, and swerved onto my gravel drive. His hand was still moving. My car slid into its place near my home, and I pulled the keys from the ignition. I heard the sounds die as I slammed the door behind me. As I ran away, I slipped a glance towards the back seat of the car. It was empty. I ran up the stairs to the front door. As I fumbled the keys in my shaking hands, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. He was standing at the base of the stairs, unmoving. I unlocked my door and threw myself into the house, locking the door behind me. I stared out of the window to see if there was even a trace of the figure left, but there was none. I couldn't sleep that night, afraid that if I turned my head away from my door for even a moment, he would appear again. Nothing came to me that night, and I eventually calmed down enough to drive at night again. The next time I drove home from my girlfriend's house,
something else I wish this had was
nothing of that magnitude ever happened again.
The ability to
but on certain
make
nights,
everything one complete item so that nothing would change. You could lock it in and then move it around however you wanted.
A pair of cold black eyes
that would be
shimmering in the dark.
Pretty cool.
Again. I know.
If you could do that.
Albeit its mercy. I've never again been truly at peace on an empty road at night.
Hi, Anthony. Not really a new game. It is a little new to us. But not really new, per se. Oh. I do like that I can back something up. But yeah, it's a fun little game. Tiny Glade, which allows us to mix and match and build and create and do all kinds of cool stuff. Everything that's on here, I built all this yesterday. This whole castle and everything, and today I've added houses and stuff to it. Got the little hilltop house right there, and then some more elaborate type stuff like you see me building here. This is a little too large and gaudy looking. Um, hmm. Oh, sorry, little sheepies. You weren't supposed to get stuck in the house. Oh, I wish I could slow that down just a little bit, too. Oh. Mm. Welcome in, Anthony. Claiming that first in chat. Been a while since you claimed it. Yeah. It's all good. Let's see if I... Lower that down. Lower down. 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 Let's do this. We'll go. There we go. That looks like something you'd see in a medieval town, right? Seems like something you would see in a medieval town, anyways.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody dies, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked room today.
The Horror
A
of
cool
Chiltern
little
Castle
hamlet
by Joseph
with
Payne Brennan.
complete with castle
I had
and
decided
all
to
kinds
spend
of
a
stuff.
leisurely summer in Europe, concentrating, if at all, on genealogical research.
This
I
is
went
so
first to
cool
Ireland,
looking. I love
journeying
it.
to Kilkenny, where I unearthed a mine of legend and authentic lore concerning my remote Irish ancestors, the O'Brienons, chief of Idurch in the ancient kingdom of Ossory.
Yeah, this one
The
kind of
Brennans,
looks
as
out
the
of
name was
place.
later spelled, lost their estates in the British confiscation under Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Strafford. The thieving Earl, I am happy to report, was subsequently
That's a
beheaded
little
in the
better.
Tower. From Kilkenny, I travelled to London and then to Chesterfield in search of maternal ancestors, the Hobans, Wilkinsons, Seals, etc. Incomplete and fragmentary records left many grey gaps, but my efforts were moderately successful, and at length I decided to go farther north and visit the vicinity of Chiltern Castle, seat of Robert Chiltern Payne, the 12th Earl of Chiltern. My relationship to the Chiltern Paynes was a most distant one, and yet there existed a tenuous thread of past connection, and I thought it would amuse me to glimpse the castle. Arriving in Wexford, the tiny village near the castle, late in the afternoon, I engaged a room at the Inn of the Red Goose, the only one there was, unpacked and went down for a simple meal consisting of a small loaf, cheese, and ale. By the time I finished this stark and yet satisfying repast, darkness had set in, and with it came wind and rain. I resigned myself to an evening at the inn. There was ale enough, and I was in no hurry to go anywhere. After writing a few letters, I went down and ordered a pint of ale. The tap room was almost deserted. The bartender, a stout gentleman who seemed forever on the point of falling asleep, was pleasant but taciturn, and at length I fell to musing on the strange and frightening legend of Chiltern Castle. There were variations of the legend, and without doubt the original tale had been embroidered down the centuries, but the essential outline of the story concerned a secret room somewhere in the castle. It was said that this room contained a terrifying spectacle, which the Chiltern Paynes were obliged to keep hidden from the world. Only 3 persons were ever permitted to enter the room: the presiding Earl of Chiltern, the Earl's male heir, and one other person designated by the Earl. Ordinarily, this person was the factor of Chiltern Castle. The room was entered only once in a generation. Within 3 days after the male heir came of age, he was conducted to the secret room by the Earl and the factor. The room was then sealed and was never opened again until the heir conducted his own son to the grisly chamber. According to the legend, the heir was never the same person again after entering the room. Invariably, he would become somber and withdrawn. His countenance would acquire a brooding, apprehensive expression which nothing could long dispel. One of the earlier Earls of Chiltern had gone completely mad and hurled himself from the turrets of the castle. Speculation about the contents of the secret room had continued for centuries. One version of the tale described the panic-stricken flight of the Gowers, with armed enemies hot on their flagging heels. Although there had been bad blood between the Chiltern Paynes and the Gowers, in their desperation, the Gowers begged for refuge at Chiltern Castle. The Earl gave them entry.
Looks safe in a flood. I don't think there's enough water around here to worry about flooding.
The Gowers' enemies were turned away from the castle, their murderous plans unconsummated. The Earl, however, simply left the Gowers in a locked room.
We have our little
the chamber was not
river type area right here,
when the Earl's son finally broke
complete with one little island.
Met his eyes. The Gowers had
actually, you know what? Let's
and at last,
do this.
Judging by the appearance of the mingled skeletons, had turned to cannibalism. Another version of the legend indicated that the secret room had been used by medieval earls as a torture chamber. It was said that the ingenious instruments of pain were yet in the room, and that these lethal apparatuses still clutched the pitiful remains of their final victims, twisted fearfully in their last agonies. The third version mentioned one of the female ancestors of the Chiltern Paynes, Lady Susan Glanville, who had reputedly made a pact with the devil. She had been condemned as a witch, but had somehow managed to escape the stake. The date and even the manner of her death were unknown, but in some vague way, the secret room was supposed to be connected with it. As I speculated on these different versions of the gruesome legend, the storm increased in intensity. Rain drummed steadily against the leaded windows of the inn, and now I could occasionally hear the distant mutter of thunder. Glancing at the rain-streaked panes, I shrugged and ordered another pint of ale. I had the fresh tankard halfway to my lips when the tap-room door burst open, letting in a blast of wind and rain. The door was shut, and a tall figure, muffled to the ears in a dripping greatcoat, moved to the bar. Removing his cap, he ordered brandy. Having nothing better to do, I observed him closely. He looked about 70, grizzled and weather-worn, but wiry, with an appearance of toughness and determination. He was frowning, as if absorbed in
terrible
thinking through
posture.
some unpleasant problem. Yet his cold blue eyes inspected me keenly for a brief but deliberate interval. I could not place him in a tidy niche. He might be a local farmer, and yet I did not think he was. He had a vague air of authority, and though his clothes were certainly plain, they were, I thought, somewhat better in cut and quality than those of the local countrymen I had observed. A trivial incident opened a conversation between us. An unusually sharp crack of thunder made him turn towards the window. As he did so, he accidentally lost his red cap on the floor. I retrieved it for him. He thanked me, and then we exchanged commonplace remarks about the weather. I had an intuitive feeling that, although he was normally a reticent individual, he was presently wrestling with some severe problem which made him want to hear a human voice.
Okay.
Realizing there was always the possibility that my intuition might, for once, have failed me, I nevertheless babbled on about my trip, about my genealogical researches in Kilkenny, London, and Chesterfield, and finally about my distant relationship to the Chiltern Paynes and my desire to get a good look at Chiltern Castle. Suddenly, I found that he was gazing at me with an expression which, if not fierce, was disturbingly intense. An awkward silence ensued. I coughed, wondering uneasily what I had said to make those cold blue eyes stare at me so fixedly. At length, he became aware of my growing embarrassment. "You must excuse me for staring," he apologized, "but something you said," he hesitated. "Could we perhaps take that table?" He nodded towards a small table which sat half in shadow in the far corner of the room. I agreed, mystified but curious, and we took our drinks to the secluded table. He sat, frowning for a minute, as if uncertain how to begin. Finally, he introduced himself as William Coworth. I gave him my name, and still he hesitated. At length, he took a swallow of brandy and then looked straight at me. I am, he stated, the factor at Chiltern Castle. I surveyed him with surprise and renewed interest. What an agreeable coincidence, I exclaimed. Then, perhaps tomorrow you could arrange for me to have a look at the castle. He seemed scarcely to hear me. Yes, of course, he replied absently. Puzzled and a bit irritated by his air of detachment, I remained silent. He took a deep breath and then spoke rapidly, running some of his words together. Robert Chiltern Payne, the 12th Earl of Chiltern, was buried in the family vaults 1 week ago. Frederick, the young heir and now 13th Earl, came of age just 3 days ago. Tonight, it is imperative that he be conducted to the secret chamber. I gaped at him in incredulous amazement. For a moment, I had an idea that he had somehow heard of my interest in Chiltern Castle and was merely pulling my leg for amusement and the belief that I was the greenest of gullible tourists. But there could be no mistaking his deadly seriousness. There was not the faintest suspicion of humour in his eyes. I groped for words. It seems so strange, so unbelievable. Just before you arrived, I had been thinking about the various legends connected with the secret room. His cold eyes held my own. It is not legend as it confronts us. It is fact. A thrill of fear and excitement ran through me. You're going there tonight? He nodded. Tonight, myself, the young Earl, and one other. I stared at him. Ordinarily, he continued, the Earl himself would accompany us. That is the custom. But he is dead. Shortly before he passed away, he instructed me to select someone to go with the young Earl and myself. That person must be male and, preferably, of the blood. I took a deep drink of ale and said not a word. He continued. Besides the young Earl, there is no one at the castle save his elderly mother, Lady Beatrice Chiltern, and an ailing aunt. What could the Earl have had in mind? I inquired cautiously. The factor frowned. There are some distant male cousins residing in the country. I have an idea he thought at least one of them might appear for the obsequies, but not one of them did. Oh, that was most unfortunate, I observed. Extremely unfortunate. And I am therefore asking you, as one of the blood, to accompany the young Earl and myself to the secret room tonight. I gulped like a bumpkin. Lightning flashed against the windows, and I could hear the rain swishing along the stones outside. When feathers of ice stopped fluttering in my stomach, I managed to reply, but my relationship is so very remote. I am of the blood, by courtesy only, you might say. The strain in me is so very diluted. He shrugged. You bear the name, and you possess at least a few drops of the Payne blood. Under the present urgent circumstances, no more is necessary. I am sure that the old Earl would agree with me, could he still speak. You will come. There was no escaping the intensity and the pressure of those cold blue eyes. They seemed to follow my mind about as it groped for further excuses. Finally, inevitably it seemed, I agreed. A feeling grew in me that the meeting had been preordained, that somehow I had always been destined to visit the secret chamber in Chiltern Castle. We finished our drinks, and I went up to my room for rainwear. When I descended, suitably attired for the storm, the obese bartender was snoring on his stool, in spite of the savage crashes of thunder which had now become almost incessant. I envied him as I left the cosy room with William Coworth. Once outside, my guide informed me that we would have to go on foot to the castle. He had purposely walked down to the inn, he explained, in order that he might have time and solitude to straighten out in his own mind the things which he would have to do. The sheets of heavy rain, the strong wind, and the roar of thunder made conversation difficult. I walked Indian fashion behind the factor, who took enormous strides and appeared to know every inch of the way, in spite of the darkness. We walked only a short distance down the village street, and then struck into a side road, which very soon dwindled to a footpath made slippery and treacherous by the driving rain. Abruptly, the path began to ascend. The footing became more precarious. It was at once necessary to concentrate all one's attention on one's feet. Fortunately, the flashes of lightning were frequent. It seemed to me that we had been walking for an hour. Actually, I suppose it was only a few minutes, when the factor finally stopped. I found myself standing beside him on a flat, rocky plateau. He pointed up an incline which rose before us. "Chiltern Castle," he said. For a moment I saw nothing in the unrelieved darkness. Then the lightning flashed. Beyond high battlemented walls fissured with age, I glimpsed a great square Norman castle with 4 rectangular corner towers pierced by narrow window apertures which looked like evil slitted eyes. The huge weathered pile was half covered by a mantle of ivy, which appeared more black than green. "It looks incredibly old," I commented. William Coworth nodded. "It was begun in 1122 by Henry de Montargis." Without another word, he started up the incline. As we approached the castle wall, the storm grew worse. The slanting rain and powerful wind now made speech all but impossible. We bent our heads and staggered upwards. When the wall finally loomed in front of us, I was amazed at its height and thickness. It had been constructed, obviously, to withstand the best siege guns and battering rams which its early enemies could bring to bear on it. As we crossed a massive timbered drawbridge, I peered down into the black ditch of a moat, but I could not be sure whether there was water in it. A low, arched gateway gave access through the wall to an inner, cobblestoned courtyard. This courtyard was entirely empty, save for rivulets of rushing water. Crossing the cobblestones with swift strides, the factor led me to another arched gateway, in yet another wall. Inside was a second smaller yard, and beyond spread the ivy-clutched base of the ancient keep itself. Traversing a darkened, stone-flagged passage, we found ourselves facing a ponderous door, age-blackened, oak-reinforced, with pitted bands of iron. The factor flung open this door, and there before us was the great hall of the castle. 4 long, hand-hewn tables with their accompanying benches stretched almost the entire length of the hall. Metal torch brackets stained with age were affixed to sculptured stone columns which supported the roof. Ranged around the walls were suits of armour, heraldic shields, halberds, pikes and banners, with accumulated trophies and prizes of bloody centuries, when each castle was almost a kingdom unto itself. In flickering candlelight, which appeared to be the only illumination, the grim array was eerily impressive. William Coworth waved a hand. The holders of Chiltern lived by the sword for many centuries. Walking the length of the great hall, he entered another dim passageway. I followed silently. As we strode along, he spoke in a subdued voice. "Frederick, the young heir, does not enjoy robust health. The shock of his father's death was severe. He dreads tonight's ordeal, which he knows must come." Stopping before a wooden door embellished with carved fleur-de-lis and metal scrollwork, he gave me a shadowed, enigmatic glance, and then knocked. Someone inquired who was there, and he identified himself. Presently, a heavy bolt was lifted, and the door opened. If the Chiltern Paynes had been stubborn fighters in their day, the warrior blood appeared to have become considerably diluted in the veins of Frederick, the young heir, and now 13th Earl. I saw before me a thin, pale-complexioned young man, whose dark, sunken eyes looked haunted and fearful. His dress was both theatrical and anachronistic. A dark green velvet coat and trousers, a green satin waistband, flounces of white lace at neck and wrists. He beckoned us in, as if with reluctance, and closed the door. The walls of the small room were entirely covered with tapestries depicting the hunt or medieval battle scenes. A draught of air from a window or other aperture made them undulate constantly. They seemed to have a disturbing life of their own. In one corner of the room, there was an antique canopy bed. In another, a large writing table with an agate lamp. After a brief introduction, which included an explanation of how I came to be accompanying them, the factor inquired if his lordship was ready to visit the chamber. Although he was one in any case, Frederick's face now lost every last trace of colour. He nodded, however, and proceeded on into the passage. William Cowles led the way. The young earls followed him, and I brought up the rear. At the far end of the passage, the factor opened the door of a cobwebbed supply room. Here he secured candles, chisels, a pick, and a sledgehammer. After packing these into a leather bag which he slung over one shoulder, he picked up a faggot torch which lay on one of the shelves in the room. He lit this, then waited while it flared into a steady flame. Satisfied with this illumination, he closed the room and beckoned for us to continue after him. Nearby was a descending spiral of stone steps. Lifting his torch, the factor started down. We trailed after him wordlessly. There must have been 50 steps in that long downward spiral. As we descended, the stones became wet and cold. The air, too, grew colder. But the cold was not of the type that refreshes. It was too laden with the smell of mould and dampness. At the bottom of the steps we faced a tunnel, pitch black and silent. The factor raised his torch. Chilton Castle is Norman, but it is said to have been reared over a Saxon ruin. It is believed that the passageways in these depths were constructed by the Saxons. He peered, frowning, into the tunnel. Or by some still earlier folk. He hesitated briefly, and I thought he was listening. Then, glancing round at us, he proceeded down the passage. I walked after the Earl, shivering. The dead, icy air seemed to pierce to the pith of my bones. The stones underfoot grew slippery with a film of slime. I longed for more light, but there was none, save that cast by the flickering, bobbing torch of the factor. Partway down the passage, he paused, and again I sensed that he was listening. The silence seemed absolute, however, and we went on. The end of the passage brought us to more descending steps. We went down some 15 and entered another tunnel which appeared to have been cut out of the solid rock on which the castle had been reared. White crusted nitre clung to the walls. The reek of mould was intense. The icy air was fetid with some other odour, which I found peculiarly repellent, though I could not name it. At last the factor stopped, lifted his torch and slid the leather bag on his shoulder. I saw that we stood before a wall made of some kind of building stone. Though damp and stained with nitre, it was obviously of much more recent construction than anything we had previously encountered. Glancing round at us, William Coworth handed me the torch. "Keep a good hold on it, if you please. I have candles, but—" Leaving the sentence unfinished, he drew the pick from his sling bag and began an assault on the wall. The barrier was solid enough, but after he had worked a hole in it, he took up the sledgehammer, and quicker progress was made. Once I offered to take up the hammer while he held the torch, but he only shook his head and went on with his work of demolition. All this time the young Earl had not spoken a word. As I looked at his tense white face, I felt sorry for him, in spite of my own mounting trepidation. Abruptly, there was silence as the factor lowered the sledgehammer. I saw that a good 2 feet of the lower wall remained. William Coworth bent to inspect it. "Strong enough," he commented cryptically. "I will leave that to build on. We can step over it." For a full minute he stood looking silently into the blackness beyond. Finally, shouldering his bag, he took the torch from my hand and stepped over the ragged base of the wall. We followed suit. As I entered that chamber, the fetid odour which I had noticed in the passage seemed to overwhelm us. It washed round us in a nauseating wave, and we all gasped for breath. The factor spoke between coughs. It will subside in a minute or two. Stand near the aperture. Although the reek remained repellently strong, we could at length breathe more freely. William Cowes lifted his torch and peered into the black depths of the chamber. Fearfully, I gazed around his shoulder. There was no sound, and at first I could see nothing but nitre-encrusted walls and wet stone floor. Presently, however, in a far corner, just beyond the flickering halo of the faggot torch, I saw 2 tiny, fiery spots of red. I tried to convince myself that they were 2 red jewels, 2 rubies shining in the torchlight. But I knew at once, I felt at once what they were. They were 2 red eyes, and they were watching us with a fierce, unwavering stare. The factor spoke softly. "Wait here." He crossed towards the corner, stopped halfway, and held out his torch at arm's length. For a moment, he was silent. Finally, he emitted a long, shuddering sigh. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. It was only a sepulchral whisper. "Come forward," he told us in that strange, hollow voice. I followed Frederick until we stood at either side of the factor. When I saw what crouched on the stone bench in that far corner, I felt sure that I would faint. My heart literally stopped beating for perceptible seconds. The blood left my extremities. I reeled with dizziness. I might have cried out, but my throat wouldn't open. The entity which rested on that stone bench was like something that had crawled up out of hell. Piercing, malignant eyes proclaimed that it had a terrible life, and yet that life sustained itself in a black, shrunken, half-mummified body which resembled a disinterred corpse. A few mouldy rags clung to the cadaver-like frame. Wisps of white hair sprouted around its ghastly grey-white skull. A red smear or blotch of some sort covered the wizened slit which served it as a mouth. It surveyed us with a malignancy which was beyond anything merely human. It was impossible to stare back into those monstrous red eyes. They were so inexpressibly evil. One felt that one's soul would be consumed in the fires of their malevolence. Glancing aside, I saw that the factor was now supporting Frederick. The young heir had sagged against him, staring fixedly at the fearful apparition with terror-glazed eyes. In spite of my own sense of horror, I pitied him. The factor sighed again, and then he spoke once more in that low, sepulchral voice. "You see before you," he told us, "Lady Susan Glanville. She was carried into this chamber and fettered to the wall in 1473. A thrill of horror coursed through me. I felt that we were in the presence of malign forces from the pit itself. To me, the hideous thing had appeared sexless, but at the sound of its name, the ghastly mockery of a grin contorted the puckered, red-smeared mouth. I noticed now for the first time that the monster actually was secured to the wall. The great double shackles were so blackened with age I had not noticed them before. The factor went on, as if he spoke by rote. Lady Glanville was a maternal ancestor of the Chiltern Paynes. She had commerce with the devil. She was condemned as a witch, but escaped the stake. Finally, her own people forcibly overcame her. She was brought in here, fettered, and left to die. He was silent a moment, and then continued. It was too late. She had already made a pact with the powers of darkness. It was an unspeakably evil thing, and it has condemned her issue to a life of torment and nightmare, a life of terror and dread. He swung his torch towards the black and red-eyed thing. She was a beauty once. She hated death. She feared death. and so she finally bartered her own immortal soul and the bodies of her issue for eternal earthly life. I heard his voice as in a nightmare. It seemed to be coming from an infinite distance. He went on. The consequences of breaking the pact are too terrible to describe. No descendant of hers has ever dared to do so, once the forfeit is known. And so, she has bided here for these nearly 500 years. I had thought he was finished, but he resumed. Glancing upwards, he lifted his torch toward the roof of that accursed chamber. This room, he said, lies directly underneath the family vaults. Upon the death of the Earl, the body is ostensibly left in the vaults. When the mourns are on, however, a false bottom of the vault is thrust aside, and the body of the Earl is lowered into this room. Looking up, I saw the square rectangle of a trapdoor above. The factor's voice now became barely audible. Once, every generation, Lady Glanville feeds on the corpse of the deceased Earl. It is a provision of that unspeakable pact which cannot be broken. I knew now, with a sense of horror utterly beyond description, whence came that red smear on the repulsive mouth of the creature before us. As if to confirm his words, the factor lowered his torch until its flame illuminated the floor at the foot of the stone bench where the vampiric monster was fettered. Strewn about the floor were the scattered bones and skull of an adult male, red with fresh blood, and at some distance were other human bones, brown and crumbling with age. At this point, Frederick began to scream. His shrill, hysterical cries filled the chamber. Although the factor shook him roughly, his terrible shrieks continued, terrifying, nerve-shaking. For moments, the corpse-like thing on the bench watched him with its frightful eyes. It uttered sound, finally, a kind of animal squeal, which might have been intended as laughter. Abruptly then, and without any warning, it slid from the bench and lunged towards the young Earl. The blackened shackles which fettered it to the wall permitted it to advance only a yard or two. It was pulled back sharply, yet it lunged again and again, squealing with a kind of hellish glee which stirred the hair on my head. William Coworth thrust his torch towards the monster, but it continued to lunge at the end of its fetters. The nightmare room resounded with the Earl's screams and the creature's horrible squeals of bestial laughter. I felt that my own mind would give way unless I escaped from that ante-room of hell. For the first time during an ordeal which would have sent any lesser man fleeing for his life and sanity, the iron control of the factor appeared to be shaken. He looked beyond the wild lunging thing towards the wall where the fetters were fastened. I sensed what was in his mind. Would those fastenings hold after all these centuries of rust and dampness? On a sudden resolve, he reached into an inner pocket and drew out something which glittered in the torchlight. It was a silver crucifix. Standing forward, he thrust it almost into the twisted face of the leaping monstrosity, which had once been the ravishing Lady Susan Glanville. The creature reeled back with an agonized scream which drowned out the cries of the Earl. It cowered on the bench, abruptly silent and motionless, only the pulsating of its wizened mouth and the fires of hatred in its red eyes giving evidence that it still lived. William Coworth addressed it grimly. "Creature of hell, if ye leave that bench ere we quit this room and seal it once again, I swear that I shall hold this cross against ye." The thing's red eyes watched the factor with an expression of abysmal hatred which no combination of mere letters could convey. They actually appeared to glow with fire, and yet I read in them something else. Fear. I suddenly became aware that silence had descended on that room of the damned. It lasted only a few moments. The Earl had finally stopped screaming, but now came something worse. He began to laugh. It was only a low chuckle, but it was somehow worse than all his screams. It went on and on, softly, mindlessly. The Factor turned, beckoning me towards the partially demolished wall. Crossing the room, I climbed out. Behind me, the Factor led the young Earl, who shuffled like an old man, chuckling to himself. There was then what seemed an interminable interval, during which the Factor carried back a sack of mortar and a keg of water which he had previously left somewhere in the tunnel. Working by torchlight, he prepared the cement and proceeded to seal up the chamber, using the same stones which he had displaced. While the Factor laboured, the young Earl sat motionless in the tunnel, chuckling softly. There was silence from within. Once only I heard the thing's fetters clank against the stone. At last the Factor finished and led us back through those nitre-stained passageways and up the icy stairs. The Earl could scarcely ascend. With difficulty, the Factor supported him from step to step. Back in his tapestry-panelled chamber, Frederick sat on his canopy bed and stared at the floor, laughing quietly. With horror, I noticed that his black hair had actually turned grey. After persuading him to drink a glass of liquid, which I had no doubt contained a heavy dose of sedative, the Factor managed to get him stretched out on the bed. William Coworth then led me to a nearby bedchamber. My impulse was to rush from that hellish pile without delay, but the storm still raged, and I was by no means sure I could find my way back to the village without a guide. The Factor shook his head sadly. I fear his lordship is doomed to an early death. He was never strong, and tonight's events may have deranged his mind, may have weakened him beyond hope of recovery. I expressed my sympathy and horror. The Factor's cold blue eyes held my own. It may be, he said, that in the event of the young Earl's death, you, yourself, might be considered. He hesitated. Might be considered, he finally concluded, as somewhat in line of succession. I wanted to hear no more. I gave him a curt good night, bolted the door after him, and tried, quite unsuccessfully, to salvage a few minutes' sleep. But sleep would not come. I had feverish visions of that red-eyed thing in the sealed chamber, escaping its fetters, breaking through the wall and crawling up those icy, slime-covered stairs. Even before dawn, I softly unbolted my door and, like a marauding thief, crept shivering through the cold passageways and the great deserted hall of the castle. Crossing the cobbled courtyard and the black moat, I scrambled down the incline towards the village. Long before noon, I was well on my way to London. Luck was with me. The next day, I was on a boat bound for the Atlantic run. I shall never return to England. I intend always to keep Chiltern Castle and its permanent occupant at least an ocean away. If you like that
Well,
story,
I would
consider
too.
supporting me as a
I'd be like,
patron.
fuck
That way you
you.
help me make more stories for you and get access to a patrons-only library of stories. Lots more hours for you to listen to. So that was The Horror at Chiltern Castle by Joseph Payne Brennan. And what I'd say before telling you something about him is, like Joseph Payne Brennan, if you're going to do the Gothic, do it properly with all the bells and whistles. So, remote countryside, strange servants, remote and empty countryside, strange servants, terrible weather, thunder and lightning, rain, deranged aristocrats, crumbling castles, beneath the castles, terrible vaults, and a dreadful family secret. It's got it all. It's got it all. Unlike the Netflix version of The Fall of the House of Usher, which, do you know, I love that story. I've done it on this. If you haven't heard it, go listen to my version if you want to. If you don't, that's fine. But OMG. But the first bit of it was just dreadful. And then sort of the two blokes, Roderick Usher sitting in the thing drinking this aged whiskey. You're like, yeah, it's all right. So I like the setting there, but they could just almost. I was Michael lives in New York City, and start ChatGPT. Okay, I'm going to tell you something funny in a minute.
To talk about that, but it's all good. Oh, something else I'd like to see in here would be probably the ability to put like springs and stuff on upper areas, like a little spring pond up on top of here that would like trickle down. You can make little waterfalls and stuff. That would be kind of cool. About some more creepy pastas.
Tales for dark nights.
A moat. I mean, I could put a moat around a lot of stuff, but I've already kind of built this one.
The swing.
I'm just kind of building it as I go, kind of thing. Oh, they also, I found out, they have daily challenges. Is it daily challenges?
By Jeff Clement.
Oh, daily themes is what it is.
What do people usually fear when moving out to live on their own?
Today's
does one normally encounter when finally venturing from
the one that started after last night's stream.
Perhaps it's
is
rent on time,
Winding Road.
or having to do all the cleaning without any of Mommy's help.
Not really hard to make
These were the
a
things
winding
I
road,
anticipated.
but
I never could have predicted
probably
the events of the past week. We had finally moved
different
the last box into my new house.
types of winding roads. You probably do one that's just kind of straight across the map, and you can add little hamlets and houses and stuff.
When I had seen the yard, the first thing I thought of
the one
was
from
all
yesterday
the
was a vertical
I stepped onto
town.
the deck and took a breath of fresh air while closing my eyes to imagine the endless nights of friends.
I might give that a
booze,
go once I
and
get
of
a little
course,
bit better with
women. I
doing
stretched my arms
snapping
out
and
let
stuff
out an
like that.
exuberant sigh of relief. As I scanned my surroundings, I couldn't help but notice the
A little more
gave me
practice
the proper vantage point to
is
see
what
into
I'm
my neighbors'
saying.
backyards. I figured since I hadn't formally met any of them yet, I would try and guess now whom I'd have to worry about if my parties got too rowdy and the risk of 911 calls would become a harsh reality. To my right, I saw a vibrant garden, a grill, and a hammock. I figured it was a middle-aged couple. Hopefully they're not too old and cranky, I thought to myself as I turned my head to view my neighbors to the left. And that's when I saw him. Under a large oak tree, adorned in colorful Christmas lights, was what looked to be a young boy swinging away on his playset. Great, I thought. I bet his bedtime is a lot earlier than any party I throw would be ending. I continued to look at the boy. His back was turned to me. He wore a hoodie and gloves, which struck me as odd since it was summer and pretty warm outside. I brushed it off and assumed the boy was sick. I went back inside and began to unpack everything. With the help of some friends, we managed to put together all my furniture, hook up my home entertainment system, and more or less get the house in working order. I just sent out the text, guys. Get ready to party tonight, I exclaimed as I leaped off the couch and finished my beer. The guys all began to cheer, and a round of high fives were exchanged. By now, the sun was setting, as it had been several hours since we had first brought in all my belongings. My friend Dan was unpacking one of the last boxes as he eagerly looked out of the window.
Have you met your neighbors yet? Any fine young ladies gonna be coming around here asking to borrow some sugar? He asked in a sarcastic tone as he turned to me with a lewd gesture. Smiling and walking over, I replied, "No, not yet, but I don't think I'll have much luck in that department. From the looks of it, it's just a bunch of normal families. One of them even has a kid." As I pointed to the house I had seen earlier, my face scrunched to show a look of confusion and surprise. The boy I had seen swinging earlier was still there. He was still swinging under the ambience of the lit-up tree. Weird. That kid was swinging when we first got here, too, I said to Dan as he looked at his phone. Barely acknowledging my comment, he raised his hand up and mumbled, "Must be a special ed kid or something." He walked off, calling more people to invite them to the housewarming party. I turned back to the swinging boy. He couldn't have been swinging this whole time, could he? That night, as planned, we had my housewarming party. It was such a great time. I greeted my friends and cousins as they arrived, handing them all the beverage of their choice. We were outside until around 3 or 4 in the morning when the weather suddenly got cool and began to drizzle. I would have been willing to stick it out until it passed, but the girls all began to freak out, claiming their hair would frizz, and they all ran inside. Naturally, the guys followed, holding makeshift umbrellas over the girls' heads. I laughed to myself at how hard they were trying to get lucky. I took the opportunity to quickly clean up some of the trash that had accumulated before going inside. I scooped up a bunch of cans and bottles before I turned around and was left in awe. I guess we were all distracted by the music and alcohol to notice earlier, but now, with everyone inside, I saw it. The boy was still outside and on his swing. He was still in the same position and outfit I'd seen him in all day, back turned to me, wearing the same hoodie and gloves. I stood there for a minute, lost in thought, when from behind me I heard a loud, "Hiya, neighbor." I jumped and did a quick 180, dropping the trash I'd been carrying. "Oh, sorry about that, bud. Didn't mean to startle you," laughed an elderly man.
Must be
He was wearing pajamas and slippers as he held his hand out, waiting for a shake on my end. "Oh, hello, sir," I said as I cleared my throat and shook his hand, collecting my thoughts. He smiled and began to fumble with his hands. "I hate to be that guy, especially since, you just moved in and everything, but you think you guys can turn down the music a bit? My wife and I are pretty light sleepers, and at this age, we tend to be early risers," he said bashfully. I smiled and laughed as I put my hand to my face in embarrassment. Jeez, I'm sorry, sir. I guess things got a little crazier than planned. I didn't think people would stick around this long. I really did feel bad. I half expected the man to come out yelling, demanding us to keep it down lest he call the cops. His gentle demeanor was refreshing, and I was more than happy to oblige. I laughed and replied, I'll go let everyone know that they need to stay inside and take it down a notch. I'm Peter, by the way." I shook his hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Peter. I'm Paul," he said, with a grin. As
Peter
he
and
smiled,
Paul.
his eyes drifted past mine and towards the swinging boy. assume you've noticed the Langers kid by now, huh? Asked Paul as he cupped his hands and breathed into them to try to keep warm. Yeah, I said as I turned to face him. What's the deal with him? He's been on that thing all day. Paul shrugged. Not sure. No one really knows the story. He just swings and swings until eventually. Paul stopped and his eyes widened. Wait, hey, it's happening. Check it out. I turned around to find the boy had stopped swinging. He sat completely still for a moment before slowly rising from the rubber seat of the swing. He began to shake violently, falling to his knees and scraping the dirt below him. Even from where we were standing, we were able to hear his quick bursts of shrieking and gurgling. I became concerned. Was the boy okay? It looked like he was having an asthma attack or a seizure. I started to run to the boy in order to help, but stopped after a couple of steps. His mother had run out. I looked at her, completely sober now from the adrenaline that was pumping through my body. It was not a pleasant sight. She was a frail, haggard woman with a gray, knotted mane of hair on her head. Her skin was pale and her eyes had dark bags underneath. It looked as if she hadn't slept or had a proper meal for ages. Mrs. Langer rushed out quick, holding a small, orange bottle, the kind one would receive from a pharmacist. After she reached her boy, she knelt down and poured several white pills into her hand. Before she could even finish offering the pills to her son, he had grabbed her arm and buried his face into the palm of her hand, inhaling the pills. Mrs. Langer pulled away and began to rub her wrist. It appeared the boy had hurt her, which did not really surprise me due to how skinny the woman was. Paul and I watched intensely without uttering a single word. After a moment or two, the boy simply rose back to his feet, sat back down on his swing, and resumed his leisurely activity. Mrs. Langer grabbed the now empty orange bottle and proceeded back inside, still clutching her wrist. Paul and I were both shaken up. We had no idea what we had just seen. Wow, I've seen the boy spaz out before, but never that bad. I bet whatever condition he has is getting more severe. Poor kid, Paul said as he rubbed the back of his head. What? What exactly is wrong with him? I asked, with my eyes still glued to the child. Like I said, I don't know. No one around here does, Paul replied, turning around and walking back to his door. Anyway, my wife is probably getting worried. You have a good night, Peter. Yeah, I sighed, arranging my thoughts. Nice meeting you, Paul. We both exchanged a final wave and returned to our respective households. The party was dying down when I entered, and I was glad. What I had just seen took a lot out of me. The next morning I felt like shit. The copious waves of alcohol I had carelessly consumed the night prior had finally caught up to me. My head throbbed and I was severely parched. I stood up and the arid sensation in my mouth and throat was quickly replaced by feelings of nausea. I scrambled to the bathroom and dropped to my knees, clutching the porcelain for dear life. Oh, at least I have the day off to recover, I thought to myself. I grabbed the sports drink I had strategically placed in the bathroom the day before in anticipation for my hangover and chugged it down in only a few gulps. I was no stranger to this feeling, and I knew what to expect. Within a couple of minutes, I began to vomit and immediately felt better, though not enough to have a very productive day. I mentally prepared myself for a day of movies, video games, and junk food. After a couple of hours of lying in my borderline vegetative state, I heard the mailman make his stop at my door. In no mood to get off the couch, I ignored it and continued binge-watching the zombie show everybody was raving about. It was probably not the best idea to be observing such grotesque gore while it felt as if a war was being waged in my stomach. I sucked it up and continued to watch. Several episodes later, I made my way to the kitchen and popped in a giant TV dinner into the microwave. While it cooked, I decided I would bring in the mail from earlier. I unlocked the front door and let in some much-needed fresh air. I stood at the door and scooped up the contents of my mailbox, sifting through the junk mail and the bills when I saw I'd received a package. Without scanning the box for more details, I brought the small box inside and cut off the tape. I opened it only to find a small orange bottle, like the one I'd seen my neighbor holding last night. I was puzzled and searched for the mailing label on the box. The mailman had delivered it to the wrong house. Annoyed, I let out a big sigh. I was not in the mood to get dressed and leave the house for anything, let alone awkwardly meet new neighbors in order to tell them I have the pills for their weirdo son. I looked out of my back window and saw the boy was swinging away as usual. I heard my microwave go off, indicating my food was ready. With one last glance at the child, I told myself the pills can wait, as the boy had scarfed down several the night before. I tossed the bottle of pills aside and made my way to the kitchen. After eating, I felt fatigued, which caused me to fall asleep on the couch. I woke up from my sleep to the sound of commotion outside my home. The repetitive beeping of a large vehicle in reverse echoed through my brain. Nightfall had arrived, and my house was engulfed in almost absolute darkness. The only light I could see was a dull gray from my now idle television, and the swirl of red and blue illuminating through my windows. The scene that I awoke to was almost surreal, and I thought for a moment that I was dreaming. I got on my feet and I looked through my front window. A crowd had gathered on my front lawn. They were facing the ambulance that was parked in the driveway of the Langer house. I threw on a light coat to hide my stained, most likely rancid-smelling shirt I had been stewing in all day. In the crowd, Paul stood amongst several other people who I presumed to be residents of the neighborhood. "Hey, Paul," I blurted as I cleared the phlegm from my throat. "What the hell is going on?" With his eyes still glued to the scene that unfolded next door, he replied, "Well, we're not exactly sure. We think something may have happened to someone in the house. Mr. Langer is speaking with one of the paramedics and he looks panicked." I saw the man Paul was referring to. Like his wife, Mr. Langer also looked as if his body was depleted and barren. He wore a loose tank top that showed just how skinny he was. His ribs poked through the pale, tight skin on his torso. He was pacing around frantically, covering his eyes and mumbling something to himself. I was still gazing at the distraught man when the soft murmuring of the crowd around me erupted into a frenzy of screams and cries. I turned to the door of the Langer house, and dread began to fill my body. 2 policemen exited the house, followed by a paramedic who wheeled out a gurney. Atop of the gurney was the bloodied body of the seemingly lifeless Mrs. Langer. From where we were standing, we were able to see the pale, bruised wrist of the poor woman hanging from the side, blood running down and dripping from her fingertips. It began to twitch and her head bobbed around as the paramedic pressed an oxygen mask to her face and hoisted the gurney into the back of the ambulance. I turned to Paul, who was standing on the tip of his feet in order to see over the crowd. One of the policemen made his way over to our now frantic group of screaming men and women, ordering us to disperse and return to our homes. Everyone began to bombard the officer with questions, asking what happened and if they were safe.
"You have nothing to worry about, people. It appears a group of coyotes attacked Mrs. Langer in her backyard. We've since located and neutralized the animals,"
remarked the officer, avoiding eye contact with anyone before him. It was clear he was lying through his teeth. I raised my hand and shouted above the crowd, "And what about the boy? Was he hurt?" The officer shot me a look of irritation and cleared his throat as he hesitantly announced,
He was not anywhere near the scene of the attack. We assume he got scared and ran away for safety, and we're in the process of looking for the child. If anyone sees him, please call 911 immediately.
With that, the officer turned his back to the less than satisfied crowd and almost ran back to his cruiser. I turned to Paul, who bared a look of dismay. He turned and shot an apathetic smile before patting me on the back and making his way inside. I stood there for a moment, after the crowd slowly disbanded. Was this my fault? Did it have something to do with the pills? I quickly disregarded the paranoid thoughts that plagued my mind and walked back to my home. I slid through the front door that I had carelessly left ajar and shut it behind me as I slid down and cupped my hands around my head. There was a legion of emotions coursing through me as I pondered my next move. I knew I had to get the pills out of my house. Though the chances were slim, I did not want any blame being directed at me for not returning the pills sooner. Hell, I knew I had committed at least one federal crime when I unknowingly opened somebody else's mail. I decided I would anonymously place the box of pills in the Langer's mailbox and dash back inside. I grabbed the pills from my couch and glanced out of the back window. The Christmas lights in the oak tree were as bright as ever, illuminating the grisly crime scene that lay just below. Blood and ripped clothing veiled the ground. That's when I saw them. The boy's gloves and hoodie were lying amongst the carnage. My heart sank. I was sure the boy was dead, or at the very least, critically injured. Tears began to fill my eyes as I banged my fists on the windowsill. The sudden burst of sound emanated throughout my home. I hadn't made a peep since I entered. The sudden contrast in sound made the shameful silence that followed even more noticeable. In the midst of the grim silence, I heard it.
What does the coyote say?
Spine-tingling gurgle that flowed from my bedroom. I froze, barely breathing. I listened keenly for another sound. To my dismay, I heard it again. Another disgusting gurgle, now louder and fiercer, almost like a growl. The lights in my home were still all off, aside from the weak aura that radiated from the idle television. I was frozen still. My body rebelled against my mind's desire to move. Instinct began to kick in as my eyes adjusted to the darkness and fight or flight became a quick reality. I did not know what was in my house. All I knew was I was definitely going to choose flight.
The Oogie Boogie Kid.
I pulled out my phone and fumbled for the flashlight app as I took a step towards my back door. My eyes were glued to the short hallway that connected the main area of the house to my bedroom. That's when I saw it. A small creature began to crawl from the hallway. I could barely make out any of its features. It looked human, but on all fours. The way it moved was eerie and awkward.
Be right back, chat.
The
I'm gonna
appendages
go
moved
grab
sloppily and its head was to
drink.
the ground. I heard the same terrifying gurgle from the creature and realized it was sniffing the floor. What happened next still fills me with dread when I look back. The flashlight app I had opened had finished loading up and powered on through the phone. The bright light pierced the darkness and lit up the monstrous figure. I felt sick. Do you ever get the feeling in the middle of a nightmare where you start to suspect you aren't in reality and you're begging yourself to wake up? That desperate feeling of despair coursed through every fiber of my being. In front of me stood the Langer boy. Without all the layers of clothing he usually wore, I was able to see him for what he really was. This was not a normal child. His skin was tattered and worn out. Wrinkles and scars embellished his body. He slowly raised his head to the source of the light. Our eyes met. His eyes were the worst part. However intense the darkness around his mother's eyes were, they could not compete with the boy's. The black around his peepers only worked to showcase his dilated pupils and the unnatural color of the irises. I might as well have been made of stone. All my ability to move had completely ceased. I could only stand there and watch the situation unfold before me. The boy slowly turned his body in my direction and began to take steps closer and closer. He left bloody prints where his hands met with the wood grain of my floor. It was not long until he was less than a foot from me. For what seemed like an eternity, he did not move. Neither of us did. My mind was warped in panic, and I thought I would pass out. Before I had the chance, the boy rose from his animal-like posture. He was now standing on his feet, arms dangling to his sides. His eyes peered into mine. I stared back, still paralyzed with fear. He began to sluggishly turn his focus from my eyes to my hand, the one that still clutched a bottle of the pills. As soon as he realized what I held, he broke the silence and let out a demonic shriek like that of a banshee. Only his mouth moved as his jaw dropped. This awoke me from my trance and I fell down, still facing the boy. He crouched so that his face met mine. His mouth was still agape, exposing his sharp, mangled teeth. The tiny razor still contained small shreds of what I assumed to be his mother's flesh. He stretched his arm toward me and unraveled his blood-stained hand. Instantly, I knew what he was after. You, my voice trembled. You want your pills, right? He continued to stare at me, unwavered by my question. I lifted up my hand and began to open the small orange bottle. With shaking hands, I poured several pills into the palm of the child. I waited for a minute. I did not know time could move so slowly. I just wanted him to leave. Eventually, the boy's mouth shut and curled into a faint smile. He turned and made his way to the back door. He shot one final glance over to me as he tilted his head back and consumed all the pills I had given him. With an audible gulp, he pushed open the door and wandered back to his sanctuary. I watched as the boy took a seat on his swing and began to sway forward and backward like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. I managed to shut my back door before collapsing to the ground. It's been a week since that night, and I've returned the pills as planned. Mrs. Langer is still in critical condition, and now her husband has taken over, feeding the mysterious pills to his son whenever he needs them. I was never questioned by anyone about what transpired that night. I did not report the incident. I plan to move out soon. Maybe to an apartment in the city where there are no yards or playsets. The nightmares and fear from that night have run rampant in my mind. My backyard is still a mess from the party. I have not dared to go back there in order to clean things up. This is due to the fact that, since that fearful night, the boy makes sure to swing facing my home. Whenever I even glance out of the window, I see his haunting eyes peering into mine as he smiles that horrid smile. The last I saw of the boy was his father coming out to give him another dose of the medication. Mr. Langer was down to his last bottle. That was 3 long nights ago. I'm looking out of the window now to see what I expected to see. An empty swing.
Creepy little bastard.
Warwood Elementary. Written by Michael Guidry. Performed by Nick Goroff.
I honestly don't know where to begin. I'll start with the basic stuff. My name is Alex. I'm 22 years old. From 1999 till 2003, I attended a small elementary school in Georgia called Warwood Elementary. It was a private but non-religious school. Around maybe 300 kids total at the time. I was an only child, and my parents were divorced. I never saw my dad after the split, and my mom engaged a new boyfriend, but they never married. Just stayed engaged. Anyways, I don't remember my first year at Warwood very clearly, because I was in kindergarten. I made a friend named Tony, and we stuck together up until I moved in 2004. Now, I'm not going to waste your time with useless details about my life, though. I'm going to tell you about the weird stuff. First grade, the year 2000. Tony and I were in Miss Anderson's class. She was in her 30s, had short hair, kind of looked like Jamie Lee Curtis in her later years. She was extraordinarily sweet and compassionate. Parents and students alike loved her. Different grades had different recess times at Warwood. The pre-K through second grade had it at 11:30 through 12, and third through fifth had it at 12 through 12:30. Our playground was massive, despite our small classes. The main playground island had a slide, a bridge, ladders, monkey bar, and a huge plastic rock dome with dinosaur bones on the ceiling beneath it. It was the Dino Dome, as we called it. Tony and I would meet up there with Scotty and Phil, our friends from second grade. Both Scotty and Phil had older siblings. Scotty's brother was in fourth grade, and Phil's sister was in fifth. Both had attended Warwood since pre-K. Sometime during my first grade year, I remember a rumor went around about a bad chair. Scotty was positive that his brother Mark had sent to it. I first heard of the bad chair at lunchtime, right after recess. I think a boy named Eddie mentioned it in a hushed tone. Alex, you know about the bad chair? I shook my head. Many of my responses to adults and children alike were motions instead of words. I was rather shook. You want to know about the bad chair? I nodded. Okay, you know the teacher's place near the girls' potty room? The teacher's place was a small break room, or staff room for teachers. Small place, probably had a fridge and a bathroom. I nodded again. Well, some kid says he's seen inside there. Says there's another door. Impossible, I thought. No child, living or dead, had seen into the teacher's place. How'd he see it? I asked, unbelieving. He had to go to the potty on his way back to Mrs. Tudor's class. He saw a teacher go in. When the door opened, he says there was a table, chairs, and another door. So, that's where the bad chair is. I still don't know what that is. You know J-Boy? J-Boy was a very misbehaved fourth grader. Everybody knew who he was. Just that week, he'd been expelled for bad behavior. Uh-huh. Remember how he messed up Mrs. Ludke's desk last week? And then how he used his Boy Scout stuff to set all the tests on fire? Uh-huh. Well, he got something worse than detention. Well, yeah, he got kicked out. Eddie giggled condescendingly. That's what they want you to think. They? The teachers. J-Boy doesn't even live here anymore. He lives at the hospital now. Why? The bad chair. Of course, then the lunch was over, leaving me with an undying curiosity about the bad chair. I think that was a Friday. So after the weekend came and went, I met up with my pals in the Dino Dome and asked if they had heard about the bad chair and J-Boy's fate. Someone told me about that. I think it's a big fat fib, Tony announced, crossing his arms. Eddie told me a little, but he had to go when he reached the good stuff. What is the bad chair? Then from the side of the Dino Dome, the bald head of Steve peeked. Steve was a 5th grader who was really sick and was left 2 recesses. You guys talk about the bad chair? It was extremely rare for a 5th grader, even a special one like Steve, to talk with the likes of 1st graders. We all froze, stunned to have his attention. You better not let the teachers hear. Why not? Phil squeaked. You might get sent there. Steve scanned the playground and crept inside
to the bad chair.
And who knows what'll happen after that. What is the bad chair, you guys? I was quite flustered at this point and just wanted to know what the darn thing was, true or not. It's beneath the school. You can only get to it through a door in the teacher's lounge. Yeah, the 5th graders called the teacher's place a lounge. Far too fancy for our taste. And what's it do? I inquired. Bad things. Well, duh. My friend gasped. No one talked to 5th graders like that. Steve, however, didn't seem to care. He once again looked outside of the Dino Dome as if to make sure no teachers were around. You guys know about J-Boy, right? Yeah, we replied simultaneously. He's a hero. If it weren't for him, none of us would know about the bad chair. Been here a long time, but he's the first one to escape it. Escape it? Yup. After J-Boy did all that bad stuff, everyone in Ludke's class saw him get sent out to the principal's office. Not really. Ludke took him into the lounge, and whoever was in the lounge took him down the stairs to the room with the bad chair. How do you know all this? Tony interrupted, still skeptical. He told his best friend Finn from my class about it before he went crazy. He said that the room they took him to was really dark, except for some candles on the floor. In the middle is the bad chair. It's wooden and has a bunch of leather straps that they tied him into. But on the top, where your head goes, there's a skull. A human skull? Bill shuddered. Steve frowned. No one said anything. Then what? I urged. Then they began. Began what? Dancing. I laughed, thinking this was all a build-up to a big joke. Steve just shook his head. Not funny dancing. Weird dancing. He said they twisted and bent in impossible ways. He said they were wearing black clothes. They were whispering. He screamed, but no one could hear him. It was too far down. How'd he get out? Tony finally looked a little unsettled. Something went wrong. Steve gulped, almost like he were there himself. Something joined them. Hello, boys. Mrs. Chandra, the recess attendant, stepped inside the dining room. We all screamed. Mrs. Chandra jumped, startled by our cries, then laughed. Steve went pale, paler than usual. Telling scary stories to the young ones, Steve? Mrs. Chandra asked.
What are the strongest days? Saturday and Sunday, because the rest are weekdays.
Nothing too dark, I hope. Steve shook his head. None of us looked at her. Well, only 5 more minutes until the young ones go back to class. I suppose you'll be out here with the others, Stephen? Yes, ma'am, replied Steve, almost robotically. Any more scary stories? No, ma'am. Good. Very good. With that, Mrs. Chandra patted one of us on the back and left. Steve looked like he was about to cry and ran out of the Dino Dome. We didn't see him again. The days following our talk with Steve were seemingly normal. Steve was absent, Most students said that was because of his frequent hospital visits. My friends and I suspected otherwise. Tony, however, raised some good questions regarding the J-Boy situation, though. Why weren't his parents doing anything about this? Surely somebody told them about all the bad chair rumors. If other kids have been sent to the bad chair, why didn't they remember? They couldn't have died or vanished.
There's on.
Hey! We know each other! He's a friend from work!
About bad chair. Sometimes by kids in our grade, but
Thank you for the resub.
Apparently, if the bad chair worked,
Boba T Delight. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Something had gone wrong, and he remembered everything.
How are you? What were you playing? Get you a shout out here real quick.
Where the 4th and 5th graders received this intel is still unknown to me. A few months went by, and the talks of the bad chair and J-Boy died down. We were told by Princener Ebner that Steve had spent his last months in hospital fighting hard, but had sadly passed away from cancer. Tony concluded that the bad chair was more scared coordinated about it would freak out a younger kid.
Yeah, look at that, Jerzon. You got you that gold salt shaker.
About first grade year. Summer was approaching fast, so naturally everyone was very excited. And with the excitement comes shenanigans, so to say. For that last day, our first grade class joined with Miss Ludke's second grade class. And we all had a fun little playing games, singing songs, telling stories.
Welcome in, Raiders.
A second grader named William ran through
Sit back, relax, listen to some scary Halloween stories. Sorta scary. Not super scary, but a little scary.
What's wrong?
Welcome in.
And he had sobbed so
what were you playing?
A little bit onto the carpet.
Oh, you're playing Tiny Glade too, huh? Welcome in. We are currently working on...
Anderson patted Will on the back and urged him.
I'm doing very well, thank you. Hopefully you're doing well yourself. We started this yesterday.
Eyes shut tight.
Built a castle type place, castle keep.
He shrieked in protest.
Working on the little hamlet surrounding it. Having fun learning the mechanics of the game.
Said Miss Anderson. Let's see if he calms down.
Nice to
Why
meet
do
you as well.
seagulls fly over the ocean? If they flew over the bay, they would be called bagels.
You already told me that one, Jerzon.
He opened his eyes. Seemed to have been shut for the entirety of his presence.
Very tired, didn't sleep last night, so it's catching up. Well, sit back, relax, kick your feet up, listen to a story, and fall asleep. A lot of people do that in my streams. They like it. People like to fall asleep during my streams. They say it has something to do with my voice. I think it has to do with that and the kind of games that I play. But you're welcome to fall asleep. Just chill out.
None of us wanted to leave. We needed to know what Will saw. None of us found out, that is, until...
You do that, Jerzon.
I haven't much to say.
Get him out of the database.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass.
I would ask Tony if he'd heard
all
anything.
out of bubblegum.
He'd ask Phil, who would ask Scotty, but no one had. Day one of second grade,
yeah.
I met up and started asking around about William, who would now...
Yeah, we keep it kind of chill in here.
None other than Ed,
very relaxed.
Same boy who first told me about the bad chair.
You're not the first person to say so.
William doesn't go to
Although I've never been called a teddy bear.
Homeschooled, I think.
They do say I have a very relaxing voice.
This conversation took place in the few minutes we had before class started. He said that while he was taking a pee-pee, he heard weird squishy sounds and growling. When he opened up the door, Ed Steve was on the ground, wiggling about. And he wasn't dead. He wasn't even Steve. how could Steve not be Steve? He was something else, too. Like what? I don't know. No one does. It's all I heard. Steve was both alive and something else. After that, Will started seeing a doctor, and now he's schooled at home. Miss Ludke, who is now our teacher, whistled and ordered us all to take our seats. She told us that students would no longer go to the bathroom by themselves, but would always bring a buddy. This was obviously because of the Steve and J-Boy incidents. During recess, for the beginning of the year, Mrs. Chandler would poke her head in the Dino Dome quite often.
What's the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus.
We stopped going there altogether and instead walked around the playground at a steady pace.
Oh, Jura.
One day,
You
Scotty
silly
said that his older
goose.
brother, who was now in 5th grade, and sent for detention for cheating on a test. Scotty asked him what detention was like. Caleb, his brother, said he didn't remember. That he fell asleep or something. Scotty began crying, started bringing up the bad chair. Mrs. Chandler saw us. He doesn't feel well, I told her, when asked what the tears were about. Scotty held his tongue and went along with it. Mrs. Chandler asked him if he'd like to see the nurse, offering to walk him back. Scotty refused, but began to cry harder. Then recess ended. Mrs. Chandler guided us back to class. Then we saw her go into the teacher's place down the hall. Now this I remember clearly. Just 2 rooms down, kindergarten class was having nap time. We were having a math lesson. Miss Ludke was talking about basic fractions or something when all the lights went out. We heard screaming, crying, lots of it. Ludke ran out of the room, leaving us with her assistant named Rachel, who told us to remain calm.
What's my vision for this land? I'm just kind of making it up as I go. I don't really have a vision.
They ceased almost immediately.
I'm still just learning the game, so a lot of this stuff is me using the mechanics of the game to build with. So you'll notice all the houses, nothing's really the same except for the castle. Doesn't have repeated mechanics and stuff on it. It's just stuff. I'm still learning it. I only got it last Friday, Saturday. No, it wasn't even Saturday. It was Monday. So I don't really have any vision for it. I'm just still trying to master the mechanics of the game and get everything worked out, so to speak.
Over any mention of religious activity or influence by teachers. She wasn't praying to God. She was praying to something else. I can't pronounce it. It didn't sound like English. She mentioned Steve, Dead Steve, and J-Boy, and it made us feel weird, like tingly, sleepier than we were before. I don't know how long we were asleep before something came. What came? The girl started trembling and looked like she was about to cry, but in an instant she calmed down, even smiled a bit. It was beautiful, she said. So beautiful. She didn't say much else, but another kindergartner did. Miss Natasha prayed for us before nap time started. I started feeling odd after she mentioned Steve and J-Boy and something else. I don't know how to say it. It was weird, but I got sleepy real fast. Some of my friends closed their eyes, but I fought to keep mine open because I wasn't sleepy before. I kind of had to pee. I pulled my blanket over my head so Miss Natasha wouldn't notice I was awake. The kid had a particularly blank stare and expression on his face. We had found him sitting by the swing set, not doing anything at all. I heard the classroom door open, and Miss Natasha walked out. I could tell because I heard her heels clicking against the floor. I took off my blanket, and then something joined. What? What joy? I snapped, having had the answer taken away last time. It knew I was awake. It didn't want me to be awake. I shouldn't have been awake. The boy's pace started to increase. It was hard to catch every word. It was not in a state of panic like the other child, though. It stood above me, stood right above me. A heavy weight was on me, but I knew it wasn't touching me. I was scared. I wanted to cry, but I didn't. I didn't cry. And I should have been asleep, and we couldn't understand anymore after that. We talked to one more kindergartner, and his name I remember. His name was Joshua L. He had tennis ball friends. You know the tennis balls they cut open and put on the legs of chairs? Yeah, he took those off and drew eyes on them and talked to them. We saw him do it at recess a lot. Anyway, we talked to him, and every time he said something, he moved the mouths of his tennis ball friends. We were getting ready to sleep when Miss Natasha said a prayer for us. Her God is a funny name, and he cares about dead Steve and Jay. I got all warm and jingly, so I closed my eyes to sleep, and then I slept. And then something came, Tony interjected. Joshua put one of his tennis balls right in Tony's face. Yes, something did. I know this because we all woke up and the lights were off. Miss Natasha had left them on. I didn't know where she was. Then we all screamed. All of us. At first we didn't know why. Not even me. I was screaming and I didn't even know why. I screamed until it hurt. I felt like I had to. No teachers came in to check on us, no matter what they said. We were alone with something. It touched all of us, one by one. It knew my name. None of us said anything. Then Joshua said something. It was unpronounceable. And then he smiled, and recess was over. No kindergartners told their parents what had happened. No one else asked, or if they did, they didn't say. Just me, Tony, Scotty, and Phil knew what Josh and the others had said. School continued like normal. For years. Anticlimactic, right? Nope. I don't think things were actually normal. Because I found something out just 3 days ago. My mom told me a story about my second grade year that I didn't remember. She said my friends and I had drawn nasty stuff on our teacher's whiteboard. She said we got sent to detention for that. I don't remember that at all. I know what happened. Only one explanation. We didn't draw stuff on the whiteboard. We didn't get sent to detention. We got sent somewhere else. We took a seat in the bad chair. And whatever happened there worked. All my memories of the rest of second grade and third grade and fourth grade cannot be trusted. I returned to Augusta, Georgia to find Warwood. Instead, I found a different school in its place, which for their sake I will not name. The building, though, was same as Warwood. It was refurbished and painted differently. I entered the school and asked the front desk about its history, explaining that I used to attend the school when it was called Warwood. Oh, yes, Warwood. It was renamed after the management change in '04. Management change? Yes, most of the original staff quit or relocated rather abruptly to many different places. DuPont, Fayetteville, D.C., Firebroker, Philly. I paused. Was any reconstruction done to the interior? My eyes glanced down the hall where the teacher's lounge had originally been. No, I don't think so. Why? I just have some fuzzy memories in one room. I'd like to clear them up. I'm afraid I can't let you into any of the rooms without special permission. That's okay, I understand. But would you happen to know if any of the old teachers from Warwood still work here? Just one, I believe. Who? Natasha Tuger. She still teaches kindergarten. Did she teach you? Not me personally, but I do remember her. Would you like to speak with her after school? The day ends in about an hour. Yes, I would appreciate that. Thanks. I took a seat outside the office and browsed on my phone. The woman at the front desk had called Natasha's room and informed her that she had a visitor. "What's your name, sir?" she asked me. "Alex." "His name is Alex. He's a former student." Some brief conversation passed, and then she hung up. "Natasha remembers you. Very excited to see you." "Good," I smiled. My heart was skipping beats, and I felt nauseous, but I did my best to hide it. I excused myself to the restroom, which was exactly where I remembered it. I recalled the story about Dead Steve appearing in this very bathroom, and I knew the teacher's
Dead Steve. What a
I did my
name.
business, and as I washed my hands, a child entered. "Hello," said the boy. "Hello," said the boy. Hey. I'm good with children. Children I know. At this point, I was afraid of being labeled a pervert and spoke with children in an elementary restroom, however, and did my best to avoid saying much of anything. Kids these days can be very social, and this one was. "Are you somebody's daddy?" "Nope." Why wasn't this boy even going to the bathroom? He was standing outside the stalls, watching me wash my hands. "You look like someone's daddy." "Okay." I dried my hands and awkwardly waved goodbye. The boy remained still, staring. As I left the restroom, I looked to my left and saw the door to the lounge. The door had been redone and was far fancier now. It even said Teacher's Lounge on the window. Very cliché. I casually strolled by and looked inside with my eyes corners. I didn't see anyone. Then I got a bad idea. I decided to test the doorknob. It was unlocked. So I went inside. Fridge, coffee table, sink, staff restroom, chairs, door. The same door I had seen glimpses of in my time at Wartwood. I did a precautionary check behind me, confirming that no teachers were heading inside. Not that I'd be able to avoid them anyhow. Then I returned my attention to the door. It was now or never, I supposed. I approached it with a trembling hand and twisted the doorknob. It creaked open exactly how you'd imagine an old door would. I peered into a dark staircase that descended straight downward. Cold air washed over my face and my head began to throb. I took a step inside and the throbbing grew worse. It did with every step down. There was no light I could see at the bottom, yet I continued with my phone screen as a guide. The pain in my head stretched down to my spine. My body knew I had been here before. Whatever happened wasn't good. As I reached the bottom of the stairwell, I spotted a light switch right on my phone. I flicked it on, not knowing what to expect. Boxes. Lots of them. And shelves. No bad chair, no candles, no satanic symbols or skeletons or pictures of children. Despite this, my head and back still ached. "Welcome back, Alex." Natasha stood on the bottom step, smiling and dressed in a floral gown. "I'm leaving. Out of my way."
I really do wish
I
they
did not know how threatening I sounded, though I did.
had
NPCs
for this.
I said move. I walked forward with fists balled, but she did not care. She did not even look at me. She looked behind me, her grin wider. "What the hell did you do to me in here?" I had broken. I had given in and asked. She knew I was afraid. She had leverage. Natasha said the same thing that girl in kindergarten class had said. "It was beautiful. So beautiful." Then she pointed to the storage boxes. "Take a look." No. Yes, I wanted to. Or at least something inside me wanted to. But I refused. Tony, Scott, Bill, they came back too. Shut up. Natasha moved past me, very gentle, as though walking on air. I wanted to to burst up the stairs, but something held me back. She knelt down by a rather large box to the right of the room and opened it. It had not been sealed. She stuck her entire left arm inside of it and grunted as she lifted an object out. As soon as I saw it, I fell to my knees. I remembered it, just barely. A skull, not of a human, and of no animal I had ever seen. I was frozen in place. The pain in my body was so extreme that I wish I had the way to kill myself. Natasha spoke, but it was unpronounceable. Then she placed the skull on top of my head. In my mind, I saw them all. The teachers dressed in black, the candle, the bonds of my wrists, the robed one. The way they moved, the way they bent, their faces distorted beyond imagination. The shaking of the ground beneath, the freezing blast of wind from somewhere else. Then they all shrieked and bowed. In the corner I saw Tony, Bill, Scotty. They were sobbing and vomiting, their eyes rolled back in their heads. I returned to the moment at hand and watched Natasha die. That demented bald boy with something on him was tearing at her flesh. Dead Steve. My eyes closed, and I heard the screams of kindergartners, the prayers of Natasha, the songs of the family, the unpronounceable. I remember all those days at school after I had taken a seat in the bad chair. My throne. The hours spent being worshipped, plan, vision, unpronounceable entry, children entering me. It didn't always work. Dead Steve, J-Boy. But when it did work well. There's a little piece of something there. He left me for a while, but he's back now. He always comes back. To all of us. There's nothing that can be done about it. Everyone will sit down. Everyone will be someone.
Exchange. Written by N.R. Knight. Narrated by Peter Bishop. Late one night, about 10 months ago, I found myself rushing my daughter to the hospital. I remember the morning, what time I woke up, the food I ate, and the sound of my girl's voice yelling, "See you, Daddy," as she ran out the door to catch a school bus. Everything was normal, average, but were there signs? Could I have expected to bring her home from school at 12 that afternoon? Could I have guessed the cause to be chest pains, or predicted that those pains would return again 11 hours later, causing her to cry out in pain and fear? Could I have been better prepared for the race to the ER that ensued just before her heart gave out? I don't know. I remember that night. The heavy rain pounding against my car, creating a slick sheen on the streets that made driving over 40 impossible. The images of street lamps and traffic lights bleeding into one another on my windshield. I remember the franticness I felt as I gripped the steering wheel, swerving and slamming on the horn to warn the blurry shapes of pedestrians to get off the fucking road before they ended up getting personal with the front of my car. I remember her wide eyes as she held her chest in agony, the suffocating sense of hopelessness that filled the air around her by the time we reached the parking lot where she fell unconscious, her motionless chest by the time I carried her through those automatic doors. What followed was a long 40 minutes in the waiting room. The emergency room was surprisingly empty for a Friday night, apart from the woman at the check-in desk. Her face a mask of indifference. I doubted she had much interest in discussing why I was there, soaking wet and tapping my foot in my pajamas. Looking back, that indifference seems vaguely irritating. At the time, it was fine by me. I wasn't feeling talkative anyway. I sat in an uncomfortable waiting room chair and thought about my daughter. I wondered what those doctors were doing to her in that disgusting hospital room. My mind jumped back and forth between the present and the last time I had seen something like this. My wife had had a similar episode 8 years before. Shallow breathing, chest pains, sweating, moaning, a look of panic. I'll never forget that look. The look of someone whose time had come. For her, it had. From a combination of heart and lung failure. She died, officially, in the emergency room. Though by the time the ambulance arrived, there wasn't anything the doctors could have done to save her. Considering that, I thought, maybe it wasn't so irrational that I'd chosen to drive recklessly through the streets to the hospital myself, as opposed to calling 911 and waiting for my daughter to die. Still, the ride was rough. I probably did even more damage. I braced myself for the worst. The news, when it came, was somewhere in the middle of the spectrum. Not bad. Certainly not good. She's unconscious, but her breathing's stable, the doctor started. Relieved, I interrupted and thanked him for telling me she was all right. At least that's what I thought he was saying before I sensed his grim disposition and cut myself off. He repeated she wasn't dead, but went on to report that she was far from healthy. At the time, the doctors could only guess at what was causing her symptoms. But within a few days, we learned my daughter was functioning with diseased heart and lungs. Likely hereditary, they said. Something inside me couldn't help but agree. Her heart was already struggling to pump blood, while her lungs made breathing difficult. Directly and quite coolly, the doctors told me if something wasn't done, and soon, the consequences would be dire. This wasn't a situation that could be remedied by a prescription. If she expected to live and regain her health, she would need a donor. For one heart and at least one lung, they said. So she was put on an organ donor list. We were asked to return weekly to make sure she remained stable until her number came up. Simple. But there was one thing I neglected to acknowledge initially. Something never mentioned by the doctors. Probably to keep our hopes up, as stress would make things complicated. Her blood. I was the one that had to ask. I needed to know what the chances were of finding a suitable donor. I never found out for a fact whether or not the doctors knew her chances from the start. Whether they knew all along how rare her blood was. I never wanted to know. Ignorance is bliss, as they say, and the idea that if we hung in just long enough, the organs would come like a postal package would have made the waiting more bearable. It would have been so. I wouldn't have inquired. I would have blamed time, until the letters suggested I ask. It was around 3 weeks after that first harrowing night in the hospital that my daughter was deemed healthy enough to go back to school. Out of caution, I stayed home from work that day, waiting tensely by the phone in case something happened. At least that way, I figured, I wouldn't be on the other side of town if I needed to pick her up. It was 1 hour before she was due to return home, 2 hours after the mailman should have made his daily rounds. I must have been dozing off at the time, because I awoke to a strong whiff of something dreadful. It came and went so quickly, I was unsure whether I had only imagined it. But for a second, my nose was filled with a pungent aroma that smelled something like burning fish and wet smoke. Next, I heard the unfamiliar scraping sound of something sliding through my mail slot, despite the fact that no one, not even the mailman, ever used the thing. While I found it strange, I didn't feel like checking right away to see who could have delivered the letter. 5 minutes I lay there before deciding to get my mail. Once at my door, I saw the envelope on the mat. I picked it up and examined it. Completely blank. There was no return address, no sending address, not even a stamp. It was just a sealed, blank envelope. I went to my window to peer outside. I didn't see anyone in the yard. No foreign cars were in my driveway or parked along the sidewalk either. I shrugged, figuring I must have missed them. Envelope in hand, I sat back onto my couch and stared at it momentarily. As I held it, I swear my fingertips started tingling, as though the envelope were made of little insect legs trying to wriggle out of my grasp. I absently passed the sensation off as nerves before finally opening the letter. I'm not quite sure that I should have. The tingling sensation left after the seal was broken. I took out the letter inside. Its texture was oddly damp. I remember the message well. It said, "You have a daughter that needs a heart and lungs or she will die. You won't find anything. Her blood is rare. Ask about the blood. You can still save her. The clock is ticking. You can exchange a child close to her age for her life. You must have them alive." 267.
Creepy.
It was when I read those 5 lines, I started to hear clicking, as though someone were lightly rapping their fingernail on the back of my skull at irregular intervals. Since the message was so subtle, so ambiguous though, my immediate questions overshadowed any other thoughts or feelings. What was this? A threat? A joke? Who knew about my daughter's condition? She barely did. I mentally ran through a list of names of the few friends and family members with whom my daughter and I associated. None had the closeness, the timing, or the motivation to pull this off. My first instinct was to go to the police with the letter after my own mental investigation yielded no results. Unfortunately, when I did, the police investigation came up likewise short. In fact, without a return address or even a trace of fingerprints, other than my own, there was not much investigation to be done. Furthermore, without any act of physical violence or a direct threat, the authorities would not or could not do much to help. They just told me to remain cautious, keep my house secure, put the letter out of my mind, and go back to work. "Try not to think about it," they said. "Crazy folk will do this sort of thing from time to time." Still, I couldn't stop thinking about the message about the blood. That letter I received wasn't the last. For the next few months, every 1 to 2 weeks, I received another message. Each one was more disturbing than the last. Some were short poems detailing how I would stare at her tombstone, wondering what I could have done. Others were more graphic, describing her choking on her own fluids as her faulty heart drooled blood into her flawed lungs. Each one had a different number at the bottom. Their meaning would eventually become clear, but at the time, I was simply unable to make the connection. The worst part of the whole ordeal had to be the clicking. With every word from those letters, the clicks became louder and louder. When I neglected to read a new one, the clicks would spike in volume and frequency until I did, giving me terrible headaches from which no painkillers or earplugs could save me. I heard clicks when people talked, at work, on the radio. I couldn't even enjoy dinner with my daughter anymore. I recall screaming at her once to shut her damn mouth before storming out of the kitchen. Even in my dreams, the clicks served as a metronome, a never-ending soundtrack as my mind, against my will, acted out the message's stories or predictions. No one but me could hear them. I tried chalking it up to stress of the letters reminding me that my daughter's chances of survival were in the single digits. Still, even that excuse couldn't prepare me for my eventual mental collapse. One of the messages came shortly before the end of my daughter's school year. I found her home a half hour earlier than me, reading one of the letters. I snatched it away from her, scolding her for checking mail that wasn't hers. Truthfully, though, I didn't want her to see the messages often describing my or her own demise. But instead of expressing the same fear and disgust I felt when I first read them, she simply gave me a puzzled look. Then she spoke, saying something along the lines of, "Dad, it's just a bunch of scribbles. Relax." It was then I actually read the letter. I mean, really read the letter. Not with my own inner monologue, not with the clicks. Just scanning the markings on the page with my eyes. What I saw was nothing more than a series of smeared lines and curves. After the first letter, I hadn't thrown away the messages I received. I had thought I would collect them as evidence to eventually show the police again to better convey that this was undeniably a long-term problem. But with the knowledge that the mess that was this most recent letter had at first appeared so like the others, I was compelled to go back and check through my archives of the disturbing mail I had now been receiving for months. I saw that, starting from the second letter onwards, the letters appeared to gradually become more unclear. finally reaching the altogether unintelligible state of the letter I was given today. Still, I understood them all when I listened to the clicks. Were the clicks translating this unreadable chicken scratch? I couldn't go back into work thinking about that. Another week passed. I took about 2 weeks of sick leave from my job. I spent them waiting by the door for the next letter. I didn't know when it would come, but I knew I had to catch the sender. The letters, the clicks, the translation. I needed answers. It became an obsession. Each day became a blur of me staring at the door, waiting for someone besides my daughter to walk up to it. Occasionally, I daydreamed about catching this elusive letter carrier, pinning them down, bringing my fist down on their snot-nosed face again and again, screaming why and how until they gave me an answer I liked. The clicks approved of these violent fantasies. I scared the mailman off on the third day, screaming at him that I knew it was him. I knew it wasn't, though. He never came to my doorstep, and he had no means or motive to make this happen. I don't know why I did it. The clicks approved of the blame. The day came eventually. I detected that memorable scent of fishy, wet smoke. I wasn't expecting it, but I didn't have 5 minutes for another mental check. I leapt for the door before they could even get the chance to think of slipping another letter through. I was sure I had them. I swung the door open to reveal my empty porch. I smiled. I let out a small chuckle before giving a hyena-like laugh. I leaned against the frame of the door, clutching my stomach, laughing. I slipped to the ground. So I was crazy. It explains so much. That damp, fishy smoke I smelled was all in my head. Those clicks reverberating in my skull was because I'd snapped. I knew it. I did. I called out to imaginary men in white, telling them to stick me in a straitjacket right then and there because I had lost my mind. That's what I thought when I got up and walked back into my house. When I closed the door, I heard the slot and felt a piece of paper ricochet off my leg. I didn't feel that, I tried to convince myself. I'm crazy. I'm mad. The smell vanished. My smile didn't. Chills ran up my spine. I picked up the letter and took it back to the couch. I didn't bother looking out the window or opening the door again. I knew no one would be there. I read the contents of the letter, or rather, I listened to the clicks whisper them into my ear. It was one line. Your girl will talk with death today. 12. At 2:30, I got a call from the school saying my daughter had just been rushed to the hospital. At 4 o'clock, I overheard that if she didn't get her organs soon, she would suffer a violent death. I even heard them refer to euthanasia as an option. I left the hospital around 5:45. The clicks told me to drop by the rental place before they closed, so I did. Around 8 or 9, I found myself at the bottom of a few bottles at the local pub. I can't say for sure what the exact time was. When you're drunk and numb, numbers tend to run together. But somehow, even in my drunken stupor, the meaning of those numbers at the bottom of the letters hit me. How they were counting down to my daughter's final day, the day the predictions of the letters would come true. When I came home late, the clicks were suddenly soothing. They lulled me to sleep that night. No nightmares, no visions. All they did was click to me in black unconsciousness, repeating the first letter's contents with a smooth rhythm. I had my instructions. I awoke the next morning. I felt good. The clicks told me that everything would go well today, that my daughter would soon be okay, because I knew exactly what to do. So after a wash and a brief breakfast, I headed out to pick up the van from the rental place. For the next few hours I drove. The clicks were quiet for the first time in a while. They were respecting my hunt. Around midday, I found my prey. In a quiet, unfamiliar neighborhood, I spied a kid somewhere around my daughter's age. He had some frizzy hair, wore crooked glasses, and carried a large book bag. I didn't know what he was doing out or where he was going. I didn't care. This kid was perfect. I'm not a religious man, but that moment I was sure he was a godsend. This kid was here for me, for my daughter. I just had to get him. I pulled up beside him. "Hey there," I said in my friendliest voice. "Heavy bag you've got there. Need a lift?" Before I could finish my sentence, the fucker bolted. Looking back, could I blame him? No. But then, suddenly, I was consumed with rage at him for running like that. He was teasing me. I shook as the clicks roared like a marching band. "Get him! Get him! Get him!" My muscles reacted before my brain could object as I launched the van forward. The clicks approved of my quick decision. There was no scream. Not one I heard, anyway. It was the thud that brought bitter sanity back, and the clicks lowered to the point of being inaudible. It was like waking from a dream. What was I doing? I looked through the windshield onto the street to see something lying in front of the van. My heart stopped. I got out to get a better look. The kid's arms and legs were crooked and bent at fantastic angles as he lay sprawled flat on the asphalt. His book bag was busted open, its contents strewn around the scene. His glasses and his left sneaker had been knocked off somewhere. I couldn't tell where the blood was pooling from. From his head, from his mouth, from the limbs bent too far in the wrong directions. I covered my mouth. What had I done? Why? After slamming my palm against my forehead several times, I wondered if he might still be alive. Yes, he was still breathing anyway. The clicks reminded me that was all I needed. A kid that was alive. I looked around. We were still alone, too. I had no excuse. I scooped him up in my arms, ignoring his warm bodily fluids dripping onto my arms. I opened the van's back door and laid him inside. I left before anyone could see us. It didn't take me long to realize that I had no idea where to go. The clicks had made no mention of where I should deliver the bleeding felony lying in the back seat. After 10 minutes of cleaning the hood of the van of the kid's blood with my shirt and 30 minutes of aimless driving, I finally gained the nerve to head back home. Where else was I supposed to go? Without further instructions, home was my best bet. Sure enough, leaning against my door was another blank envelope. I brought the envelope back to the van and opened it. This time, the scribbles were more like an ink blot from a Rorschach test, as if the messenger were mocking my madness. Translated by the clicks, though, it was a simple address. I took out my phone and entered it into the GPS. I can't say what happened afterwards. All I know is that for the next few hours I drove from location to location. I don't remember any of the places I went or what I did in between. All I remember is my ultimate destination. The next thing I recall is driving along a long strip of empty road with no signs or hydro poles in sight. In the passenger seat was a stack of ink blots. I looked at my phone. It was dead. I then looked back to see that the kid I abducted wasn't. It looked like I had bandaged him at some point to stop the bleeding. He was quiet, so he must have still been unconscious. Or maybe I knocked him out again. I don't know. After looking at him and then at the road, I finally started to feel guilty. Not just for running over an innocent kid, but for what I was doing to him now, where I was taking him. I figured I would eventually come across some lone house in the middle of nowhere. Stories of mentally disturbed pedophiles keeping children in their basements for years to be tortured, raped, or worse rushed into my mind. I wondered. I love my daughter, I thought. I love her so much. But was her life one that would end in less than 2 weeks, worth the lifelong suffering of this one random kid? What would she say if she knew where I was now? The rational part of my brain finally broke through. I had to turn around, get this kid some medical attention. Forget the letters, forget the clicks, forget the smell, forget all the predictions. I had to accept that my daughter would soon die, just as my wife had. If only I'd come to that conclusion an hour earlier. Impossibly fast, the road in front of me opened up. In seconds, it wasn't a road anymore, but more like an unmarked parking lot, infinitely expanding in every direction. It was so smooth, I would have believed it was only paved that day. When I looked back, the road I had been driving on was gone. behind me was nothing but the infinite plain of asphalt. Rationality was replaced by fear as the van began to slow down. Eventually it stopped and shut off. I tried the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. There wasn't even a cough of the engine trying to start up. I felt my chest tighten. I was now in the middle of a surreal nowhere, sitting in a dead van with a dead phone and a nearly dead kid. A light fog rolled onto the asphalt plain, and I began to smell that damp smoke again, stronger than ever. I coughed. I opened the door and fell out of the van, somehow thinking the air would be fresher outside. It wasn't. I lay on the ground coughing for a few minutes before my lungs suddenly adjusted. Once I finally stopped coughing, I felt a ray of something warm on me. When I got up, far in front of me was a figure holding a lantern in the fog. I couldn't make out any details of its features. It was then that I heard the clicks from its direction. Walk, I translated. The lantern began fading into the fog. I scrambled up desperately and ran for it. Eventually, however, after slowing down several times from exhaustion, I understood that as long as I kept moving toward it, the light would not fade. Every few seconds, a light breeze assaulted me with that smell. I knew wind came and went, but never so shortly like this. Either way, I was certain I was heading to the source of the smell. When I looked down, I saw the ground had become more and more gnarled and rocky, and it continued to do so the further I went. Then there were the clothes. The first article I noticed was a dirty sneaker that seemed like it had been there for years. It had rotted on the outside and lay there, lonely. As I went further, more abandoned sneakers began showing up. Next came shirts, then pants, then other articles of clothing littered the area. Every time that breeze came through, it would drift back slightly. Then I saw where the clothes were coming from. Eventually, I came across a second figure. This one looked human, a girl. I called out to her, but got no response. I saw that she had a pickaxe and was swinging it mechanically into the asphalt. Her clothes were worn. Her pants were filled with holes like she'd been shot several times in the thighs. She was also missing a sneaker. When I approached her, she didn't notice me. She stared into the ground with red, bloodshot eyes, as if I wasn't even there. Faint black marks were drawn down the sides of her cheeks as though she had been crying ash. I was most unnerved by her age. She couldn't have been older than 14 or 15. When I tried to touch her, I winced back. Her skin was hot. Not hot like a fever, but hot like a burning stove. Something was wrong with her, I knew, but I couldn't do anything but continue on. The further I went, the more abandoned clothes and kids I saw. Most of them were missing at least one, if not more, articles of clothing. Some were only throwing their tools into the asphalt. Others were actually filling holes created. I glanced into one of the deeper ones being filled to see two kids, naked and just standing. Some of the working ones, it was a medical miracle that they were even still alive. The more I followed the lantern, the more kids I began to notice who were missing things. Not just clothes. They were missing physical parts of themselves. One kid I noticed had pieces of meat scooped out of parts of his legs and abdomen, like ice cream servings. I could see the white of his ribs. Another girl looked to have a clean hole in her body where a heart was supposed to be. A boy looked like his eyes had been taken out, yet still he worked. They all still worked. Then, suddenly, I noticed one kid. He was not working, but running out of pure horror. I saw him in the distance, heading across the asphalt. I watched him, morbidly curious to see what would happen. I knew in the back of my mind he wouldn't get far. They came out of the fog, tall, armless creatures that swooped around him. He didn't have a chance. There must have been 5 or 6. They had heads of pale, beautiful women, but the bodies of trees made of material that resembled satin. This boy didn't appear to be English, as I heard him plead in some foreign language. Even from a distance, I could see the figures smile sweetly. Their eyes closed as they listened to his cries. They opened their mouths, but rather than saying anything, it just clicked from their throats. Clicks I couldn't understand. They then bent their long bodies toward the center of the circle they created and put their heads upon their victim. I could hear sloshy wet sounds accompanied by the kids' screams as the heads bobbed up and down inside the circle. This was the exchange I was prepared to make. My daughter's life for the life of that kid I didn't even know. I would condemn him to live the rest of his days and beyond in this world, working until there was nothing left of him. I wondered what happened when there wasn't. I didn't try to run. Why was that, I wonder? Was it because of what I saw? Was it because I remembered the van wouldn't work? Was it because part of me still wanted this horrible exchange? I don't know. Soon, I noticed the fog getting darker with every step. I couldn't see the sky, but something told me the sun was setting. Eventually, there came a point when I no longer heard the sound of the children working. The area was black, save for the lantern which was still guiding me. I was already beginning to feel claustrophobic when I heard moans to either side of me. They echoed like I was in some kind of cave. Even though I still felt the asphalt below my feet, I heard stomach-turning squishes with every step I took. As the distance between the lantern and I closed, I began to see the walls as the cave narrowed. It wasn't made of rock, but rather something organic. In the walls were bodies of skin, stripped of all muscle, bone, and organs. Nothing was left of these figures, and yet somehow I saw their mouths move in agony as they struggled against their moist prison. The air was filled with moaning. "It's eating us." I thought about the breeze, now strong. I wondered if I was actually in a cave at all. The lantern thing clicked stop. 5 feet separated me from the morbid walls. The figure clicked for me to look down. A cooler was there. Inside, wrapped up and kept fresh with dry ice, were 1 heart and 2 fresh lungs. It was just as they promised. Silently, briefly, I wondered to whom they belonged. The clicks promised them to be satisfactory for my daughter, followed by instructions on how to present them to avoid suspicion. I didn't ask any questions. Whether my silence stemmed from a fear for my life or from a sort of indifference now that the deed was done, I don't know. I just nodded in comprehension. Accept, the thing clicked. Exchange. Then the lantern went out. I realized my eyes were closed. I opened them to see that I was back in my living room. The lights were out and it was dark outside. I looked down and felt the cooler on my lap. After setting the cooler off to the side, I went upstairs and got all of the letters together. The clicks didn't come back to translate them this time. I took them to the backyard and started a fire in the fire pit. I spent the hours until sunrise slowly tossing each letter and envelope into the fire, one by one. Once everything was done, I had no proof of my encounter with that place. There was likewise no evidence pointing toward me for the disappearance of that kid. My phone and the addresses were gone for good as I left both in the van. The van itself mysteriously returned to the rental lot in immaculate condition. I silently gave the organs I received from a deceased family member to the hospital for my daughter's operation. I had no evidence to prove my story. All I could do was try my best to accept what happened and move on. The surgery was a success. Months passed and my daughter went back to school. I eventually managed to go back to work. I still had nightmares at that place. It was torture knowing that no one would ever find the corpse of the boy for whose death I was responsible. They say that what goes around comes around, that karma's a bitch and always bites back. Whoever said that was right, because karma bit hard yesterday. I came home to find my daughter gone. At my doormat was an envelope. When I picked it up, it didn't tingle. I opened it and found typed, "I'm sorry. I had to. You should understand." My daughter didn't come home that evening. Since then, I've been sitting here, documenting this. When I started recounting my story, I wasn't sure what the account would ultimately be. A confession No one would believe me. My suicide note? If my daughter was in that place, indefinitely, deathlessly, who would I be to take the easy way out while she suffered like that? I didn't know why or for whom I was compelled to write this down. I still don't know. But now, the smell is back. The clicks are whispering in my ear. They tell me they have her. They tell me I can save her. They promise to help me get her back in perfect condition or better. But only after I make a few more exchanges.
It's kind of a chalet kind of house.
Crown the Clown. Written by Elias Withrow. Performed by Kaylin Scott Carter. I was always a spoiled kid. My parents were wealthy and decided to spend their money smothering their only son with an incredible childhood. I had it all. My playroom was insane. A huge TV, pinball machines, and every toy you could imagine. It was awesome. Despite having so much, I wasn't a brat about it. I can say that now, having thoroughly examined my childhood. I loved to share my immense stash of stuff with my friends. I gave toys away, invited them over for pizza and movies, and was all around pretty generous. On paper, I should have been a spoiled snob. But for whatever reason, I wasn't. Good genes, I guess. On my 9th birthday, I had a bunch of my friends over. My dad rented a huge moon bounce for us and decorated our backyard with superhero apparel. I was going through a major phase. Tables were set up with punch and snacks, little finger foods to keep us from complaining until dinner. Balloons and banners were tied to every surface. My parents' way of establishing how loved I was. Music played from giant speakers my dad had set up on the back patio. My friends and I ran around and jammed out while waiting our turn in the moon bounce. My grandparents arrived a couple hours into the party, bringing with them a party gift. My grandmother informed me she had purchased it at a yard sale the weekend prior.
Off of I-85.
It was a giant hollow plastic clown head. It looked like one of those weird cheap toys from the 90s. Something that was popular for a week before getting all of its units shelved. Its face was white with red circles lining the painted eyes. A smile was smeared to its lips. A big goofy grin that was also painted red. The nose was a bulbous orb of plastic that sat oddly on its face like a giant gumball. As I turned over this strange gift in my hands, my grandfather handed me a plastic gold crown. He said it was part of the game. Seeing my confusion, my grandmother laughed and explained what it was. She said I was supposed to wear the clown head while my friends attempted to sneak up and crown me. I flipped the head over and saw serrated notches lining the bald dome where the crown went. I thought it was pretty lame, but didn't want to be rude. I dutifully slid the plastic clown head over my own, the interior hard against my temples. As it settled over me, I realized I couldn't see anything. Red light filtered through the plastic, but there was a concerning lack of eye holes. My grandfather chuckled as he watched me stumble around, hands outstretched so I wouldn't bump into anything. I asked why there were no eye holes, and he told me it'd be too easy for me to win the game. I had to rely on my ears to keep my friends at bay. He said the game was called Crown the Clown. I was beginning to understand the rules. It was like some weird version of Pin the Tail on the Donkey, but with a clown and a crown instead. My friends had gathered around to watch me, and soon they were laughing and calling out for me. My grandmother tossed one of them the crown and the game began. It was surprising fun. The plastic mask got hot, but I didn't mind. I was too caught up in keeping my friends away from me and the crown off my head. After 20 minutes passed and still no one had managed to get me, I was laughing and stumbling around, doing my best not to bump into anything. My friend John was calling out to me, and I didn't know if he had the crown or if he was trying to distract me. Turns out, he was trying to distract me. I suddenly felt something click over my head, followed by a great cheer from my friends. I had finally been crowned. Smiling despite my defeat, I went to take the big plastic head off me, but found that I couldn't. The neck hole was suddenly smaller, curling tight under my chin and biting into my skin. I tugged harder, trying not to panic. The air inside the head had already grown thick. I wrapped my fingers around the base of the head, pulling up as hard as I could. I felt rough edges cut into me, and I immediately stopped. I could hear my friends laughing at me. I'm sure I looked ridiculous, but at that time, I didn't find any humor in the situation. Sweat dripped into my eyes, and I blinked against the burning sensation. My breath blew back at me from the tight walls of the head, the red light filtering through the eye paint, making me dizzy and disoriented. I was suddenly very aware of how claustrophobic the clown head was. I called out for someone to help me, doing my best to keep panic from my voice. Still laughing, one of my friends came to my aid. I felt his hands around my ears, and suddenly I screamed as he jerked upward. Pain exploded around my face, and I shoved him away from me, panting. Why couldn't I get this thing off me? It had been so easy to put on, sliding comfortable over my head with little room to spare. But now everything was squishing in on me, the opening flush against my throat. I suddenly realized my nose was bent against the plastic, bent painfully to the right. I then understood what was happening. The clown head was shrinking. I screamed for someone to get my dad, sweat pouring from my face. The head stunk, and the combination of unfiltered breath and sweat made me lightheaded. My throat was parched, but my lips were lined with perspiration. I felt the burning fingers of claustrophobia wrap around my mind. The head squeezed a little tighter. I screamed again for my dad, my vision obscured by the head. I suddenly heard him in the front of me and felt his hands trace the outer surface of my prison. His voice changed from amusement to worry in a matter of seconds. That scared me even more. I tried tugging at the head again, yelling into the plastic dome, explaining that it was getting tighter and tighter. My dad heard the panic in my voice, and I felt him uselessly struggle to remove my source of agony. His fingers traced the now compressed opening at the bottom. He tried to slide his fingers between the lip of the base and my skin, but just ended up choking and gagging me as his knuckles burrowed into my throat. The clown head's grip on my head tightened further. I wheezed and sunk to my knees, the heat and lack of oxygen causing my head to swim. My dad was yelling at my friends, instructing them to go retrieve something from the woodshed. I didn't hear much, instead concentrating on my breathing. My head throbbed as the hard plastic compressed my skull like a grape waiting to pop. I heard my mom's concerned voice, a shrill inquiry that my dad ignored. I felt his fingers try to pry the head off my throat again. He could tell I was fading. Panic cracked his voice as he yelled at my friends to hurry. His fingers were back at my throat, digging desperately, trying to give me some kind of relief. I knelt before him, swaying slightly and sucking in hot, stinking air. Suddenly, my father tried to jam his hand further in, and I felt my gag reflex engage and my stomach rolled as I dry retched into the hot plastic. My body hitched, and I felt another wave coming. I tried to fight it, but it was like trying to stop a train. I vomited into the mask, regurgitated soda and pretzels gushing into the tight space. I gasped, and the smell alone brought another gout rocketing from my lips. It sloshed around my face, filled my ears, the hot bile splashing against my skin with nowhere to go. It was trapped inside the head along with me, and I was drowning in it. It came to just above my nostrils, a slimy yellow line below my eyes. My father heard me gurgling inside the head and quickly laid me on my back, the vomit pouring around my ears and giving me a pocket to breathe. I gasped in the putrid air and felt the plastic tighten again, a wet, hard compress that began to fill my vision with darkness. I felt my strength begin to leave my body. My head was wrapped with an iron grip, and I didn't know how much longer I'd last in its clutches. Suddenly, my friend returned with the item my father had asked for. I heard him instructing me, his voice drowned out by the puke in my ears. He slowly turned me on my side, and I coughed and gagged against the slurping vomit. My nose felt like it was breaking against the walls of my prison. My ears burned and sweat coated my skin. I felt my father slide something cold and hard along the side of my neck, just under the lip of the head. I immediately knew what it was. A crowbar. I gripped my teeth, tears pouring from my eyes as my dad apologized, his voice cracking with desperation. I howled as he applied pressure, the crowbar burrowing into my neck muscles. To my relief, I felt the mass give a little, just a slight lift that allowed some of the vomit to trickle out. Suddenly, the clown head tightened again, squeezing my skull harder than I could bear. I thrashed on the ground, screaming in agony, clawing at my head. I felt like my skull would explode from the pressure, and the darkness swam closer. I heard my father instruct my friends to hold me still as he readjusted the crowbar. Sweaty hands pinned me to the earth as my head was pushed sideways. I felt my father hovering over me, the cold tongue of the crowbar licking the side of my neck. My father was apologizing over and over. I knew something bad was about to happen. My muscles bulged in revolt as my dad jammed the crowbar under the lip, digging into my skin and drawing blood. He shoved it in until I felt its hard surface resting against my cheek. I tensed, warm blood streaming down my neck across my shoulders. I heard my father whisper into my ear to brace myself. Suddenly, overwhelming pressure cut into the side of my face, and I thrashed violently, clutching and tearing out handfuls of grass as pain shot across my cheek and neck like spreading lightning. The edge of the crowbar crunched into my jaw as my father applied pressure, a last-ditch effort to remove the clown head before it killed me. Tears ran down my face, and red darkness shook my world. Puke and sweat coated my face as I tried to escape the pain. My friends held me in place, and I heard one of them crying. My teeth cracked against each other as my father continued to pull upward. With a sickening popping sound, I heard my jaw break, and suddenly I was taken to a level of splintering agony I didn't know existed. My tongue waggled and went numb in my mouth. I felt a molar tear free from my gums. It tumbled across my tongue like bloody candy. I felt howling darkness rush me as it swallowed me. I felt a sudden surge of cool air as the clown head cracked and finally shattered. As I blacked out, I felt my father shaking me, clutching me in his arms. His voice faded into the nothing. I awoke in the hospital a few hours later, my face wrapped and contorted around some plastic that kept my jaw in place. I felt woozy and sick, an IV bag by my bed dripping relief into my bloodstream. My mother and father were at my side, eyes bloodshot and filled with concern. My grandparents sat on the other side of the bed, my grandmother crying. As soon as they saw I was awake, they began to apologize all at once. My father for doing what he did, and my grandparents for exposing me to such horrors. Their voices all babbled into one, and I let my eyes close once again, the drugs pumping through my body, lulling me into a comfortable sleep. Thinking back on that day, I can still feel that horrible clown head, the way it smelled, the way the light filtered through the plastic, the weight of it resting across my skull. It's like one sick joke now. All these years later, now that I've recovered from the event, I can't help but feel disgusted amusement. Because you see, my jaw has never healed properly, and there's twisted scar tissue lining my cheek where the crowbar cut into me. My jaw is in a constant state of crooked humor, like a painful half smile. Combined, with the scar tissue stretching from my lips. Well, some would say I look kind of like a clown.
Leave Your Flashlights at Home. Written by Jeff Harton. Performed by Steve Taylor. I've been a National Park Ranger for close to 2 decades. Protocols have changed a lot in that time. I write this just to try to keep people safe for the next time you venture to the big outdoors. Let me tell you about the last park I worked. And I can't be too specific about the location for my job's sake. Anyway, we had clusters of campsites so that we rotated annually. The idea was to prevent one group from getting overused and worn down, let nature regrow a little bit. The winter had just passed, and our big summer season was a few months away. I'm sent out to check the suitability of the campsites to decide which ones need time to recover and which ones we can open up. Winter's here. Cold. Not too many people camp during the winter, aside from rugged masochists, and Boy Scout troops led by people who believe they are rugged masochists. I didn't expect to find much out of the ordinary. The first site was clear and ready to go. As I'm trekking to the next site, I see what looks like some debris and junk down a ways in the river valley. Looks like some jackasses set up an unauthorized camp down there. Usually when that happens, they leave garbage and smoldering fires. This is going to be a pain to clear up. I approach, seeing the telltale wreckage of what must have been one hell of a party. Crap scattered everywhere, skeletons of tents still raised up, and blood. I stop and time stops with me. Pools of blood are spread out along the ground. Next to signs of something heavy being dragged into the brush. I pull my radio off my belt and pause. I then pull my Glock 22 out of my holster and rack one round. I'm a certified law enforcement officer, but I haven't had to use my gun in a long time. I quickly look around for any movement, then get on my radio and call for backup. While I wait, I listen. Silence. Silence in nature isn't good. Prey get quiet when they sense a predator. I hope all the birds are being still on my account. I edge forward slowly, looking for anyone or anything. A shredded plastic cooler, a tent that has been annihilated, with more blood splashed on the walls and inside. And people died here, I know it. You can't lose that much blood and just walk off. But no people. Shreds of clothes and little viscera drawing all the damn flies here, but no people. I've seen bears rummage through camps and destroy anything that looked edible. There are wild hogs here that cut trails through the deep brush and are even more dangerous than the bears, but this isn't either of them. The devastation here is just too much. Some scourge of God came through here and just ripped everything to pieces. Finally, backup arrives, and I'm sent to report to HQ. They even brought medics out here. I don't know why. There's no one here to save. One of the new recruits vomits at the scene. I'm glad to get the hell out of here. I get back in HQ with a buzz. Only 4 people work there, but calls are ringing, printers printing, and the air feels electrified. The manager sees me and signals me to his office. He's pale, ashen looking, bloodshot eyes. I sit down by his desk and he goes to the door and locks it. I've never seen him lock that door. He asks me what I saw. I tell him, uninterrupted. He looks even paler afterward, and his hands tremble a bit. There's a very long pause, and I expect more questions. He doesn't ask any. I leave, then hear the door lock behind me. After a few minutes, I hear him call someone up, and a long, low conversation ensues. I never see him again. Word comes down from on high. We're assigned a new manager, one who excels at what he calls crises. His first order of business, a controlled burn of the unauthorized camp and the sites closest to it. I'm not arguing. I watch the smoke rise in the distance and pray that's the end of it. Relocate to the campsites closer to HQ. Before we do that, we stake out a few trail cameras at the new locations just to make sure it's not in the middle of a nesting ground. We put up a few cameras pointed at the hog trails through the brush for good measure. A couple of days pass, and we go out to collect the footage. The new manager takes it all and starts studying it in his office. A couple of hours into reviewing, he freaks out. Starts screaming and yelling, gets on the phone, calling up the line, spitting more obscenities. He spends the rest of the day and that night in the office calling up specialists and planners. Next morning, I show up for a meeting. The manager doesn't look like he slept. Massive changes afoot. He lays out our new plans, including massively bright lampposts circling the park border, as well as floodlights around the ranger station. Campsites need to be moved even closer in, clear lines of sight from the light if possible. I butt in, telling him that defeats the point of going camping. If you're just going on a short walk through the grass, then setting up so close you can see the parking lot. He tells me to shut up, that it's just the start. The park now closes at sundown, sharp. Also, we're now required to have a long gun on our person at all times. Now, it isn't uncommon for rangers to carry an AR-15 or a Remington 870 shotgun going out in the deep woods. There are wild and rabid animals out there. The real concern are massive pot growers. These aren't your chill neighbor who hides a few plants behind the tomatoes. They run the spectrum, from large-scale suppliers who like their privacy and dislike law enforcement to anti-government crazies who think we have no right over them, the true patriots. Both groups have a few common points. They tend to be well-armed. They do not like lawmen, and they won't shy away from taking a pot shot at some dumb poor ranger who finds himself in their fields. Keep in mind, Elliot Ness, Mr. I fought Al Capone in one, got scared off busting up Appalachian moonshiners because they constantly sniped at him in the foothills. They shoot to kill. Those are the reasons we keep the big guns around, not routine patrols. I drew the short straw and got the overnight shift. Manager tells me more changes to protocol will be listed when I return. Overnights used to be easy. Monitor the radios, bust up the parties if needed, check for poachers if they're operating nearby, make sure the forest doesn't burn down. I clock in and, per instructions, go to the gun cage. My, things have changed. Our shotguns have new rifled barrels, so they can handle the solid slugs we've been issued. That's the kind of firepower you want to take down a charging bear. God forbid you ever need it. The AR-15s have been stepped up too. The old 15-round magazines have been replaced by 30-round ones. Someone even snuck us in hollow point rounds. Makes no damn sense. Shooting in the woods, you need full metal jacket ammo so the rounds don't go wild when they touch a twig. Hollow points just exist to do more tissue damage. This is ridiculous. This is overkill. We're not a war zone. We don't need this firepower. Next to the radio, there are new instructions. Now, we're not allowed to directly respond to emergency calls.
You don't need it until you need it.
What the issue is. Then we report to a new phone number I don't recognize. Time passes slowly tonight. I'm not even allowed to leave the building until sunup. A few uneventful nights pass. The new floodlights and lampposts are frying my eyes. It's so bright out there a blind man could see. A week later, some kids roll into the lot. They grab their backpacks and start hiking up the ridge. I know what they're up to. No one has booked a campsite that night. Cheap young'uns going on a camp out there will be a raging party. I wait for the sun to go down, confirming they're not out for a day hike. I call my manager to report. He instructs me to call the new number. I report up to them now. A curt voice answers the phone. He asks my part, then pauses. He asks the issue. Bunch of kids on an unauthorized site. Do I go break it up? I can see their campfire out the ridge right now.
No. Do not leave the building. Do not attempt communication. That is all. Report if there are any developments.
manager rides up. It's real good.
Have you seen them? Did they leave?
No. Car's still there. Let them rest. They're probably all hungover. He curses non-stop and then goes inside to make a call. I'm outside looking up the ridge when he exits the station. One AR-15 in his hand, another one strapped across his back, Glock on his hip. He marches single-mindedly toward his car. I try to ask him what in God's name he's doing, but he isn't listening or responding. He takes a jerry can of gasoline from his car and marches up the ridge. I yell after him. To no reply. I consider following. That doesn't seem like a good idea. I go back inside and call the number. The same curt voice, the same direct questions. Yeah, the manager went up to that campsite, armed to the teeth and carrying gasoline. What the hell do I do?
Stay there. Do not interfere. Backup is inbound. Report if there are any developments.
About that time, I start to see smoke wafting off the ridge. 2 vans ride into the lot at a screaming speed. Dozen men, heavily armed and armored, exit quickly. I go out to check.
Hey, who are you guys? What's going on?
The men are all lined up with that impeccable military precision. One of them, a commander, I assume, exits the vehicle last. He says,
"Which direction did he go?" I mean, he's up there.
I point at the increasing smoke. The men fan out and start jogging up the ridge. I hear rifles cocking as they leave. I try to shout after them, but no response. I look at the vans they came in, large, nondescript. They just say DOI response team on the side. Half an hour later, they return, dragging the manager with them. He is bound in zip ties. He screams.
I did what needed to be done. Trust me. It's worse than they thought. We can't stop this. Burn it all.
They throw him in the back and sedate him. Commander approaches me. My neck hairs bristle in cold fear.
I need to see the office. All computers and anything with a hard drive is coming with me. You mentioned videotapes. I need those too.
I unlock the doors and they ransack the place. Everything gets taken. Printed reports from the last few years disappear into those vans. The videotapes get bagged up and held by the commander himself. He studies the gun cage.
Kid, you're out of your league.
He scoffs. Finally, they found everything they looked for. The commander tells me,
"Call the number. Tell them it's contained. You need a new superior. Also, don't talk about this to anyone."
They leave, and just on cue, the fire brigade and a few news vans show up. The fire is contained, the news reports say. Rumors of missing campers are unsubstantiated at this time. Still, the rumors alone are enough to scare off this season's campers. Quick change-up of managers is chalked up to bureaucracy. The press dies down after a week or two. The new manager is very good at dealing with them. Thankfully, with no new campers and our now even shorter open hours, we can get more work done around here. Rebuilding the station took some time, and we just set up 3 campsites, practically spitting distance from the station. Nothing dramatic happens for a few days. Then on a whim, the manager tells us to set up some cameras around the station and the campsites. There's usually so much human activity around here, all you see are some raccoons, maybe the rare hungry bear, but we humor him and set them up all around. A couple of days pass, we collect the footage. I play poker with one of the rookies while the manager watches hours of footage of an empty but brilliantly illuminated parking lot. Then he gets to the footage around the station. Screams come from the office. We barge in, and he's stamping on the camera hard drives, gibbering things I can't understand along the lines of,
"Tell me it was clean, safe, no recent activity. Bullcrap here. I'm not gonna do it."
He barks at us to leave. Later, he makes a call. The rookie goes up to the door and listens in. Rookie comes back reporting.
"Yeah, he's demanding a transfer. Says they lied to him. Something about they didn't do their jobs properly. He's not prepared or equipped here." Then I just heard the phone click and some sobbing.
Hours later, my manager exits the office. His shoulders are slumped, defeated. We cut our hours even further, practically open on weekends only. We'll have a full staff ready those days, but a skeleton crew the rest of the time. Campers are required to check into one of the closest sites. No campsite, and they're told to leave. We are not authorized to leave the station after dark under any circumstances. In an emergency, do not call 911. Call the number and do exactly what they say. We draw straws for who gets overnight shifts. Why we need to stay overnight if we can't do anything is beyond me. I asked the manager about it, and he just said that standard protocol is to have someone on hand to report any irregularities overnight. I have to work my overnight shift. I keep my phone close, the number dialed in, ready if I need to call. It is a bad night. I just wind up pacing around with my shotgun, glancing into the bright floodlights, trying to see what's past them. I hear crickets, and it relaxes me. Prey is quiet when predators are around. It was a long night. The next night, my manager draws the short straw. He seems resigned. In the end, we all have to take a turn. He brings the brightest damn tactical flashlight I've ever seen. Said he bought it just because he's afraid of the dark. He isn't really. He's afraid of the things in the dark. I get a phone call at 3 a.m. It's him.
Get over here now and bring guns!
What? You have a damn arsenal.
Now! Oh, I swear to God I screwed up. Oh, man, I think they're attracted to the light. I called that number, and all they said was back up and be here in the morning. Oh, damn, damn, damn!
I hear the piercing staccato of gunshots. Pause. More gunshots. Screaming. Scuffling. The line goes dead. I call the number. A new, terse voice answers. Look, I work at Park. I just got off the phone with
I just spoke with What can you report?
Something bad's happened. It's serious. I heard gunshots.
We will have backup there as soon as possible. Did he see anything else?
Yeah, he said he thought they were attracted to the light. Doesn't make sense to me.
Interesting. Thank you for your report. Park is now closed. You will be reassigned. Goodbye.
Officially, the park was closed to be scheduled for a controlled burn. Let the old trees die and make room for new ones. There was nothing in the official report about what happened to the manager on duty. The public understanding was bureaucracies need to be shaken up on occasion. No one asked any more questions. I get transferred to a new park halfway across the country. Change of scenery and beautiful. I get some odd rules here, too. Don't go far after dark. And don't carry a flashlight. I'm concerned about why. Why can't you use a flashlight at night when you need one? They won't tell me. Be safe, everyone.
Chilling tales for dark nights.
Well, and in the end, they never tell you what the fuck it is.
was 18 at the time, and it was the beginning of summer, so I was off from school and I didn't have any job. The majority of my time was spent inside the house playing video games, watching YouTube or TV, or just relaxing. When this happened, my parents were out of town for a few days, leaving me with the house. This was a common thing and was never a big deal. Sometimes I'd invite friends over or whatever, but this night I was just enjoying the time to myself. I was watching a rerun of one of my favorite shows on Netflix, while also scrolling through my phone. It was late, I don't know the exact time, but I think maybe 11 or 12, when there was a knock at the front door. I paused the TV and went to see who it was. It almost didn't even register in my mind that it was so late, but thankfully it did before I carelessly would have opened the door. I looked in the peephole and saw two men, both wearing similar clothes, and just waiting for me to answer. I stood there and thought for a second whether or not to let them know I was home by asking what they wanted. I ended up staying quiet and just watching to wait for them to leave, but a few seconds later, they called out.
Hello? We're here looking to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Ian.
That was my parents they were referring to, though I changed the name for privacy. Confused, I still remained quiet, knowing it was far too late for any sort of visit, even if it was important. After a minute, the men looked at each other and said something quietly, then walked off the porch. The outdoor lights were off, so I couldn't see where they went, but I never saw any headlights or cars show up, which had me wondering if they'd walked here, which would only make things weirder. I went back to the TV, but left it on pause for a while so I could hear if they came back. It only took a few minutes until I heard a pair of footsteps outside the house. They went up to the porch, but instead of knocking like they did before, they started making their way around to the side of the house. I got up and ran to the back window as they got to the backyard. I saw them open the fence and enter, and I hid away from the window so I wouldn't be seen, but I could hear them go up to the back door. They started talking, and began messing with the door. I took this as my chance to get my phone and hide inside the garage. I called the police, explaining the possible break-in that was taking place, and after less than a minute, a loud pop sound vibrated through the house, and the back door slid open. Their footsteps went through the house and straight to the stairs, going up to the bedrooms. A door opened, and they entered. Then
good way to get your head blown
After
off.
that, there were no more sounds. I waited for a horrifying and slow 10 minutes in silence before the police pulled up to the house. When they did, there was a few quick footsteps upstairs. Then the two men started arguing. A few officers came in through the back door and ran upstairs, while another came to the garage and helped me outside. The men didn't resist arrest, but they also didn't speak a word on why they were there. Despite weeks going by, and it being somewhat obvious that they weren't simply robbing the house, the only thing they could charge them with was breaking and entering. It scares me, though, that they seemed to be looking for my parents, and it almost felt like they were going to wait upstairs for them until they came back from their trip. I think back to whether or not I should have shown myself, and if that would have stopped the break-in, but something about their behavior tells me that they still would have broken in, and would have done to me whatever was necessary. I live on the outskirts of a mid-sized town in Wyoming. The whole reason I live here is because owning a huge plot of land isn't as impossible of a task as it can be in most other states. My house is small, but it was cozy enough for living alone. This happened 4 years ago, in 2019. It was spring, and we were going through a month of pouring rain almost every single day. It was a Sunday, and I was home from work, spending the day watching TV and resting. Sometime around 6 or 7, I got an unexpected knock at my door. I barely heard it through the rain, and when I answered the door, I was even more surprised to see it was some random guy, not a mailman or anything of the sorts. Someone coming all the way out onto my property without notice was very unusual, being that it was far out of the way.
How can I help you?
I said. The guy, looking somewhere in his late 20s, said he'd been camping out in the woods nearby and had gotten into some trouble and needed a place to stay for the night. With the location of my house, if he wasn't lying, then showing up at my doorstep would make sense because I was the closest place within the woods by at least 5 or 6 miles. It was also pouring out, which made me feel even worse for him, but it still didn't take away from the possible danger of letting a stranger into my home. I offered him a phone call to get a ride into town, but the guy denied my offer. After bluntly saying he couldn't stay here, the guy walked off. I watched him go down the dirt road a little ways, then he veered off and walked into the woods. As odd as that was, I didn't have it on my mind for more than a few minutes before I was back to watching TV. I didn't check the time very often, but it had to be at least 2 hours later and well into the night when I saw an orange glare coming from the window by my backyard. I got up and moved the curtain. Through the rain and fog, I saw a campfire right in the middle of the woods outside my house. It was small, flickering under a large tree as the rain poured down on it. Standing next to it, there was the outline of a figure holding something. I couldn't tell though if he was facing my house or into the woods. After a moment, I closed the curtains and picked up my phone, calling the police to let them know about this person outside my house. I knew it would take probably an hour for them to get here, and whoever was out there wasn't doing me any harm, but at the very least I wanted them away from my house before I went to bed. Once I got off the phone with the officer, I checked the window again. The fire was still burning lightly, but the figure wasn't there. Then I heard footsteps coming toward the house.
Why are these people never armed?
With a hunting rifle in his hand, before he turned the corner and went to the front door. He banged on it a few times, then it went quiet. I grabbed my self-defense handgun from the hallway closet and hid around the wall, still trying to process the situation I was in. He hit the door again. This time I could tell it was with the stock of his rifle, nearly breaking a panel out of the door. In this moment, I could only think that I had to try to deter him immediately before it becomes life or death for one of us. I shot around toward the edge of the doorframe, deafening myself for a second as the shot rang through the house. When my hearing came back, all I heard was the rain pouring down. No footsteps, banging, or yelling. I gathered up courage after 5 minutes of no sounds and looked out the peephole, seeing an empty porch, and outside in the yard were clear footprints going away from the house. He must have run right after the shot during the couple seconds I couldn't hear. Police did a thorough search and found some strange details. Out by where the campfire was, they found a duffel bag with evidence of it having been buried nearby and likely dug up just hours before the attack. What they told me is that it was most likely a burglary kit, or possibly even a murder kit, that was planted in advance with the intent to be dug up and used later on. This means whoever attacked me had planned it and had been right outside my house at least once before that night. Why he attacked me specifically is not known, and who and where he is currently is still no closer to being figured out than it was 4 years ago. I still live in the same house and worry every day that he might come back.
Fuck that guy. Shoot him. Tells you, don't hesitate.
Up, I lived with my mom in a small house. During my middle school and high school years, she took up an overnight job, so most nights of the week I was alone between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. this happened a few months before I graduated high school. On a regular night at 7:30, I said goodbye to my mom like usual, then I played some video games for a few hours. It was a school night, so I couldn't stay up super late, but I still stayed up later than I should have. Around 11:30, I shut everything off and went up to my room to get in bed, but I was on my phone for probably another hour before falling asleep. When I woke up, I thought I heard a door closing downstairs. I looked over at the clock next to my bed and saw it was 3:30, so I assumed my mom had just gotten home from work early. I turned over and tried to go back to sleep as I listened to footsteps walking around downstairs. After a minute though, I started listening more intently. Usually, my mom would go straight upstairs when she got home to get ready for bed, but it sounded like they were just walking around. As I listened for another 2 or 3 minutes, I realized they weren't even stopping at all. They were going through each room, walking slowly as if they were taking a tour of the house. I started to get a little nervous that it might not be my mom and could be someone else. I got up and turned on the light in my room, and almost right away, the footsteps stopped. I listened from the other side of my door and still heard nothing. Carefully, I opened it and looked out into the hallway. I was expecting to see some light coming from downstairs, but the whole house was dark. Whoever was walking around down there hadn't turned on any of the lights, which frightened me more than I already was. I made sure not to make any sounds and stepped further down the hallway until I was at the top of the stairs. Then I knelt down and looked through the railing to see into the living room. Nobody was there, and even in the dark, I could tell that nothing had been moved at all. My PlayStation was still there, and in my head, that was a telltale sign that there was nobody else in the house, except for maybe my mom. I mean, if someone was here to rob us, and had walked through the whole house, they definitely would have taken the most expensive thing in the room. At that point, I just wanted to know if it was my mom who was walking around, or if I was having some weird auditory hallucinations. I walked down the steps to the bottom and called out,
Mom, you home?
There was no response or signs of movement in the whole house, so I walked through the hallway into the kitchen. Right away, I saw a shoe print on the tile floors, and when I looked up, my eyes locked on a figure. Across the room, a man was sitting at the dining table with a dark mask on. His clothing was all black, which made it difficult to fully make out any features of him. He was looking at me, but he didn't say anything or even move. He stared at me with an emotionless look. I ran straight back upstairs and locked myself in my room as I called 911. The operator kept me updated on the police's estimated arrival, but after a minute, I heard the man slowly walk across the downstairs and over to the bottom of the staircase. I was whispering to the operator in a panic until I heard the front door open and the man walking away from the house. Not even 30 seconds later, I saw headlights shining through the window. My mom pulled into the driveway, and I ran outside to meet her and tell her what was going on. When police got there, they did a thorough search and found nothing incriminating that would help us find the man. But from what it seems, the man wasn't there to rob us. He also didn't seem to have any interest in me either, which means that he was most likely trying to hurt or abduct my mom. It would then make sense why he broke in only minutes before my mom usually gets home. It makes me think about what could have happened if I hadn't gone downstairs to see who was there, or if my mom had gotten home just a minute earlier and gone inside, unknowing of the man that was waiting for her. I'm 32 and live alone in a rural house. I have a few neighbors half a mile down that I talk to sometimes, but I mostly keep to myself and only go into town when I need to. I'm half retired, so I spend most of my time at home, but a few months out of the year, I do some contracting work. At the time, it was late fall, and on this day, I was getting all of my equipment from out in the yard and storing it in the shed to prepare for the winter season. It was just a bunch of tools and lawnmowers and stuff like that I'd left out. Anyway, while I was outside, I saw something unusual. A man was walking along the road that connected to my driveway. He had nothing on him, no backpack or camping gear. For context, this road he was on was entirely empty, aside from the few houses like mine, and the town was a 4-hour walk away. I watched him until he disappeared far off down the road. After he was gone, I looked down in both directions and saw no cars on the side of the road on either direction. It was really odd, but after a while I stopped thinking about it and finished up with my yard. I was back inside before dark and made dinner while I cooled off. As I sat there, a sudden thud from outside startled me up from the table. It was a wooden thump, like it had come from where the shed was. I looked through the window out into the yard, and the door to the shed was wide open. It was old, but the door had never unlatched on its own like that before. Still unsure of exactly what was going on, I knew I had to check on it and close the door at the very least. I got my rifle just in case, but I was confident it wasn't going to be anything dangerous. Walking out to the shed, I listened carefully and heard nothing other than the quietness of the night. I looked around the field as well and saw no signs of wildlife or people. When I got to the open shed door, I turned on my flashlight and shined it inside. Nothing looked out of place. I stepped in and did a more thorough search for any animals hiding, but still there wasn't anything.
Be back.
I closed the door to the shed and made sure it was secure, then started walking back. As I made my way through the field toward my house, an eerie feeling grew inside me. I didn't know what it was, but it continued to grow as I reached the front door. I stepped in and locked the door behind me. As I walked into the hallway, I saw a shoe print right on the floor. I flicked on the light, and going across the hallway was a line of dirty shoe prints leading up to the spare bedroom. My heart started beating faster as I held my rifle up and took a deep breath, then carefully walked up to the door. I leaned my head against the wood and listened, hearing what sounded like someone breathing right on the other side.
I'm gonna get up, stretch my legs, walk around a little bit. You guys just kind of enjoy the scary stories and
held the rifle up.
enjoy the view.
Looked like he was about to charge at me, holding a huge metal shovel up. I think my gun stopped him in his tracks, though. He stood in the doorway, holding the shovel like a weapon and having a face full of rage. I yelled as loud as I could for him to stay back, trying to sound intimidating, but I was undoubtedly terrified. The man kept his distance, but his face full of anger never faded. From this moment, though, I didn't know what to do. Cops wouldn't be able to make it here for probably an hour if I called, and I definitely didn't want to hold him at gunpoint for that long, risking anything to happen. As we stood in a strange silence, the man suddenly threw the shovel in my direction, then sprinted back into the room. I ran in to see what he was doing and watched him start crawling out of the window. Part of me wanted to stop him, but another part of me couldn't get myself to. He jumped out and ran off into the field, escaping in the vast empty night, with no way of knowing where he was running off to. To this day, that man has never been identified, and his intentions are unknown. All I can say is that if I hadn't had my rifle in my hands, or if he had gotten the jump on me, I likely wouldn't be here today. I don't go on many trips out of town, so this was one of the few times I've had to stay somewhere other than a friend or family's house. The area I needed to stay in was small, and most of the hotels didn't look very nice. But to my surprise, there was a single home listed on Airbnb. It was my first time using the site, but the house looked like a decent place, much better than the hotels. I requested the dates, and in a few minutes the place was booked. The following week, I started the drive. When I got to the town, which was about 14 hours from my city, it was well into the night. The town almost looked deserted compared to where I was used to living. All the houses' lights were off, and all the stores were closed. No people or cars were out. Of course, it was the middle of the night, so I didn't expect this small town to be lit up and active at this time, but it was still eerie, considering I hadn't seen it during the day. I only came in with this as the first impression. The street that took me to the Airbnb was dark as well, leading through a winding forested neighborhood until I eventually ended up at the house. It was one of few that had its porch and outdoor lights on, but one window upstairs had a light coming through it as well. I figured the last customer had just made the mistake of leaving it on, so I thought nothing of it and started getting my stuff up to the front door. I got the key code from my email and opened the door, getting inside and locking the door behind me. I quickly put my stuff in the corner of the room, then went upstairs to turn off the light that was left on. It was one of the spare bedrooms, only having a bed and a small dresser in it. I flicked it off, then went to the main bedroom to set up my things. I was only staying for the one night, but I had it booked for 2 because I needed to be there late into the following day. I was up for no more than an hour before finally getting in bed and turning in for the night. I rested my eyes and tried to sleep, but was laying awake for a long time. I sat up quickly, hearing a thud run through the walls of the house. I stared at the door, trying to think what could have been the cause of the sound, but with no ideas coming to mind, I got up to check. I opened the door softly, peering into the upstairs hallway. It was dark and quiet now. No more thuds, only the sounds of the house swaying in the wind. I stepped back and quietly shut the door, but a strange feeling came to me that had me wait as I thought more about the sound I heard. As I stood there, soft creaks started to go along the floorboards from the other room. I listened with my ear against the door as the creaking moved into the hallway and then began making its way toward the door. I was so in shock that I almost didn't realize that it had to be footsteps of someone approaching. My heart started racing as they came right up to the other side of the door. I put my hand tightly on the door handle to keep it from moving, and only a moment later, I felt it pull down. As soon as I resisted it, they eased off. There was a small moment before suddenly the handle was forced down and they slammed into the door. It swung half open before I pressed my body back into it. I only saw half of their face in the doorway, but in their eyes was an anger that I didn't expect to ever see. After a struggle, I somehow managed to push the door back into the latch and lock it. The man on the other side tried to get it back open, but after yelling a few unpleasant words towards me, he ran downstairs and out of the house. I was still catching my breath and my mind was racing, but I gathered myself up and dialed 911. For such a small town, they came shortly after. The owner of the Airbnb continued with the case after I left on the following day, but I wish I'd kept up with it. That man seemed so desperate to get into my room and was in some state of rage, like he wanted to hurt me as if I'd done something to him. Everything about it is disturbing, and I don't think I'll ever get it out of my head, but Airbnbs probably won't be something I take part in again for a long time. This was about 3 years ago. I was staying in a rental house while vacationing to see my brother. He lives 6 hours away from me, so I don't get to see him very often, and he only has a 1-bedroom apartment, which makes me have to stay elsewhere when I do see him. The house I rented out was really close to my brother's apartment and was the same price as nearby hotels, so it was an easy choice to go for the house. I had gotten into town early in the morning and met up with my brother for lunch, then got some groceries and was back at the rental around 5 o'clock. The place didn't have a lot to offer other than a couch, TV, and bed, but for the price, I wasn't expecting too much. I stayed up until 9, then got in bed. It had been a long day, so I was looking forward to getting a good amount of shut-eye. I laid in bed awake for longer than I wanted, falling asleep after an hour. When my eyes opened, the room was in full darkness, and I could sense that it was the middle of the night. Before I could even check the time, though, I heard something outside the room. Footsteps slowly walking down the hallway, and then a door closing softly, followed by silence. It was like my whole body had frozen, laying in the bed still and staring through the dark room. After a minute passed of no more sounds, I got up and looked into the hallway. At the far end, I could see the front door, which I knew was the door I'd heard them close, but I didn't know if they were still in the house or if they had left. I quietly walked through the other rooms, not seeing anyone. Actually, the only sign of them having been here was the front door being unlocked. I didn't see any footprints or notice anything missing. After checking the locks on all the doors, I called 911. They came fairly quick, but didn't do much of anything. They said to make sure all the doors were locked and to contact the owner, but aside from their useless advice, they provided no intent to figure it out. I stayed up that night and waited until morning, unable to sleep. After calling the owner of the rental and discussing what had happened, I went to see my brother. While out, the owner let me know that he'd changed the PIN code on the door, which did make me feel a lot better. I was out until late that day though, getting some dinner and drinks with my brother, and being dropped off at the rental sometime between 8 and 9. I went to the couch and sat down, feeling sleepy, but also feeling that nervousness again about the situation. Every time my eyes were about to close, my head would be filled with fear of the intruder coming back. Knowing I needed to sleep tonight, since I didn't get any last night, I decided to go through the house again and check the rooms in hopes to ease my mind. I walked around the living room and kitchen, then went down the hallway to the bedroom. I opened the closet and checked the attached bathroom, and just before I walked out, I heard footsteps running through the hallway toward the bedroom I was in. I swung around the corner and only caught a glimpse of a large man as he slammed the bedroom door shut. Then I heard his footsteps departing and going toward the living room, while I stood in place and just listened. He went all around the living room and kitchen, staying inside the house for probably 2 minutes before I heard the front door open and close behind him. Police came quickly after I called again, and this time the homeowner came by as well. The living room and kitchen looked like they'd been ransacked. The furniture was scattered all over, and the cabinets were all open, with the things inside them having been tossed over the floor.
It's like a shady Airbnb.
The owner didn't see anything that was missing. It looked more like whoever that man was looking for something very specific and nothing more. I left the rental and got a hotel after that, and within a few days, I was never updated again about anything. I assume he was never found, but the situation has left me with a lot of questions. Something that really gets to me is that I had checked the entire house that one night. So
Okay.
where was he hiding? How
I think we filled this up fairly well.
And what would have happened if I had fallen asleep on the couch?
I think we should start a new one.
I was 22 at the time and living in a very small 1-bedroom house in the cheapest area of my city. After work on a Friday night, I hopped online to game with a bunch of my friends. It was the perfect night for
Winding
staying up late,
road.
with heavy downpour outside and no
Personal
work or school the next
experience
day.
that sometimes you need to
We
get a
played for
bit of
probably 2 hours
inspiration to
before a
get
sudden sound
doodling.
had me put everything on pause for a
Today
minute.
we'll share a new
There was a
theme
thump
and
sounding like it was
a
upstairs.
starting blade.
My initial concern
Today's
was a
theme
possible
is
leak in the
Winding
roof
Road.
caused by the rainfall, so
Let's
I
see
went out
what
to
you
look.
make with it.
The only rooms upstairs were the
Let's
single bedroom
go.
and half bathroom, and neither of them had any signs of leaks anywhere, so I ran back down and got back online with
Okay,
my friends.
so we have
I was on for a while,
bunch
only
of
getting
little
off at 2 a.m.
hilltops.
because everyone else went to bed. I shut everything off and sat on the couch with some snacks while I watched YouTube on my phone. 10 minutes in, I heard another thump. It was from upstairs again, but it was so muffled that it almost sounded like it was on the roof or something. I did an even more thorough search of both my bedroom and the bathroom up there, but there wasn't anything showing itself to be the cause of the sound. I was sure it wasn't thunder either, because it vibrated through the walls like something literally hitting the house. After 10 minutes of looking around, I was so determined to figure it out that I put on my shoes and went out into the rain to see if there was something more noticeable from outside. At first I saw nothing of significance, but then I noticed a tree branch getting pretty close to the side of my house. It was a large and sturdy branch though, that was a good 3 or 4 feet away from the siding, and even in the rain, it wasn't really swaying all that much. It seemed unlikely that it could reach the side and bang up against the side of the house. As I looked at it though, I realized there was a small window on the house that the tree kind of covered up. It was higher than my bedroom window, meaning it had to be an attic. I had no idea there was an attic at this house. The hatch was definitely nowhere noticeable, and the roof wasn't a steep slope, so it didn't look like there would even be room for one. This hidden window was the first clue I'd ever seen to indicate there being an attic. I went inside, even more curious than I was before, and started searching for this hatch that I had to have somewhere. It took a minute, but I found it inside my bedroom closet. It was small and perfectly smooth with the ceiling, basically blending in aside from the tiny gaps from where it opens. I stood up on a box and pulled it down, releasing a rusty ladder from the opening. Immediately, I was hit with a rotten smell, followed by another thump sound. From below, I could tell the attic was extremely short, maybe 2 feet tall at most. I climbed up carefully and looked into this tiny space, basically a wide, dark tunnel, and at the end by the window, I could make out a figure, ducked down on all fours and looking straight at me. I almost fell off the ladder, trying to jump down and run away. I heard them shuffling around as I got my phone and left the house, calling 911 in my driveway. The cops got there and detained the man, who was just some homeless person. Apparently he climbed the tree up to the window and made his way in, staying up there for at least a week without me having noticed. The absurdity of it all was almost unbelievable. I moved out very soon after that, and every house since I've always checked the attics. But the one thing that has stayed with me is the image of that man at the end of the attic, on his hands and knees, staring at me with eyes resembling both fear and anger. For the past few years, I've been working 2 jobs and typically leave my house around 6 in the morning and don't get home until 10 at night. Then I sleep, and on most days I repeat that same schedule. Unfortunately, that's just the situation I've been in for a while, but this happened just a couple months ago. I'd come home one night and did what I usually do, which is shower and get ready for bed. But while I was in the shower, I heard some movement. It sounded like it was just outside the bathroom door. I quickly got out and checked and saw nothing, so I figured it just had to be the house creaking or something. I finished cleaning up and got in bed. All throughout the night, I kept hearing these odd noises coming from all throughout the house. Mostly just some sort of creaking, kind of like if it was really windy outside and making the house sway. But there was no wind and no reason for the house to be making any noise. At one point in the middle of the night, I even got up and walked around to try and find out what it was, but I found nothing. In the morning, I was very tired and had to work the whole day relying on coffee to keep me awake. By the time I got home, I was exhausted and sleepy, really hoping for a good night's sleep. I went right upstairs and turned the shower on, but before I even got in, I heard something outside the bathroom door again. This time I was sure it was right outside the door, and it sounded like it passed right by and left the bedroom. Although as unlikely as it was, it really sounded like something had moved across my room. I knew I had to look to see if someone was there, but I was feeling really uneasy. When I did finally get the courage to look, I didn't see anything. I walked through the whole house and did a quick look around each room, but I was convinced it had to be something odd going on inside the walls or under the floorboards. I showered and got in bed, falling asleep just before midnight. The instant I woke up, I knew something was wrong. It was very dark, so it was still well into the night, and the entire house was silent. I wasn't sure what had woken me up, but I could feel that it had something to do with the sounds I'd been hearing. I peered over at the door and saw the slightest movement of a shadow from under the crack. I jolted up and stared across the room. My heart immediately started racing as I saw the shadow move away from the door and heard them begin walking down the upstairs hallway. I was horrified and frozen in fear, but it must have been the surge of adrenaline that got me out of my bed and made me swing open the door. I looked out, and standing at the end of the hallway was the dark outline of a man. His eyes were the only thing that really stood out to me.
You're looking like
They pierced through me with a sense of anger and
You're looking like a man.
I slammed my bedroom door shut and locked it. The man's footsteps immediately went down the stairs, but it took another 30 seconds before I heard him leave the house. I got the police to come as soon as possible, but they didn't have much luck. They found a few signs of the man being in my house for at least a few days, but that was about it. I don't know where he was hiding, but I always think back to when I'd hear him walk past the bathroom door. Maybe he was sleeping in my bed, then quickly would hide in the closet until I got in the shower, where he would take the opportunity to leave the room. I also wonder why he spent that extra time downstairs before leaving the house when he knew I'd seen him and had likely called the police. Everything is just speculation at this point, but knowing that some random man was hiding in my house while I was sleeping is a horrifying thing to think about. As far as I know, the man hasn't come back, and there have been no updates on his identity. Last year, I moved into a new house far from the city. My new job was work from home, so I had no reason to be in a clustered and expensive city anymore. For the first couple months, I was enjoying everything about the place, especially it being so far from other people. But on a regular weekday afternoon, I got a knock at my door. This was actually the first time anyone had come up to my door at this place since I moved in, so it caught me a little off guard. I went up and opened the door to a tall middle-aged man.
How can I help you?
I smiled to be friendly, thinking he was probably a neighbor from down the street. But strangely, the first thing he did was lean to the side and look past me into my house. It was like he was trying to see who else was home. Being weirded out by his behavior, I pulled the door in and blocked the way with my body. Before saying anything, the man turned and walked away from the door. I stayed and watched him go all the way down the driveway and continue walking until he got to the street, where he got into a parked car and drove off. Without a doubt, that was the strangest encounter I'd ever had with someone up until that point, and I really had no idea how to even think about it. That night, I stayed home for dinner just to make sure the man didn't come back. I debated calling the police to put in a report, but I thought I'd sound stupid for doing that just because some man came up to my door and did nothing. Around 9 p.m., I turned on the TV and tried to get myself more relaxed before trying to sleep. While I was on the couch, though, I heard a voice speaking outside. I quickly muted the TV and listened. It was muffled, but I could make out at least 2 separate people talking somewhere in the back of my yard. I ran up to the back window and opened up the blinds. In the distance, I could see 2 figures walking across my backyard. One of them had a long tool
now
or
see,
object in his hand.
this I
The other one was
don't
focused so
like.
clearly. They walked between the trees in my yard until they reached the side of my house. I went over to the side window and tried to see where they went, but I lost track of them and they had stopped talking. I checked every window and still couldn't
I
see
want to
them.
have water that's up higher. I raised the ground. Why can't I raise the water?
Chills through my body. I walked up, trying not to make any noise, and looked through the peephole. There was one man dressed in dark clothing and wearing a hat that covered his eyes. He had to be one of the men I'd just seen, but where was the other?
What do you want?
I yelled.
And all the
They
ducks
knew I was
fly
home,
away.
or maybe I'd scare them away. The man stayed on the doorstep and looked over at the side of my house, then looked back at the door. After a few seconds, the lack of response started to terrify me. I went back to the living room to get my phone and call the police, but was interrupted by a loud smashing sound, followed by another and another. I looked across the hall and saw a man hitting a shovel against the back door. He saw me and looked at me for a second, then ran away. I was so scared, I hesitated on whether to call the police or try to find somewhere to hide. The best answer was obviously to do both, but my thoughts were interrupted again when I heard the side window getting hit. I got my phone and dialed 911 while the man continued to hit the window over and over. But just as the police picked up the phone, everything went quiet. And it stayed quiet until the police came. When they pulled in, I was surprised by a sudden commotion outside. It turned out to be the man at the door who had chosen not to leave, and after a closer look, it was the same man who'd come by earlier that day. Strangely, when the police detained him, he refused to say anything about the other man that was with him. He denied everything over and over, even though there were clear cracks and dents in the doors and windows. It was frustrating to listen to, and even weeks later, the man still refused to detail why he had come by my house twice that day, or who the other man was. Everything remains so unanswered that it still creeps me out to this day. Why was the man trying to break in so bad? And what purpose did the man at my doorstep serve to aid in the break-in? I moved away in the following months and have since only been hoping that it wasn't me they were after, or are still after. I was using Craigslist to sell an office chair that I no longer wanted. It wasn't broken or damaged, it was barely even used, but I just didn't need it anymore. It took a few days, but eventually I got a message from a man who was interested in buying the chair. We had a short phone call, and he seemed like any other nice guy. He was willing to pay my asking price too, so everything seemed perfect. We set to meet at a local Walmart parking lot, which I opted for to keep it in a public setting. Come Friday afternoon, I called the man and let him know I was on my way. Then I drove down to the Walmart and got there right on time. He said he drove a gray Honda Civic, which I realized was very generic and basically useless information. He knew which car I drove too, so I was hoping he'd see me at least and come over. But time ticked away, and there was no sign of him. I sent a text, and a few minutes later I called, but no one
Time
wasn't picking
keeps
up.
on ticking,
I stayed in the lobby for nearly
ticking
an hour, waiting for him to show.
into the
But as the sun was going down, I
future.
decided to just go home. For most of the drive, I was just annoyed and upset that I'd had to waste my time for absolutely no reason. About halfway back, I realized that a car had been behind me for a while. I got nervous about it, but once I pulled into my street, they turned away. After going inside and tossing my phone and stuff on the counter, I went back out to bring the chair inside. As I walked down my driveway, a car pulled up along the road and parked right in front of my house. I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked very similar to the car that was behind me earlier. It was a dark red sedan, looking to be at least 15 years old, with rust all around it. I quickly got my chair out of my car and went inside, closing the garage and locking all the doors. I peeked out the windows and watched as the car just sat right in front of my house, still running and everything. I checked my phone to see if the man had ever responded, and he still hadn't, and that's when it all really started making me nervous. After another minute, I heard a car door open and close. I looked out the window again and saw a figure in dark clothing standing beside the car, but he was facing the house as if he was inspecting it. Once I saw that, I closed the blinds and dialed 911, explaining to the operator that a creepy man was outside my house and that I think he followed me home. They sent an officer on their way, and I thanked them, then hung up. I pushed the blind up slightly and checked out the window one more time. His car was still there, but the man was gone. I could feel my heartbeat getting faster as I went around to each window and looked, but it wasn't until I got to my back door that I saw the man again. He was standing inside my fenced backyard and was looking up at my house. I didn't know what he was doing, but it was really creeping me out, and all I could think was that at any moment, he was going to try to break in. After a second, the man started walking to the side of my house. I went back to the front window to see if he was going back to his car, but he didn't reappear. Then I went around to every window again, trying to find him, but a few minutes later, the police showed up. The car was still left outside my house, and the man was nowhere to be found. What's worse is that the car was completely empty, not having a single piece of paper or even a fingerprint anywhere inside or outside of it. It was apparently bought from a junkyard years ago, but that was the earliest record they had of it. The police were just as weirded out as I was, especially since the man just disappeared, leaving his car behind and showing no effort to break in. One thing we can say almost for certain is that it was likely the same man from Craigslist who had used an untraceable email and account and followed me from the Walmart parking lot to my house. It's been a couple months since all of this, but I still worry, because why else would he have taken the time to inspect my house on all sides if he wasn't planning on coming back any day now to finish whatever it was he came to do? When I was 21, I made the poor decision to move out of my parents' house before I could afford a place on my own. It was something I'd actually planned out for months, searching for cheap apartments, roommates, and anything that could help me move out. For some reason, I just prioritized moving out on my own over everything else. After months of searching, I found a post on Facebook about a room for rent in my area. It was a 2-bedroom house, and the owner was renting out the 2nd bedroom. I sent him a message on Facebook and got a reply in minutes. He asked a couple of questions, then sent over a document. It looked like a huge list of rules for moving in, all simple stuff that's pretty much common sense. After agreeing to all the rules, he let me come over to look at the room that same day. When I got there, I was very surprised at how clean and well put together the place was. It looked like it was a model house, so perfectly decorated and furnished. The owner, Terry, was a little bit weird though. He was in his late 20s, but his personality and looks didn't match the way the house looked. He was wearing a dirty t-shirt and just had a weird way of talking. Still, I was blinded by the possibility of moving out that I didn't even care. A week later, I packed up a rental van with my stuff and drove it down to the house. When I walked inside, I almost thought I'd walked into the wrong house. It was so empty, no decorations or furniture, except for an old couch in the living room. It was a completely different looking place than the one I'd seen the first time. Terry was standing there and acted like nothing was different, talking my ear off about how excited he was to have a roommate. I asked about all the furniture and everything, but he basically ignored my question and just went straight to moving my stuff into the house. Being a little weirded out, I still moved in. Several weeks went by, and to be honest, I rarely even saw Terry. He was always working and didn't get home until late at night. But about a month in, I started realizing that Terry had stopped coming home most nights. It was maybe once a week I'd hear him get home around 2 or 3 a.m. He'd hang around downstairs for a while, then leave and wouldn't show up for another week or so. Part of me didn't care because I was happy to have the house to myself, but another part of me was curious about what he was up to. I mean, he wanted me to move in so bad, but now he's never here. Then one night at 2 a.m., weeks since I'd last seen Terry, I was woken up to him banging on my bedroom door and yelling my name. I got up and rushed over. Terry was standing in the doorway with sweat dripping from his head and a look of anger.
"Do not leave your room,"
he said in a harsh voice, then grabbed the door and ripped the handle out of my hand, slamming it shut. I stood there in shock, listening to him walk downstairs. I opened the door quietly, and after a few seconds, I heard the sound of him dragging something heavy across the floor and into the garage. I ran downstairs to see what was going on. There was a smear of mud and dirt going across the kitchen and leading up to the garage door. I tried to open it, but he'd somehow locked it from inside. I realized it was best to just remove myself from the situation and ran out to my car, driving away while calling the cops. When they got to the house, Terry was already gone, and the smears on the floor had been cleaned up. After some days of investigating, it turned out that Terry was actually renting the house from someone else, so I wasn't even allowed to have legally moved in, and all the documents he sent me and had me sign were fake. Terry likely wasn't his real name either, and as far as I know, he never showed back up after that. I don't know for sure what he was up to, but he was so adamant about me staying in my room that night, and with him vanishing afterward, he clearly had something horrible he was hiding. But what really confuses me is why he wanted me to move into the house and live with him so badly. I can't help but think that he had some sort of plans for me, and I barely got out of there without having to find out the hard way.
I'm gonna make this a barn. Sorts.
3 years ago, I moved down a few states on the East Coast to a new city. Due to work and money, I couldn't make the trip to see the place before making the move, but I was only renting, so there wasn't too much risk in it. It was mid-September when the movers came and loaded everything up, then dropped it off at the house. The landlord was nice enough to let the movers in for me to unload, because I wasn't actually arriving there until the following week. It was a Monday evening when I finally arrived and saw the house in person for the first time. It was a mess, with boxes everywhere and furniture laying all around, but the house itself was alright. The layout was interesting in that it was very separated. It was a single story, with the kitchen and living room on one side of the house. Then on the other side was a long hallway with all the bedrooms and bathrooms. Since it was already late, I went to the master bedroom and started working on getting the bed put together, then shut off all the lights and went to sleep. I didn't have a clock set up yet, so I didn't know what time it was, but in the middle of the night, I woke up to an odd sound. I thought it was a noise the house was making, but I wanted to see what it was, and if it was something I needed to let the landlord know about. I got up and walked over to the bedroom door.
I've purchased AAA games the last several years.
Opened the door,
It
and
was
stopped
only
almost
when they
instantly.
were $20
The
or
hallway was pitch
less.
black, so I flicked on the light, but nothing was there.
Well,
Slowly walked down and
then
peered into the
giving
living
Assassin's Creed right now
It
should
looked
be
the same
right
as it
up
had
your
before,
alley.
but I turned on the lights and looked around just to be sure. On the floor, there were a lot of footprints scattered
Depending
between the
on
boxes
what
that were
it's
laying
going
around.
for.
I knew it was likely from the movers, and with no other signs of anything, I went back to the bedroom. It took a while for me to fall asleep again, because I kept thinking about how the sound stopped as soon as I opened the door. I tried to come up with any possible way this could be the house making noises, but nothing came to mind. When I drifted back asleep, it felt like I only stayed asleep for a minute before I was woken up by a sudden thump, followed by footsteps running down the hallway. My eyes shot open, and I looked over at my bedroom door. The door was wide open, and on the ground were clear footprints coming right up to my bed. I got up and hurried to see who was there, but by then, they were long gone. All that was left were scuffed prints from them running away. I got my phone and called the police, locking myself in the bathroom until they arrived. When they did, they oddly found no signs of a break-in, aside from the footprints. I convinced myself that they must have gained access during the week before I arrived at the house, but something still didn't sit right with me. After unpacking and checking each box, nothing seemed to be missing. It obviously makes me wonder what they were even doing in the house, but the biggest mystery is why did they walk up to my bed, and what was that thump sound that I heard just before they ran away? The landlord was eager to allow me to break the contract and move out, so long as I didn't say anything about the break-in publicly. At the time, it sounded like he just didn't want anyone to be scared away from the house so that he wouldn't miss out on his rental income, but now I'm not so sure.
Creepy.
This happened a couple years back when I was 26. My single mother
It's
had just
$30.
passed away,
I
and being the
won't
only
buy
child, their
Ubisoft.
house was left
Has
to me to either
Ubisoft
sell
really
or
gotten
move
that
into.
bad?
I was living in a really nasty apartment because I couldn't afford much back then, and after much deliberation, I decided to move into the house. It was already paid off, so I was saving a considerable amount of money by moving in. My goal was to hopefully save up for a few years and get back on my feet, then sell it and buy the house that I wanted. Once my lease was up at the apartment, I moved across town to the house. It was part of a community of farmland owners, but in the recent years,
I'll
most
be
of the
right
land had
back.
stopped
I'm gonna
being
grab
used
another
for farming
Coke.
and was left as just empty fields. That's what happened with my mom's land as well. It was pretty much just an old barn-style home in the middle of a huge field with only a small overgrown path leading to it. In the first week living there, I spent most of my time cleaning and getting all of my stuff where I wanted it. During one of these nights, while I was cleaning, I heard a car coming toward the house. I looked out the window and saw an old pickup truck driving down the overgrown path. It was very strange, being that the only reason for them driving here would be if they were coming to the house. But just as they approached the end of the path, they slowed to a stop. I could make out a male figure in the driver's seat, but couldn't make out any specifics. They stayed there for a moment, with their headlights shining over the field, before they did a three-point turn and drove away. I thought they probably just typed in the wrong address or something, but it was kind of creepy to see someone coming all the way out here so late in the night. A few days went by, and by then I'd finished getting the house cleaned up and organized. It was a Sunday night, and I was staying up late watching TV and eating a home-cooked meal when a familiar sound came up in the distance. A car driving toward the house. I looked out the window again and saw that same pickup truck coming down the path, this time with all its headlights off. Knowing it couldn't possibly be an accident this time, I was more worried. I quickly looked at my phone and saw it was nearly 1 a.m., so why would anyone be coming here? The truck came all the way to the front of the house and parked. Then a man got out and started walking up to the porch. I waited anxiously, but after a minute, there was no doorbell or knocking. I cautiously went up to the front door and looked out the peephole. A man was standing right on the porch, looking directly at the door. I was terrified, as he looked like he was contemplating something. Then he turned around and went back to his truck, getting in and hurrying away. I was really creeped out, so I called the police and reported it, but there was nothing else to be done. I went to bed that night with a really bad feeling about everything. Apparently I was right, because I woke up to what I thought was the sound of a knock at the door. It was just a single knock. I got up right away and looked out the window, but the truck that I thought I'd see wasn't anywhere outside the house. I quietly left my bedroom to try and go downstairs and see who it was, but just as I reached the top of the steps, I could see that the front door was slightly open. I froze, and moments later, I heard footsteps walking through the hallway below me. I quickly hid in the spare bedroom that was next to me and dialed 911 as the footsteps grew louder and started coming up the stairs. They went straight into the main bedroom, and I could hear them moving stuff around like they were looking for something. I was too scared to speak to the officer on the phone, worried the intruder would hear me, so I just sat there silently. They spent a few minutes going through the bedroom before leaving and going back downstairs and finally exiting the house. I started talking to the officer as I ran up to the back window to see if I could identify them before they got away. It was dark, but I could see that it was the same man who was on my porch earlier. He was walking in the backyard toward the field of tall grass, eventually disappearing in it. Police came by and tried to find any evidence to help with the case, but my description of the man was about all there was that was helpful. I don't know what that man wanted, but he seemed to be looking for something specific. It makes me think maybe he knew of something my mother had, and after hearing of her passing, he wanted to steal it. But once I realized he had to have known I was home and probably in the bedroom, it terrified me to think about how he still went in and looked around. What was he planning to do to me if I was still in there? I ended up selling the house a month later because I was too scared of him coming back. Even now, I still check every few months to see if there were any reports of recent break-ins at that address, but it's been quiet ever since that night.
Okay, a lot of those were all the exact same story. Gardener.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody comes back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer.
Invitation from them to spend a fortnight at the house in which we were to witness such strange manifestations. And when I received an invitation from them to spend a fortnight there, I returned them an enthusiastic affirmative. Well already did I know that pleasant heathery countryside, and most intimate was my acquaintance with the subtle hazards of its most charming golf links. Golf, I was given to understand, was to occupy the solid day for Hugh and me, so that Margaret should never be obliged to set her hand to the implements with which the game, so detestable to her, was conducted. I arrived there while yet the daylight lingered, and as my hosts were out, I took a ramble round the place. The house and garden stood on a plateau facing south. Below it were a couple of acres of pasture that sloped down to a vagrant stream, crossed by a footbridge, by the side of which stood a thatched cottage with a vegetable patch surrounding it. A path ran close past this, across the pasture from a wicket gate in the garden, conducted you over the footbridge, and so, my remembered sense of geography told me, must constitute a shortcut to the links that lay not half a mile beyond. The cottage itself was clearly on the land of the little estate, and I at once supposed it to be the gardener's house. What went against so obvious and simple a theory was that it appeared to be untenanted. No wreath of smoke, though the evening was chilly, curled from its chimneys, and coming closer, I fancied it had that air of waiting about it which we so often conjure into unused habitations. There it stood, with no sign of life whatever about it, though ready, as its apparently perfect state of repair seemed to warrant, for fresh tenants to put the breath of life into it again. Its little garden, too, though the palings were neat and newly painted, told the same tale. The beds were untenanted and unweeded, and in the flower border by the front door was a row of chrysanthemums which had withered on their stems. But all this was but the impression of a moment, and I did not pause as I passed it, but crossed the footbridge and went on up the heathery slope that lay beyond. My geography was not at fault, for presently I saw the clubhouse just in front of me. Hugh, no doubt, would be just about coming in from his afternoon round, and so we would walk back together. On reaching the clubhouse, however, the steward told me that not 5 minutes before Mrs. Granger had called in her car for her husband, and I therefore retraced my steps by the path along which I had already come. But I made a detour, as a golfer will, to walk up the fairway of the 17th and 18th holes, just for the pleasure of recognition, and looked respectfully at the yawning sandpit which so inexorably guards the 18th green, wondering in what circumstances I should visit it next, whether with a step complacent and superior, knowing that my ball reposed safely on the green beyond, or with the heavy footfall of one who knows that laborious delving lies before him. The light of the winter evening had faded fast, and when I crossed the footbridge on my return, the dusk had gathered. To my right, just beside the path, lay the cottage, the whitewashed walls of which gleamed whitely in the gloaming, and as I turned my glance back from it to the rather narrow plank which bridged the stream, I thought I caught out of the tail of my eye some light from one of its windows, which thus disproved my theory that it was untenanted. But when I looked directly at it again, I saw that I was mistaken. Some reflection in the glass of the red lines of sunset in the west must have deceived me, for in the inclement twilight it looked more desolate than ever. Yet I lingered by the wicket gate in its low palings, for though all exterior evidence bore witness to its emptiness, some inexplicable feeling assured me, quite irrationally, that this was not so, and that there was somebody there. Certainly there was nobody visible, but, so this absurd idea informed me, he might be at the back of the cottage, concealed from me by the intervening structure, and still oddly, still unreasonably, it It became a matter of importance to my mind to ascertain whether this was so or not. So clearly that my perception told me that the place was empty, and so firmly had some conviction assured me that it was tenanted. To cover my inquisitiveness, in case there was someone there, I could inquire whether this path was a shortcut to the house at which I was staying, and, rather rebelling at what I was doing, I went through the small garden and rapped on the door. There was no answer, and, after waiting for a response to a second summons and having tried the door and found it locked, I made the circuit of the house. Of course, there was no one there, and I told myself that I was just like a man who looks under his bed for a burglar and would be beyond measure astonished if he found one. My hosts were at the house when I arrived, and we spent a cheerful 2 hours before dinner in such desultory and eager conversation as is proper between friends who have not met for some time. Between Hugh Granger and his wife, it is always impossible to light on a subject which does not vividly interest one or other of them, and golf, politics, the needs of Russia, cooking, ghosts, the possible victory over Mount Everest, and the income tax were among the topics which we passionately discussed. With all these plates spinning, it was easy to whip up any one of them, and the subject of spooks generally was lighted upon again and again. "Margaret is on a high road to madness," remarked Hugh on one of these occasions, "for she has been using planchette. If you use planchette for 6 months, I'm told, most careful doctors will conscientiously certify you as insane. She's got 5 months more before she goes to Bedlam." "Does it work?" I asked. "Yes, it says most interesting things," said Margaret. "It says things that have never entered my head. We'll try it tonight." "Oh, not tonight," said Hugh. "Let's have an evening off." Margaret disregarded this. "It's no use asking Planchette questions," she went on, "because there is in your mind some sort of answer to them. If I ask whether it'll be fine tomorrow, for instance, it is probably I. Though, indeed, I don't mean to push. Who makes the pencil say yes? And then it usually rains," remarked Hugh. "Not always. Don't interrupt. The interesting thing is to let the pencil write what it chooses. Very often it only makes loops and curves, though they may mean something, and every now and then a word comes of the significance of which I have no idea whatever, so I clearly couldn't have suggested it. Yesterday evening, for instance, it wrote gardener over and over again. Now, what did that mean? The gardener here is a Methodist with a chin beard. Could it have meant him? Oh, it's time to dress. Please don't be late. My cook is so sensitive about the soup." We rose, and some connection of ideas about gardener linked itself up in my mind. "By the way, what's that cottage in the field by the footbridge?" I asked. "Is that the gardener's cottage?" "Used to be," said Hugh. "Chinbeard doesn't live there. In fact, nobody lives there. It's empty. If I was owner here, I should put the Chinbeard into it and take the rent off his wages. Some people have no idea of economy. Why did you ask?" I saw Margaret was looking at me rather attentively. "Curiosity," I said. "Idle curiosity." "I don't believe it was," said she. "But it was," I said. "It was idle curiosity to know whether the house was inhabited. I passed it, going down to the clubhouse, and I felt sure it was empty, but coming back, I felt so sure that there was someone there that I rapped on the door, and indeed walked round it." Hugh had preceded us upstairs as she lingered a little. "And there was no one there?" she asked. "It's odd. I had just the same feeling as you about it." "That explains Planchette writing gardener over and over again," said I. "You had the gardener's cottage on your mind." "How ingenious," said Margaret. "Hurry up and dress." A gleam of strong moonlight between my drawn curtains when I went up to bed that night led me to look out. My room faced the garden and the fields which I had traversed that afternoon, and all was vividly illuminated by the full moon. The thatched cottage, with its white walls close by the stream, was very distinct, and once more, I suppose, the reflection of the light on the glass of one of its windows made it appear that the room was lit within. It struck me as odd that twice that day this illusion should have been presented to me, but now a yet odder thing happened. Even as I looked, the light was extinguished. The morning it did not at all bear out the fine promise of the clear night, for when I woke the wind was squealing, and sheets of rain from the southwest were dashed against my panes. Golf was wholly out of the question, and though the violence of the storm abated a little in the afternoon, the rain dripped with a steady sullenness. But I wearied of indoors, and since the two others entirely refused to set foot outside, I went forth, mackintoshed, to get a breath of air. By the way of an object in my tramp, I took the road to the links in preference to the muddy shortcut through the fields, with the intention of engaging a couple of caddies for Hugh and myself next morning, and lingered a while over illustrated papers in the smoking room. I must have read for longer than I knew, for a sudden beam of sunset light suddenly illuminated my page, and looking up, I saw that the rain had ceased, and that evening was fast coming on. So, instead of taking the long detour by the road again, I set forth homewards by the path across the fields. That gleam of sunset was the last of the day, and once again, just as 24 hours ago, I crossed the footbridge in the gloaming. Till that moment, as far as I was aware, I had not thought at all about the cottage there, but now, in a flash, the light I had seen there last night, suddenly extinguished, recalled itself to my mind, and at the same moment I felt that invincible conviction that the cottage was tenanted. Simultaneously, in these swift processes of thought, I looked towards it, and saw, standing by the door, the figure of a man. In the dusk, I could distinguish nothing of his face, if indeed
He
it was
looked
turned
like
to
a
me,
man.
and only got the impression of a tallish fellow, thickly built. He opened the door, from which there came a dim light as of a lamp, entered, and shut it after him. So then my conviction was right, yet I had been distinctly told that the cottage was empty. Who, then, was he that entered, as if returning home? Once more, this time with a certain qualm of fear, I rapped on the door, intending to put some trivial questions, and rapped again, this time more drastically, so that there could be no question that my summons was unheard. But still I got no reply, and finally I tried the handle of the door. It was locked. Then, with difficulty mastering an increasing terror, I made the circuit of the cottage, peering into each unshuttered window. All was dark within, though but 2 minutes ago I had seen the gleam of light escape from the open door. Just because some chain of conjecture was beginning to form itself in my mind, I made no allusions to this odd adventure, and after dinner, Margaret, amid protests from Hugh, got out the planchette, which had persisted in writing Gardener. My surmise was, of course, utterly fantastic, but I wanted to convey no suggestion of any sort to Margaret. For a long time the pencil skated over her paper, making loops and curves and peaks like a temperature chart, and she had begun to yawn and weary over her experiment before any coherent word emerged. And then, in the oddest way, her head nodded forward, and she seemed to have fallen asleep. Hugh looked up from his book and spoke in a whisper to me. "She fell asleep the other night over it," he said. Margaret's eyes were closed, and she breathed the long, quiet breaths of slumber, and then her hand began to move with a curious firmness. Right across the big sheet of paper went a level line of writing, and at the end her hand stopped with a jerk, and she woke. She looked at the paper. "Hello," she said. One of you's been playing a trick on me." We assured her that this was not so, and she read what she had written. "Gardener, gardener, I am the gardener. I want to come in. I can't find her here." "Oh, Lord, the gardener again," said Hugh. Looking up from the paper, I saw Margaret's eyes fixed on mine, and even before she spoke, I knew what her thought was. "Did you come home by the empty cottage?" she asked. Yes. Why?" "Still empty?" she said, in a low voice. Or anything else?" I did not want to tell her just what I had seen, or what, at any rate, I thought I had I'd seen. If there was going to be anything odd, anything worth observation, it was far better that our respective impressions should not fortify each other. I tapped again, and there was no answer, I said. Presently there was a move to bed. Margaret initiated it, and after she had gone upstairs, Hugh and I went to the front door to interrogate the weather. Once more the moon shone in a clear sky, and we strolled out along the flagged path that fronted the house. Suddenly Hugh turned quickly and pointed to the angle of the house. "Who on earth's that?" he said. "Look, there! He's gone round the corner." I had but the glimpse of a tallish man of heavy build. "Didn't you see him?" asked Hugh. "I'll just go round the house and find him. I don't want anyone prowling around us at night. Wait here, will you? And if he comes round the other corner, ask him what his business is." Hugh had left me, in our stroll, close by the front door, which was open, and there I waited until he should have made his circuit. He had hardly disappeared when I heard, quite distinctly, a rather quick but heavy footfall coming along the paved walk towards me from the opposite direction, but there was absolutely no one to be seen who made this sound of rapid walking. Closer and closer to me came the steps of the invisible one, and then, with a shudder of horror, I felt somebody unseen push by me as I stood on the threshold. That shudder was not merely of the spirit, for the touch of him was that of ice on my hand. I tried to seize this impalpable intruder, but he slipped from me, and the next moment I heard his steps on the parquet of the floor inside. Some door within opened and shut, and I heard no more of him. Next moment Hugh came running round the corner of the house from which the sound of steps had approached. "But where is he?" he asked. "He wasn't 20 yards in front of me, a tall, big fellow." "I saw nobody," I said. I heard his steps along the walk, but there was nothing to be seen." "And then?" asked Hugh. Whatever it was seemed to brush by me and go into the house," said I. There had certainly been no sound of steps on the bare oak stairs, and we searched room after room through the ground floor of the house. The dining room door and that of the smoking room were locked. That into the drawing room was open, and the only other door which could have furnished the impression of an opening and a shutting was that into the kitchen and the servants' quarters. Here again our quest was fruitless. Through pantry and scullery and boot room and servants' hall we searched, but all was empty and quiet. Finally we came to the kitchen, which too was empty, but by the fire there was set a rocking chair, and this was oscillating to and fro, as if someone lately sitting there had just quitted it.
The invisible
there it stood,
gardener.
gently rocking, and this seemed to convey the sense of a presence, invisible now, more than even the sight of him who surely had been sitting there could have done. I remember wanting to steady it and stop it, and yet my hand refused to go forth to it. What we had seen, and in especial what we had not seen, would have been sufficient to furnish most people with a broken night, and assuredly I was not among the strong-minded exceptions. Long I lay, wide-eyed and open-eared, and when at last I dozed, I was plucked from the borderland of sleep by the sound, muffled but unmistakable, of someone moving about in the house. It occurred to me that the steps might be those of Hugh conducting a lonely exploration, but even while I wondered, a tap came at the door of the communication between our rooms, and, in answer to my response, it appeared that he had come to see whether it was I thus uneasily wandering. Even as we spoke, the step passed my door, and the stairs leading to the floor above creaked to its ascent. Next moment, it sounded directly above our heads in some attics in the roof. "Those aren't the servants' bedrooms," said Hugh. "No one sleeps there. Let's look once more. It must be somebody." With lit candles we made our stealthy way upstairs, and just when we were at the top of the flight, Hugh, a step ahead of me, uttered a sharp exclamation. "But something's passing by me," he said, and he clutched at the empty air. Even as he spoke, I experienced the same sensation, and the moment afterwards the stairs below us creaked again, as the unseen passed down. All night long, that sound of steps moved about the passages as if someone was searching the house. And as I lay and listened, that message which had come through the pencil of the planchette to Margaret's fingers occurred to me. I want to come in. I cannot find her here. Indeed, someone had come in, and was sedulous in his search. He was the gardener, it would seem. But what gardener was this invisible seeker, and for whom did he seek? Even as when some bodily pain ceases, it's difficult to recall with any vividness what the pain was like. So, next morning, as I dressed, I found myself vainly trying to recapture the horror of the spirit which had accompanied these nocturnal adventures. I remembered that something within me had sickened as I watched the movements of the rocking chair the night before, and as I heard the steps along the paved way outside, and, by that invisible presence against me, knew that someone had entered the house. But now, in the sane and tranquil morning, and all day under the serene winter sun, I could not realize what it had been. The presence, like a bodily pain, had to be there for the realization of it, and all day it was absent. Hugh felt the same. He was even disposed to be humorous on the subject. Well, he's had a good look, he said, whoever he is and whomever he was looking for. By the way, not a word to Margaret, please. She heard nothing of these perambulations, nor of the entry of whatever it was. Not gardener, anyhow. Who ever heard of a gardener spending his time walking about the house? If there were steps all over the potato patch, I might have been with you. Margaret had arranged to drive over to have tea with some friends of hers that afternoon, and in consequence Hugh and I refreshed ourselves at the clubhouse after our game. And it was already dusk
They went and had
when,
beers.
for the third day in succession, I passed homewards by the whitewashed cottage. But tonight I had no sense of it being subtly occupied. It stood mournfully desolate, as is the way of untenanted houses, and no light nor semblance of such gleamed from its windows. Hugh, to whom I had told the odd impressions I had received there, gave them a reception as flippant as that which he had accorded to those memories of the night, and he was still being humorous about them when we came to the door of the house. "A psychic disturbance, old boy," he said, "like a cold in the head. Hello, door's locked." He rang and rapped, and from inside came the noise of a turned key and withdrawn bolts. "What's the door locked for?" he asked his servants who opened it. The man shifted from one foot to the other. "The bell rang half an hour ago, sir," he said, and when I came to answer it, there was a man standing outside and—" "Well?" asked Hugh. I didn't like the looks of him, sir," he said, "and I asked him his business. He didn't say anything. And then he must have gone pretty smartly away, for I never saw him go." "Where did he seem to go?" asked Hugh, glancing at me. I can't rightly say, sir. He didn't seem to go at all. Something seemed to brush by me." "That'll do," said Hugh, rather sharply. Margaret had not come in from her visit, but when, soon after, the crunch of the motor wheels was heard, Hugh reiterated his wish that nothing should be sent to her about the impressions which now apparently a third person shared with us. She came in with a flush of excitement on her face. "Never laugh at my planchette again," she said. "I've heard the most extraordinary story from Maud Ashfield. Horrible, but so frightfully interesting." "Out with it," said Hugh. "Well, there was a gardener here," she said. "He used to live in that little cottage by the footbridge, and when the family were up in London, he and his wife used to be caretakers and live here." Hugh's glance and mine met. Then he turned away. I knew as certainly as if I was in his mind that his thoughts were identical with my own. "He married a wife much younger than himself," continued Margaret, "and gradually he became frightfully jealous of her. And one day, in a fit of passion, he strangled her with his own hands. A little while after, someone came to the cottage and found him sobbing over her, trying to restore her. They went for the police, but before they came, he cut his own throat. Isn't it all horrible? But suddenly it's rather curious. The planchette said Gardener, I am the gardener. I want to come in. I can't find her here. You see, I knew nothing about it. I shall do Planchette again tonight. Oh dear me, the post goes in half an hour, and I have a whole budget to send. But respect my Planchette for the future, Hughie. We talked the situation out when she had gone, but Hugh, unwillingly convinced and yet unwilling to admit that something more than coincidence lay behind that Planchette nonsense, still insisted that Margaret should be told nothing of what we had heard and seen in the house last night, and of the strange visitor who again was living. So we must conclude that Margaret's entry. She'll be frightened, he said, and she'll begin imagining things. As for the Planchette, as likely or not, it'll do nothing but scribble and make loops. What's that? Yes, come in. There had come from somewhere in the room one sharp, peremptory rap. I did not think it came from the door, but Hugh, when no response replied to his words of admittance, jumped up and opened it. He took a few steps into the hall outside and returned. Didn't you hear it? He asked. Certainly. No one there? Not a soul. Hugh came back to the fireplace and rather irritably threw a cigarette, which he had just lit, into the fender. That was rather a nasty jar, he observed, and if you ask me whether I feel comfortable, I can tell you I never felt less comfortable in my life. I'm frightened, if you want to know, and I believe you are too. I hadn't the smallest intention of denying this, and he went on. We've got to keep a hand on ourselves, he said. There's nothing so infectious as fear, and Margaret mustn't catch it from us. But there's something more than our fear, you know. Something has got into the house, and we're up against it. I never believed in such things before. Let's face it for a minute. What is it, anyhow? If you want to know what I think it is, said I believe it to be the spirit of the man who strangled his wife and then cut his throat. But I don't see how it can hurt us. We're afraid of our own fear, really. But we're up against it, said Hugh, and what will it do? Good Lord, if I only knew what it would do, I shouldn't mind. It's the not knowing. Well, it's time to dress. Margaret was in her highest spirits at dinner, knowing nothing of the manifestations of that presence which had taken place in the last 24 hours. She thought it absorbingly interesting that her Planchette should have guessed, so ran her phrase, about the gardener, and from that topic she flitted to an equally interesting form of patience for 3, which her friend had showed her, promising to initiate us into it after dinner. This she did, and not knowing that we both above all things wanted to keep Planchette at a distance, she was delighted with the success of her game. But suddenly she observed that the evening was burning rapidly away, and swept the cards together at the conclusion of a hand. Now, just half an hour of Planchette, she said. Oh, mayn't we play one more hand? Said Hugh. It's the best game I've seen for years. Planchette will be dismally slow after this. Darling, if the gardener will only communicate again, it won't be slow, said she. But it is such drivel, said Hugh. How rude you are. Read your book, then. Margaret had already got out her machine and a sheet of paper when Hugh rose. Please, don't do it tonight, Margaret, he said. But why? You needn't attend. Well, I ask you not to, anyhow, said he. Margaret looked at him closely. Hughie, you've got something on your mind, she said. Out with it. I believe you're nervous. You think there's something queer about. What is it? I could see Hugh hesitating as to whether to tell her or not, and I gathered that he chose the chance of her Planchette inanely scribbling. Go on, then, he said. Margaret hesitated. She clearly did not want to vex Hugh, but his insistence must have seemed to her most unreasonable. Well, just 10 minutes, she said, and I promise not to think of gardeners. She had hardly laid her hand on the board when her head fell forward, and the machine began moving. I was sitting close to her, and as it rolled steadily along the paper, the writing became visible. I've come in, it ran, and I still can't find her. Are you hiding her? I will search the room where you are. What else was written, but still concealed underneath the Planchette, I did not know, for at that moment a current of icy air swept round the room, and at the door, this time, unmistakably, came a loud, peremptory knock. Hugh sprang to his feet. "Margaret, wake up," he said. "Something's coming." The door opened, and there moved in the figure of a man. He stood
He looked like a
just
man.
within the door, his head bent forward, and he turned it from side to side, peering, it would seem, with eyes staring and infinitely sad into every corner of the room. "Margaret! Margaret!" cried Hugh again. But Margaret's eyes were open too. They were fixed on this dreadful visitor. "Be quiet, Hughie," she said below her breath, rising as she spoke. The ghost was now looking directly at her. Once the lips above the thick, rust-coloured beard moved, but no sound came forth. The mouth only moved and slavered. He raised his head, and horror upon horror, I saw that one side of his neck was laid open in a red, glistening gash. For how long that pause continued, when we all three stood stiff and frozen in some deadly inhibition to move or speak, I have no idea. I suppose that at the utmost it was a dozen seconds. Then the spectre turned and went out as it had come. We heard his steps pass along the parquetted floor. There was the sound of bolts withdrawn from the front door, and with a crash that shook the house, it slammed to. "It's all over," said Margaret. "God have mercy on him." Now, the reader may put precisely what construction he pleases on this visitation from the dead. He need not, indeed, consider it to have been a visitation from the dead at all, but say that there had been impressed on the scene where this murder and suicide happened some sort of emotional record, which in certain circumstances could translate itself into images, visible and invisible. Waves of ether, or whatnot, may conceivably retain the impress of such scenes. They may be held, so to speak, in solution, ready to be precipitated. Or he may hold that the spirit of the dead man indeed made itself manifest, revisiting, in some sort of spiritual penance and remorse, the place where his crime was committed. Naturally, no materialist will entertain such an explanation for an instant, but then there is no one so obstinately unreasonable as the materialist. Beyond doubt, a dreadful deed was done there, and Margaret's last utterance is not inapplicable.
If you like that story, consider supporting me as a patron. That way you help me make more stories for you and get access to a patrons-only library of stories. Lots more hours for you to listen.
Yeah, to listeners to this podcast.
Creepy, creepy. You know, they could probably put some bunnies in here too. Some rabbits. And maybe some farm animals. Couple of cows. Random rabbits. See an occasional deer go by in the background. That would be kind of cool too. Okay, well, I've been at this for 6 hours. I think I'm gonna call it a night right here. So I am actually getting fairly tired because I didn't sleep a whole lot. Having to drive my sister around yesterday. Take a look and see who's on right now. Um, a whole lot of people on right now. Playing Tiny Glade. Not many. Uh, Well, you know what? Let's send every to Dirt. Dirt's on. Dirt the Lurker. We send everybody over there. The viewers won't go to waste because he does a lot of fun stuff. So especially on Saturdays. I'm gonna send you all over to Dirt's stream. And I will be back on tomorrow night or Saturday night, I should say. Till then, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raids. Thanks for the resubs. Thanks for chilling out and watching me screw around with this and listening to spooky stories in October. Till later on, love you. Thanks for hanging out. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Have a good night, everybody. I'm going to lay down and get some sleep. Peace out. Bye.